That goes there. One of those there. One of these here. Not this guy. Holy shit.
Yo.
Yeah, what's up? What do you got this time?
Yeah, let me just ask you, why would you straw man me like that, stealing my conclusion, first of all?
Do you want to get a bit more specific?
Yeah, so I was telling you that if the universe does begin and the cause acts eternally, then that would mean that the effect would also be eternal. But the universe is not eternal, so the cause does not act by necessity.
Yeah, it's actually not your conclusion. If you recall the dialectic, the argument that I'm giving you is that doesn't follow that if the cause acts eternally, that unless the cause is a necessitating cause, unless it's causally sufficient as opposed to a cause that's like disposing or probability raising, then the inference would follow. But if indeed it is just probability raising or disposing towards... No, sorry, what's the argument that probability raising implies temporal?
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Okay, so no argument, to be clear.
I'm
just instant spawn kill. So okay, I'll type out the argument. We'll get all the premises down on screen. It'll be great. Just the argument for the conclusion that probability raising causes are strictly temporal. Okay, yeah. What's gonna be premise 1 and premise 2?
Yeah, if there can be a raise in probability, that would imply change. Yes or no?
In probability, that would be a change. Okay, premise 2.
Okay, but the cause is eternal.
The cause is eternal, so it's outside of time.
So a raise in probability would be a change. But that would be a change.
Is a change.
But it exists outside of time.
That's a change. But it exists outside of time.
Am I wrong?
Is there like an inference rule? What inference rule would you say that this follows?
This is just informal. I never said that this is going to be a premise to premise.
Oh, okay.
Having a conversation.
The conclusion doesn't seem to follow, I fear.
Why? So wait, if something raises probability, is that a change? Yes or no? Just to clarify.
Wait, so to be clear, you have no argument for this?
Oh, okay, so you don't want to answer the question. So would that not be a change? Yes or no?
A raise in probability? Sure, we could say that's a change.
Oh, okay. So yeah, if something is eternal and exists outside of time, then probability cannot be raised because that would be a change.
Something being eternal doesn't imply that it's outside of time. Eternal just refers to things that are existent, but they don't begin to exist or end existing. Well, let's just calm down there. There's really no reason for you to be getting this upset. I don't know why we're crashing the fuck out. It's like 2 minutes in.
If it caused time, then yeah.
If it's causing time? Why would I think that it caused time?
Then yeah. Because time began, right?
Why? Why would I grant that?
And it requires pause.
Why would I grant that? You're what a mercy.
Low power mode. We know that the universe is expanding on average empirically and observationally. So
okay, so we're just totally pivoting. Sure, it's fine.
Deny reality, can you?
Yeah, I agree that the universe is expanding.
Can you deny reality?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah. So we know this empirically, correct?
Yeah, I agree. The universe is currently
No.
expanding.
What do you mean? Do you want me to justify that?
You having
we
like
know
a
this
breakdown, or you having
empirically?
like a
Yes or
mental
no?
episode?
You said no.
I
The
said
hell?
yes. Are you stupid?
Oh, okay. Is the whole universe expanding?
Holy
yes or no?
shit! This guy's like shadow boxing with his own like hallucinations.
I think it was like a delay. The whole universe is expanding, though, right?
The
Correct.
whole universe? The universe is currently expanding.
Or
If
is it
that's
just
what
the
you're
observable
asking.
universe?
Oh, I don't
Did
know.
we just
I'm not sure
observe
what
the
the
observable
distinction.
universe expand? Okay, yeah. So we observed the observable universe expand, but do we observe the whole universe expand?
I think
Do
we
you
can
think there's
only
anything
observe
beyond the
the
observable
observable
universe?
universe.
Is there anything beyond the observable universe?
Wait, do you want to calm down? You're like freaking the fuck out. I have no
I'm
idea.
really not.
I think so. I think that I'm pretty sure that there needs to be. It's my
Okay,
understanding
what do you
of the
think that
physics.
is?
Like for example, things that are expanding like faster than the speed of light could potentially be beyond the observable universe.
Yeah, so the universe is isotropic and homogeneous, and that means that the whole universe is expanding.
Okay. Sounds
Let
good,
me
champ.
explain.
Why would I think
Do you
that the universe
understand?
is going to strictly stay expanding?
It doesn't matter. The universe can have periods of
Okay,
contraction.
based. Yeah,
It can
sure.
have periods of contraction.
Yeah, and what if it does? Why then would I think that the universe
overall
would have a
expansion
beginning?
the overall expansion is going to be greater than the contraction.
Why?
I can give you the mathematical equation for the average expansion rate.
Yeah, just go ahead and give the argument.
So, yeah, the universe is expanding. Edwin Hubble discovered that galaxies are moving away from us. The farther away
Okay,
they are,
he's
the
not
faster they
going
appear to be
to.
receding. I am. I'm showing you
Yeah,
right now
it's
my
some
argument.
stuff that's not contested. Everyone agrees that the universe is currently expanding.
Yes,
Why
but
would I
these
grant
pieces
that
of-
the universe has a beginning if it starts
Yeah,
to contract? Is the
These
question.
pieces of evidence don't only prove expansion; they prove many more things.
Okay, I'm not
just
interested in
an
the
expansion.
stuff that proves expansion. I already grant expansion.
It doesn't just prove an expansion; they prove more things than
Okay,
expansion.
then why are you mentioning the expansion? I already grant that.
Yes, I'm telling you that Hubble's law also proves many other things than just expansion.
Sounds great, champ. Then why are you just mentioning expansion?
Because you asked me
I
to
didn't.
show you how we know the average expansion is positive.
I didn't ask that at all. You're hallucinating like
Okay.
ChatGPT is.
You told me what the contradict. You tell me what's the argument for that.
The argument. What's the argument? I asked you a question. Are you tracking?
You said
must
what's
be
the
like
argument for the
giga
average
concussed.
expansion? You told me you asked for
No, I asked
my argument.
what's the argument that it's going to stay expanding and not going to contract? Like, why
I
would
said
I
it
think
could
that the
contract.
universe has a beginning if
It
it
could
starts to
contract.
contract at some point?
Okay, well let me just clarify this real quick. It can contract. I never said it's impossible. But you're the one who's making the claim that it would, so I don't have to prove a negative. by the
Sorry,
way.
I didn't make the claim that it would. I'm saying that it's a live
You already- yes, you
possibility.
did.
So, and if we rewatched the footage, is it going to feature me saying the universe will contract? Will I have said
I've
that
talked to you thousands of times. Are you claiming that you never
thousands
claimed
of
that the universe
times?
will contract?
Matthew, you're hallucinating worse than ChatGPT.
I don't use ChatGPT. Sorry.
You obviously do. We all saw
No,
the
I
debate between
don't.
you and Dr. Blitz.
When?
In fact, I was looking through a channel called Phil Library.
That's
I
not my
have
channel.
editor access to that one, and there's a video of you that's privated called Matt GPT. Like even like these random like Discord people identify you as like the ChatGPT guy.
Who's Discord people? I don't know. I never debated anybody on Discord.
Yeah,
so.
but people on Discord are like clipping your shit and making fun of you.
Who, your fans?
No,
Okay, who? 'Cause it can't be
the
anybody
guy
else
named
other than
Phil
your fans.
Library. You gotta.
I don't know who that is.
He goes by right here, right now.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, I
Why is
grant
this
that.
relevant?
Well, you're just pretty well known for being like a ChatGPT warrior.
I mean, you can say that, but that doesn't prove anything. So,
Okay.
yeah, I don't use ChatGPT. I can say in my beginning I did a little bit, yeah. When I first began this, like 8 months ago. But no, I don't really need it anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, your training wheels. You've shed the
I've
training
learned
wheels.
so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me give you the argument. Here, I'll give you a syllogism really quick.
Yeah, go for it.
So if the universe began, then it has a cause. The universe began. You're writing it down. Therefore, the universe has a cause. Okay, P3, the universe contains all space-time reality. P4, therefore, the cause of the universe is not space-time or physical. So from P3 to P4, cause cannot be inside what it,
Okay.
what it cannot be
So
inside what
here's
it.
the question. Do you think that the cause is eternally causally sufficient, or do you think that it becomes causally sufficient?
It's eternally causally sufficient.
Then the universe would just be eternal.
That's not true.
If you have an eternal cause, do you have an eternal effect?
If the cause is eternally willing it to begin, then no.
Ooh, you don't think a thing that's eternally causally sufficient produces an eternal effect?
The
So you
cause
think that
can
there's some
eternally
state?
will it to begin.
Whoa,
to be
whoa,
contingent.
sorry. I didn't ask if it's eternally willing it. I'm asking, is it eternally causally sufficient?
It's eternally causally sufficient, yes.
Okay, so there's some state of reality where we have the cause, it's causally sufficient, and yet the effect isn't there. That's a contradiction. You'd have P implies Q, but not Q.
Okay, let me clarify. What do you mean by something being causally sufficient? 'Cause
Just
I
that
don't
it
understand.
necessitates into existence this thing.
It necessitates into existence this thing
Yeah, it
eternally?
necessitates the production of it, yeah.
Okay, can you bridge the gap to why it automatically would entail that it eternally causes it? Because that doesn't
Yes,
follow.
the reason why it would eternally cause it is because if it didn't eternally cause it, then there would be some state wherein you'd have a contradiction. You'd have P
That doesn't
implies
follow.
Q, but not Q.
Doesn't follow. Doesn't follow.
It does follow, because if it's
Question.
causally sufficient, then we can represent that as P implies Q. It's
What does
present.
causally sufficient mean to you?
Yeah, causally sufficient means that it necessitates the production of a thing.
Okay, causally sufficient for me just means that it can cause things. I don't know.
I'm talking about sufficiency as in like the P implies Q kind of sufficiency.
Okay, so you're saying if it's causally sufficient, that automatically entails that it necessitates the effect?
Yeah.
Okay, then this is just a straw man.
Okay, I mean, under my semantics, does the first cause eternally necessitating the universe's existence?
Under mine, no.
Okay, sure. So then it changes.
No, it doesn't change. I'm telling you that the
Ooh,
cause
okay, that's the
eternally
infinity
wills it to
blender.
begin.
Oh no, we
eternally
can
wills
type
it
that
to
out
begin.
actually. Okay, so the first cause does not eternally necessitate the existence of the universe. The first cause does not change from
I
not
said it doesn't change from not creating to creating.
necessitating the existence of the universe.
When you say necessitating, does that entail that it's
Just like
necessary?
the necessary production of it.
Effect
By the
also?
way, it follows from this.
Okay, can there
It's gonna
be
follow. Whoa! I know that you're like feeling like the pressure cooker right now, but it's just gonna follow from this that the first cause
I'm really
actually
not.
never causes because it can't change from not causing to causing.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If the cause necessitates the effect, does that mean that the effect would also be necessary just because it's necessitated?
Yeah. If the first cause
That
is
doesn't follow.
necessary and it necessitates the second cause, then yeah.
Okay, what if it eternally necessitates it to be contingent?
Wait,
then
do
what?
you? And I just want to be clear. You disagree with the inference. Necessarily P. Necessarily. P implies Q. Therefore, necessarily Q. You disagree with this inference?
If you're gonna say that the cause necessitates the effect, and that means that it makes the effect also
I just
necessary,
want to know if
then
you
no, I
disagree
don't-
with
I
the
don't agree.
inference.
I agree that it necessitates the effect,
Wait,
but it doesn't
but
make the effect
do you
necessary.
disagree or agree with this inference rule?
I don't disagree.
Okay, so you agree with this inference rule. So the thing that you were
I don't
trying to
agree
like
with
make
your
fun of me
logic.
for like a second. Okay, well now you're contradicting yourself.
No, you haven't shown us that the effect,
Wait, I
the
just wanna-
cause
do you
that
agree or disagree
necessitates
with
the effect makes
this?
it necessary.
Okay,
The effect isn't
sounds like you're just
necessary.
very confused.
It can necessitate the effect, but also necessitate that the effect would be contingent. That doesn't follow. That doesn't be necessary.
What? It necessitates that it's contingent. So in all possible worlds, it exists in some but not all possible worlds.
We're talking about our actual reality.
Is that correct? Is that a correct summary though? That In all possible worlds, it exists in some, but not all possible worlds. Is that the claim?
Would exist in some.
You're saying that the effect necessitates a contingent, or that the cause necessitates a contingent effect. So you're saying that it necessitates. So in all possible worlds, it exists, but in some, but not all possible
I don't
worlds.
believe in a multiverse. I believe in our actual reality.
We're talking about possible world semantics. You can hold that possible
Okay,
world
are we
semantics
talking
aren't
about
literally a multiverse.
what kind of modality are we talking about here?
Probably metaphysical.
Okay, metaphysical modality. Okay, this would fall under the category of logical modality, wouldn't it? Or
No.
Okay. It's logically possible that in all worlds that this cause would necessitate the effect to be contingent. Is that what you're saying?
I'm telling you that sounds incoherent to me. I'm trying to get clear on what that's even saying. So
I'm saying that the cause can
just to
necessitate
accurately
the effect to be
summarize, you're
contingent.
saying that in all possible worlds it exists in not all possible worlds, but some possible worlds?
I never said that.
You said that it
If there is a
necessitates a
possible
contingency.
world, if there's a
Okay,
possible
this
world,
guy's so confused.
it's just always going to be contingent.
So let's go back to the argument. If the first cause does not
If we're talking about
change
metaphysical,
from
if we're talking about
not
metaphysical modality,
necessitating the existence of the universe,
if the first cause
um,
doesn't change,
then
not
it
necessitating this.
never necessitates the existence of the universe. If the first cause never necessitates the existence of the universe,
If it acts eternally, then it necessitates that the universe is contingent, not necessary.
never gets caused by the first cause. Therefore, the universe never gets
First cause does not
caused.
eternally necessitate the universe. If the first cause never necessitates the existence of the universe, then the universe never gets caused by the first cause. If the first cause never necessitates the existence of the universe, then the universe never gets caused by the first cause. That doesn't follow.
Wait, so which premise do you disagree with?
If it's going to necessitate it, then it cannot not necessitate. It doesn't make sense.
Which premise do you disagree with?
Let me read it all out. The first cause does not eternally necessitate the existence. The first cause does not eternally necessitate the existence of the universe. I disagree with premise one.
This is literally a quote from you.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
Stallman.
is. It's in the replay.
I told you that it can eternally
Do you want me
necessitate that
to
it's
play the
contingent.
replay? I can hit the replay for you if you'd prefer.
I said that it can eternally necessitate that it's contingent.
Okay, let me pull up the replay and then we'll just get, you saying word for word that you do not think that it's eternally necessitating the existence of the universe.
You're just mad that you can't strawman me. Still man my position. Go ahead.
Yes, it
Strawman.
is.
I never said that.
You said that
If-
or that the cause necessitates,
No, you haven't.
or necessitates the.
If it's causally sufficient to automatically. I thought that when you said necessitate, that means that the effect is
Yeah.
automatically necessary. But then we clarified that. Okay, then this is just a straw man.
Okay, I mean, under my semantics, does the first cause eternally?
I disagree with you
necessitating
right
the
there.
universe's
Oh,
existence? Okay, wait. Watch this. Okay, he's like terrified. He isn't gonna let the replay get out. Does the first cause eternally necessitating the universe's existence?
Under mine, no. See? Goofball?
Yeah, it does not
Exactly.
eternally necessitate the existence of the universe. So you agree with one.
I said under mine doesn't.
So you agree with it.
Show me
You
where I
literally
said
agree
that
with one. You said under mine, no. The first cause does not
Show me- I
eternally
never-
necessitate
wait,
the
where
existence of
just
the
now that
universe.
I
You
agreed?
just said no. Brutal.
I said under mine's no. I don't agree.
Brutal. Okay.
If you mean-
yeah.
When you
it's,
say necessitates,
so you disagree with your own
you
statement?
said under your semantic. No, I said under mine's.
Yes.
I do, but
so
under
you
yours,
agree
no.
with one.
Under mine's, yes. Under yours, no.
Sorry, what's my semantics? Brutal.
So you're trying to say
Double brutal.
if it necessitates the existence of the universe, you're saying that if it necessitates the existence of the universe, that makes the effect also necessary. I'm telling you that the effect could eternally cause.
Nothing
it,
here
but it
says
eternally
it's necessary.
wills it to be contingent. Okay, you said when you said it necessitates the existence
Sorry, which
of the universe,
premise
that
is
means
making
that
the claim that it's necessary?
When you claimed that
The
when you say
kalam
that
isn't about
necessitates the
necessity and
effect, that means it's
contingency. The
necessary.
kalam is about eternity and beginnings.
This isn't the kalam. So,
You were giving the kalam earlier.
well, this isn't the kalam, and you're saying that
We're debating about the
necessitates
kalam.
the effect would mean
Oh
that the
gosh,
effect is
he's
also
so
in this.
confused. Did ChatGPT not call it the kalam? That's why you're confused about what it is.
Okay, I'm just gonna turn on my camera and show you that I'm walking around outside, so you can't chat ad hominem. It's very bad.
Oh
On your
fuck,
part,
I
buddy.
forgot. You know, I'm under a curse. A witch put a curse on me, whereby when somebody's walking around outside, I can no longer ad hom.
No, you can no longer say I'm using ChatGPT, goofball.
So are you confused about like the,
I mean,
the
you-
fact that the argument that premise one, the universe began to exist, or if the universe began to exist, then it has a cause.
So
Premise two, the
maybe you should
universe
just
began
stick to
to
premises
exist.
instead of
Therefore,
strawmanning.
the universe has a cause. Do you disagree that that's the kalam?
So yeah, if you're gonna say premise one means that necessitate.
Was that
automatically
the
until
kalam?
effect
Sorry,
would
that
be
was a yes or no
necessary, then-
question.
Yeah, I would agree.
Was that argument the kalam?
And accent.
Yeah. Do you agree
What
or
argument?
disagree that premise one, the
one you put on
universe,
screen just
if the
now?
universe began to exist, the universe has a cause. The universe began to exist. Therefore, the universe has a cause. Do you agree or disagree that that's the kalam?
I agree. That's a kalam.
Yeah, sure. So we are debating the kalam. That was the argument you gave earlier.
Yeah, the one that you put on the screen wasn't the kalam.
I never claimed that it was. I said that we were debating the kalam.
Yes, we are. I never said we wasn't.
Oh my god, dude, you're
What is this?
genuinely so confused. Like, is there some reason why you perpetually, you're like ontologically
You just don't wanna
required to like
engage with the
contradict
argument.
yourself? You're like atoms
don't
arranged
wanna engage.
contradiction-wise.
You don't want to engage with the argument.
You keep
This
on
is so
flip-flopping
bad.
your position. In fact, I'm
I'm
doing
not.
more than engaging with the argument. We've already dematerialized the
not.
argument. Do you think that
just
the
straw
first
manning.
cause has eternally caused the first effect, or do you think that it begins to cause the first effect?
It eternally willed that the effect would
Does
be
it eternally
contingent.
cause the first effect?
If it eternally causes it, does that automatically imply
Okay.
that the effect
Well,
is
if it's
necessary?
eternally
Yes or no?
caused, then it's eternally caused.
It's eternally caused to be contingent.
Nobody's talking about necessity or contingency. You're a little bit confused. You're getting your wires crossed. The contingency
Yeah, it's-
stuff is relevant to the contingency argument. The contingency stuff isn't relevant to the kalam.
Okay, so this doesn't negate the kalam then, what you're trying to say right now?
I never mentioned contingency. You mentioned contingency. So
You
you
said
agree
that
that the effect
If
is
the effect
eternally caused,
causes
so
it,
then the effect
necessitates
is
that the effect
eternal.
eternal.
If the effect is eternally
eternally
caused,
causes
then
it?
there's the eternal effect. So the effect is eternal.
Yeah, the effect is eternally willed to be contingent.
Is the effect eternal?
The effect is not eternal, no.
Okay, is the cause eternal?
The cause eternally wills the effect to be contingent.
But is the cause eternal? Like the production
The
eternal?
cause is the cause eternal?
Yeah, is the production
Is
of the
the
effect
act of
eternal?
causing eternal?
Yes.
Is the act of causing eternal? The act of causing is eternal, yes.
Okay, well then the causing would just be eternal. So then the effect would be eternal.
Yeah, the cause eternally wills that it
So
would
you
be
agree that the
contingent.
effect is eternal.
No, I agree that the cause eternally wills it to be contingent, not eternal.
Okay, I guess we'll go back to the notepad.
You're just conflating between an impersonal cause and a personal cause.
Okay,
You're not going to get away with that with me. Sorry.
The effect, the act of causing is eternal. An eternal cause has an eternal effect.
That's a false premise.
Oh, it's a false premise? Why? Can you have a cause without an effect?
What's the argument for premise
Can
two?
you have a cause without an effect?
What's the argument for premise two?
Yeah, okay.
That has nothing to do with whether or not the effect would be eternal.
If you have a cause, then it must have an effect.
Uh-huh. Yes. Mm-hmm.
If 2.1 is true, and
We have 2.1.
you have an eternal cause without an eternal effect,
A will.
then there is
Oh.
some state of reality where there is an effect without a cause.
If you have an eternal cause without an eternal
Actually, I
effect,
don't
then
even
there's
think
some-
that
wait,
2.1 is doing any work here in terms of 2.2. If you have an eternal cause without an eternal effect, then there is some state of reality where there is an effect without a cause.
If you have an eternal cause without an eternal effect, then there is some state of reality where there is a cause without an
Or,
effect.
sorry, there is a cause without an effect.
There isn't a cause without an effect.
Yeah.
That would only follow if the cause was eternal.
Wait, sorry, which one do
But
you
it is.
disagree with?
The cause is eternal.
Okay, so you disagree that
It's
the cause is
eternally
eternal.
causing. No, I agree that the cause is eternal.
Okay, so
It's
between
eternally
2.1
causing.
and 2.2, which one do you disagree with?
If you have a cause, then it must have an effect. I agree with that. If you have an eternal cause without an eternal effect, then there's some state of reality where there have an eternal cause without an eternal effect. Okay, I don't disagree with any of these things.
So then you accept the conclusion that an eternal cause is an eternal effect.
The effect is eternally
Brutal
contingent.
concession.
The cause causes it, wills
Oof.
it to be contingent, eternally.
Oof. Giga oof. So you accept 2, is that correct?
This isn't my argument. If it's
Yeah, it's my
impersonal, then yeah,
argument.
this would
So you
follow.
accept 2.1 and you accept 2.2, so
If
they
it's impersonal,
necessitate
if it's
2.
impersonal, then yeah.
Okay, so do you
If
accept
it's
2?
impersonal, then yeah, this would follow.
Okay, so
if
you
it's
accept an
impersonal,
eternal
then yes,
cause
this
as
would
an
follow.
eternal effect.
If it doesn't have a will, then yes, this follows.
Okay. Sorry, does
Yeah.
what in here is qualified with if it doesn't have a will?
So if you're gonna say that the cause must produce an eternal effect, then that would only follow if the cause doesn't have the power to initiate a change.
So which premise do you disagree with?
If it's impersonal, I have no disagreements. If it's impersonal. If it's personal,
I
then
didn't give that
disagree.
qualification. Which one do you disagree with if it's personal?
If it's personal, if you have an eternal cause without an eternal effect, or some state of reality. Okay, when you say state of reality, we're talking about actual reality?
Just some state of affairs?
Okay. Yeah, I already told you that the cause would eternally cause it to be contingent.
What in here says contingent? What are you talking about?
I'm telling you that if the cause produces an effect,
Nobody's
and the cause
talking
is
about
eternal,
that. Why are you so confused?
I'm trying to help you understand. here.
Nobody's said contingency other than you. I'm not talking about contingency.
I'm telling you that the effect could be contingent and also have be
Nobody's talking about contingency. You're so confused. So then the effect is eternal.
eternal. The effect is contingent.
Is the effect eternal?
It has a beginning
So it's not eternal.
in a temporal sense.
So which premise here do you disagree with? You have to disagree
An
with either
eternal
2.1 or
cause could produce a
2.2.
temporal effect.
Do you
the
disagree with
effect is temporal.
2.1 or 2.2?
The effect is temporal.
Do you disagree with 2.1 or 2.2?
You have an eternal cause without an eternal effect, and there's some sort of reality. I already told you.
You agree with both of them, is
if
what you
it's
told
impersonal,
me.
I don't disagree.
None
if-
of this in
if-
here
if
is
the
qualified
cause-
as impersonal. It's just talking
So
about
you're
causes
saying
and
that
effects.
okay, let me just clarify. So you're saying if this cause eternally causes the effect, then the effect must also be eternal, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, does that mean that it's necessary?
No, this isn't about necessity or contingency.
Okay. Well, okay, yeah, the universe is contingent, so you can
So
have an effect
do you
that's
disagree
eternal, but it
with
could also
premise
be
1 or premise
contingent,
2?
correct? Could the effect be contingent, but also be eternal? Yes or no?
Nobody's talking about contingencies or necessities. Why are you incapable of actually engaging with this?
What do you mean by beginning? In what sense?
Just that there's some like first moment of its existence.
Okay, yeah, then yeah, there could be a first moment. I told you already that the cause, there could be eternal cause and the effect could be temporal. So the cause is eternal and the effect is
So then which
temporal.
premise do you disagree with?
You have an eternal cause. What's your conclusion? 2.2?
2.1 and 2.2, the conclusion is 2.
If you have a cause, and it must have an effect. I agree with that. The act of causing is eternal. Eternal cause has an eternal effect. I disagree with 2.
Okay, so then do you disagree with 2.1 or 2.2 in the
When
supporting
you say that
argument?
it's eternal, when you say that it's eternal,
That it exists
what do you
without
mean by
beginning
that?
to exist or ending existence.
Okay, could it also be contingent and also be eternal?
Yes.
Okay. So if it's contingent,
Wait, so
and
do
also
you agree
eternal,
with premise 2?
but if it's contingent, wouldn't that mean that it needs a beginning?
Sorry,
Or
do
no?
you agree or disagree with premise 2?
Eternal cause has an eternal effect. It depends. No, the effect is temporal, not eternal.
Then do you disagree with 2.1
Already
or
told you that.
2.2? You have to reject either
You can have
2.1 or
an eternal
2.2.
cause.
They necessitate
The
the
cause is eternal, the
conclusion.
effect is temporal.
So do you disagree with
cause is
2.1 or
eternal,
2.2? I'll give you one
the
more
effect is
dodge. If you
temporal.
don't answer, I'm just going to kick you. Do you disagree with 2.1 or 2.2?
This is just a straw man. I
Okay.
told you the effect is.
Well, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all the good stuff. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. I also ask that you have some sort of reason to think that God exists. You can also be a deist. That's fine too. There's no problem with that. With that, we will go to the very next guest. Hey, how's it going?
Hello? You hear me?
Yep. Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Yep. What religion?
Christian.
Yeah, what makes you think that God exists?
Okay. There are many reasons. So I guess I just start with asking you, like, if you're familiar with the harmony arguments and fine tuning.
I am, yeah. In fact, I think that the psychophysical disharmony gives like a really strong basis for disbelief in God. I would love to talk to you about all sorts of psychophysical disharmony. So, for example, we're motivated towards things that we don't enjoy. That's a disharmonious thing. You know, if God selected any set of laws, we would have expected that the things that we're motivated to are the things that we enjoy doing. That there's like a match between like the pleasure and the motivation towards things. But additionally, cognitive biases provide like an excellent example of like epistemic disharmony. Specifically, that people will have like false judgments all the time. They'll use like heuristics, but it'll feel absolutely certain. Like it'll feel like knowledge when you're giving like when your brain is like essentially just guessing. So these things are like deeply disharmonious in a way that lowers the existence of God's, or lowers the probability of God's existence.
Okay. I think I would agree with that, though I would say
Based.
though I would say that the evidence in favor of God by using psychophysical harmony, I think the evidence for it outweighs the evidence against it, I would say.
Oh, I totally disagree with that. I mean, if you agree that there are disharmonious elements, then that just means that we have a good basis to think that God doesn't exist. Because insofar as God is a perfect being, we would expect perfect psychophysical laws, but there aren't.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I think I would disagree that we would like expect perfect laws, because I mean, what if like I just appeal to like something like skeptical theism and say that there could be unknown reasons why he allows the disharmony.
Oh, but then the atheist can make the same move and say, well, we just don't know. We're not in a position to know whether or not, the psychophysical laws are random or necessary, or, the atheist can make the same move. You can't run like skeptical theism on your own data point.
Sorry, can you repeat the last thing you said?
Yeah, you can't run skeptical theism on your own data point. You're saying that the psychophysical laws give evidence for God's existence. I'm saying that they're actually disharmonious. That I don't grant that there's psychophysical harmony. There are many instances of psychophysical disharmony.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and you would say it doesn't, the evidence for it doesn't outweigh the evidence against, because you think we would expect perfect harmony.
Yeah, we would expect like perfect laws, but there are like systemic disharmonies within the human brain.
Um, yeah, I mean, one thing is, well, I mean, I could also just couldn't I say that, God isn't really. I could limit God in some ways to account for that. Maybe, his omnipotence or his omniscience or something like that. Maybe.
Well, if that's the move that you're making, then the hypothesis becomes ad hoc. It becomes finely tuned to the data. And at that point, it doesn't make like a strong prediction towards anything.
Well, I mean, I could say that, I could say that the evidence for psychosocial harmony provides evidence for God, but since we have this evidence of disharmony, we could say that, that is evidence against a perfect being, but it's still evidence for like some kind of a limited being, just because of how much evidence psychophysical harmony provides.
The question at that point becomes, what is the specific hypothesis? And then how can we determine what it would or wouldn't predict? If you make your hypothesis too specific, then you run into this stalking horse problem where, okay, you're saying that God has a disposition to create some psychophysical harmony, but not perfect psychophysical harmony. And it's like kind of finely tuned the amount of harmony that God wants. But then the atheist can make the same move and say, the universe is disposed to producing some psychophysical harmony, but not maximum psychophysical harmony. And then at that point, the atheist view is just more parsimonious because there's no God.
Yeah, I mean, if you make like if you do like a stalking horse, we would probably just have to examine the virtues of the hypothesis, I guess, and the priors as well. So, I mean, I'm not sure if the stalking horse that you gave would be a simpler or would be a more virtuous hypothesis than theism, I guess.
Well, we can type this out because I think that I don't know, like I think that in words, in writing, it's like pretty obvious. So, okay, your hypothesis is this. God has the disposition to create some harmony in the psychophysical laws, but not perfect harmony. And then my hypothesis, the universe is disposed to have some harmonious psychophysical laws, but not perfect harmony. And then, I mean, it just comes down to you believe in a God plus a universe. I believe in just a universe. It's one fewer entity. You believe in like the supernatural and the natural. I believe in just the natural. It's a simpler hypothesis.
I think what I would say about that is like if you use like Schaeffer's laser instead, like, or Schaeffer's, not laser, what is it called, like Schaeffer's like this thing about instead of like looking at all of the entities, instead of that, just looking at the fundamental entities.
I think that's
Yeah.
Schaeffer's laser.
Yeah. Like if we do that, then it's not clear that your hypothesis will be like a simpler one.
But I could just hold that there is a fundamental thing, or I could just adopt Schaeffer's view on this and say that the sum total of reality is the fundamental thing.
Sum total of reality, you say, right?
Schaeffer holds a view called priority monism, which he says that if you like follow along like the chains of like ontological dependence, grounding, eventually you're going to arrive at the sum total of reality. It's called priority monism.
Yeah. Um, yeah, and you would say that your hypothesis would be a simpler one in that case.
Yep, because it also is lacking in the supernatural category.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I don't have like substantial I don't have a substantial objection to that, so I won't be able to like
Hmm?
argue with that. But to ask you a question, like, um, do you? Yeah, I mean, wouldn't so you would say like your priors also would be much higher on that than on theism, right?
I haven't explored the priors argument, but yeah, basically everyone, all the smart people insist that atheism has like a way, or like naturalism has like way higher priors. Um,
Yeah.
maybe it's something like, well, actually, I don't know. I don't know what the specific arguments there are. I've never really dug into it.
What credence do you have for theism? Is it like very low or like zero?
Um, gosh, I mean, I think being intellectually honest, it's probably just very low.
Yeah. Uh, don't you? You're a necessitarian, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so I guess you think that you wouldn't say God is like metaphysically possible, but you would say that God is epistemically possible or something. Not sure.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there was like before I move on to like or like before I discuss like fine tuning the other one. One thing I was wondering is, do you I think you've probably read Amy Karowski's book, right, on necessitarianism.
I haven't read it, but I have it. I've read through the argument.
Yeah. What I was thinking is, that does it not like provide a strong prima facie evidence that many like extremely or like many philosophers today are not necessitarians? Does it not like shake your belief in necessitarianism?
Not really. I think the argument's good. I think that the argument is like good and true. Um, I think probably there's just like a dilemma, which is that either the PSR is true, or and in which case necessitarianism is true, or the PSR is false. I'm inclined to think that contingencies have explanations. That there's if something could have been a different way, that there would need to be an explanation for why it's this way as opposed to some other way. So it would just kind of seem to follow from that, through like just following through the argument that there kind of just can't be contingencies, because if you have a necessity that explains a contingency, well, then it wouldn't be a contingency. It would just be a necessity. You have A is necessary. If A, then B, well, then B is necessary.
What do you make of Opie's proposal that the initial state is necessary?
That it's necessary?
Yeah,
I'm not super familiar with
Opie
his specific proposal.
yeah, he says that the initial state is necessary, basically. The
Um,
initial state.
maybe. I mean, I'm inclined to think that everything is necessary. So I think atheism is compatible with there both being like an initial state and not an initial state. I think atheism is compatible with the infinite regress. I think atheism is compatible with like T1, some like initial starting time.
Yeah.
So yeah, it could be.
So you would not be like, you're not sympathetic to like saying that the initial condition is like a brute contingency or something like that.
I tend to be opposed to brute contingencies. Although I think to be clear, I think atheism is compatible with all of these views. I don't think like atheism lives or dies on whether or not brute contingencies are acceptable.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. Though I think that I haven't read much about contingency arguments. You probably know about like Proust and Rasmussen. They have a lot written about this.
Mhm.
So that yeah, there could be something there about. I mean, that's also one thing I want to ask you. Like, if like, why is it that, or like, what's specifically your contention with like the contingency arguments? If, say, for example, they say that God is necessary and also the universe is necessary, if that's the route they take.
Yeah. The problem is that then the contingency argument is self-defeating. So the key point of data that the contingency argument operates on is saying that there are contingencies in the world. If there aren't contingencies in the world, then there is no contingency argument. And I think that this kind of falls into like a problem that all cosmological arguments run into, which is that they seem to be self-defeating in the way that every cosmological argument, basically what it's doing, you're trying to reason from some feature of the world and then reason through the structure of reality back to some being that doesn't have that feature. So maybe the feature of the world is that things begin to exist, and then you're going to reason through the structure of reality back to a thing that doesn't begin to exist, an eternal thing, like the Kalam does. Or maybe, things are changing, but you're going to reason through the chains of change to a being that doesn't change, an unchanging being. But in both of these cases, there seems to be a dilemma that either God's act of creation, either God is like eternally changing, he's like changing this moment unactualized, in which case this moment is just unactualized, it's eternal. There is no change, in fact. Or God changes to not sustaining this moment to sustaining this moment, in which case God is a changing being. Or in the Kalam, either God's act of creation, either God begins to create or he's eternally creating. If he begins to create, well, then he changes, so he would be in time, so he would need a cause. Otherwise, he's like an infinite temporal regress because he's in time. So you don't want to say that, but then you end up having to say that the universe is eternal. I think that the contingency argument runs into the exact same problem. Either God's act of creation is necessary or contingent. If it's necessary, then the universe is necessary, so there is no contingency, so there is no contingency argument.
Yeah, and sorry if you already said this, but if they say it's contingent, then what would you say is the problem then?
Then it needs an explanation.
Yeah. That God's act of creation, you mean, right?
Sorry, say that again?
Yeah, you mean God's act of creation needs explanation?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel. What would you make of agent causation? Like, I've heard people say that since God has libertarian freedom, if you understand agent causation in this way, then God would choose to create the universe simply because he wanted to create the universe, basically.
Yeah, so typically agent causation is broken up into a couple of different elements. So it's broken up into the agent, the will of the action, the power to do the action, and then the undertaking of the will, which is like when you actually do the action, like the doing of the action. Well, maybe I'll say that. The willing of the action, the power to do the action, the doing of the action. So you can ask the question of all of these, is you want to say that like the doing of the action is explained by God exercising his libertarian freedom, but okay, is the willing, and you want to say that God's necessary, that the power to do the action's necessary, so these things are necessary. I'll mark that down. Necessary. But then you can ask the question, is the willing of the action, is God's will necessary or contingent? If it's necessary, then the action is necessary. If it's contingent, then it needs an explanation.
The willing of the action, right? Yeah, I mean, they would have to say that. We would have to say that the willing would be contingent.
Yep. Yeah, and then you run into the problem, which is that then via the PSR that needs an explanation, but it couldn't be a personal explanation because, a personal explanation would require this same set of four things, and then you just kick the can back one step and you ask the question again, is the personal causation for God's will, well, is that action necessary? Is it contingent? Is the willing that goes along with the action necessary? Is it contingent?
Yeah, that's a there is a good point. Yeah. I'm not sure what how to really respond to that, but
I think the
I mean,
cosmological argument is pretty cooked. I actually think the cosmological argument is I don't know. I think that it's probably self-defeating is what I'm writing a paper about right now.
yeah, you're writing a paper on this.
Yeah. I'm working with like a philosophy professor to write
Is
a
it
paper.
is it gonna be in a journal or something?
I have no idea. I at least want to use it for like grad school applications. I don't know if I'm going to publish it in like a philosophy journal. I think I would like to, but I don't know. That process is difficult, so we'll
Yeah,
see.
that would be pretty cool. Yeah, I would read that paper.
Yeah.
Honestly,
If nothing else, then I'll put it on like a Substack or something.
oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, one thing I want to say about like model collapse is that do you know about like Tomaszewski, Chris Tomaszewski?
No.
Yeah, he's like he does he defends classical theism against like model collapse rejections, and that one thing he says is that as you know, like Thomists believe that God and God's act of creation are identical. So then
Oh,
opponents
sorry. I actually
say
do know this person. Yeah. He responded to. Is he the guy who says that God's act of creation is external to him, or is that somebody else?
I think he says that, and he says that God's act of creation is like not a rigid designator, so it will be that's like one of his response to like the model collapse rejections, basically.
That strikes me as like deeply implausible to say that God's act of creation is external to him. Well, but maybe that one's fine. Maybe the actual damning one is the aloneness argument that Mullins and Schmidt put forward. That let's say God's act of creation is external to him. His knowledge is certainly internal to him.
Yeah, they did have a debate on it. I think if you've seen it.
I haven't seen the debate, but
yeah, the aloneness argument is really good. What Tomaszewski says is that God doesn't need to, that he denies that God wouldn't have external properties when he exists alone, basically. Like one example he gives is like aloneness, or the property of being alone, basically. That's like. Yeah.
So, when God exists alone, would his knowledge of like contingent facts about creation, would that knowledge be intrinsic to him, or would that be extrinsic to him?
Yeah, he would say that would be intrinsic. Yeah.
Okay, then it's hard to see how that wouldn't entail that there would be some sort of like contingency inside of God if he exists alone, and if he exists with creation.
Yeah, he says something like, God can have extrinsic properties even when he's alone. Like the property of being alone is like it's a I think he says that it like depends on like creation, because if there is no creation, so that's why God is alone. God has this property of aloneness, basically, something like that.
Sure, but then, I mean, like the critique of divine simplicity that's going on here is that, God is identical to his knowledge. God's knowledge is intrinsic to him, or because God's knowledge is intrinsic to him, but God's knowledge is contingent. There are contingent aspects, like contingent pieces of knowledge that God has. Therefore, God's existence would be contingent as well. That's the conclusion that's trying to be avoided.
Yeah, he denies that. It's not sure exactly how, but it's very technical there.
Oh, sure.
That's good.
Yeah. And I haven't dug into it. I just think divine simplicity is like cooked forever. Like I just think divine simplicity is like the most cooked divine attribute of all time.
Yeah, I do like Ryan Mullins' approach. Also, like, also I did think of Ryan Mullins when you when you were talking about like time, like are you familiar with his proposal that like God is? I think he says that God is identical with time or something like that.
Yeah, that it's
Or,
like a
or
property. Well, I don't know what it. I don't think that he's saying that it's identical in like a simplicity sense. I think that he's saying that it's like an attribute of God. It's like one of God's attributes. That's
yeah,
my
yeah,
understanding of
yeah.
it. I I haven't dug too deeply into that. There is like some weirdness there though, because okay, do you know if he's saying like metaphysical time is identical to God, or is he saying like physical time is identical to God?
Metaphysical, definitely metaphysical. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe the critique that I want to give to that is that there's like some sort of correspondence between metaphysical time and physical time, which means that they're going to have to exist on like the same manifold because there's some mapping between them. But you know, the physical time manifold follows laws of physics, so it's hard to see how God's attribute wouldn't follow laws of physics. Although maybe they would just like flip that and say that the laws of physics are an abstraction of God's attribute. But then that's really strange to say that like the laws of physics are something abstracted from God's property. Like that seems super weird to me.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. I'm also not real familiar with his view and how he like defends it, but that could be like, I mean, I think it's at least better than thinking that time was created, because that just doesn't make any sense to me.
I agree with that. I think that the Mullins critique of time being created is like gibberish. I don't know if you've read The End of the Timeless God. So
Yeah, I do have it. I do have it.
yeah, he raises an argument called the Proclus dilemma in that book, which is that either God is eternally creating or he begins to create. If he's eternally creating, well then, you know, time is just eternal. And that's compatible with both like the temporal God and the atemporal God. Both of those are fine. Well, actually, I don't know if it's compatible with the temporal God. I actually don't think that it's coherent to say that the atemporal God becomes the temporal God. I think that that's gibberish. But then the flip side is that God begins to create time, and that seems like an impossibility because that would require a change.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, maybe the creating time would require like a timeless like B theory God that just eternally exists with time, and it's more of like a dependence thing than like.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like a dependence thing, then I don't really. Yeah, if it's like dependence, I don't see a problem. But if it's like, you know, change, basically, then I don't see how it makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. Anyway, is there anything else you want to talk about? Otherwise, I'll move on to the next one.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to ask you about two more things, if that's okay, and then
Sure.
I'll drop. So, okay, what do you make of nomological harmony? Is it like this? Do you have like the same objections as to psychophysical?
I haven't looked into nomological harmony at all, but there's what. So I could just be totally misunderstanding it, but one of the things that they're saying is that our nomological laws match. There's a match between our nomological laws, and then like there's like a match between like the laws of physics and then the things that follow laws of physics. There's like two things. First of all, I'm not sure why we would think that the laws aren't just an abstraction of the behaviors of these things. I'm sure that these are like, I'm sure it's just me misunderstanding the problem, but I don't know. I'm not sure why it wouldn't suffice to just say that the nomological laws are an abstraction of the physical objects like the electrons and stuff.
Yeah, so you're basically taking like a Humean view, if I understand you correctly.
No, maybe you want to say that they have like dispositions, like they're disposed towards doing specific things.
I like humanism about laws. I understand it's like, you know, it's just laws are like this descriptions of the irregularities, basically.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's saying that. I think what it's saying instead is something like, okay, things are disposed to behave in specific ways, that they have like powers, and that these powers are what underlie every property, and that electrons have this specific like electron property, which corresponds to like their powers, and then the laws of physics are just an abstraction of that.
By abstraction, do you mean like basically a description or something else?
Yeah. They're like a description in such a way that it also describes the way that they connect to other things.
Yeah. I think they say that does avoid the logical harmony problem, but I think they reject humanism or the view that you have, because they say that it does have like a bigger problem itself, because I think they are saying like something like I think the problem they're raising is, why is it the case that these descriptions match the mosaic, or why is it that the mosaic is so harmonious or something in that way? I'm not sure if it's like a different objection.
Yeah, I think that I don't know. I might just not have the position fleshed out enough, but I don't think that that's the position that I'm trying to convey. Like, I'm not trying to convey like a Humean position where laws of nature just reflect like regularities of nature. I am saying that I think that there's like some underlying thing, but I think the underlying thing is just like, okay, so let's take electrons because they're easy. There's electrons are just like excitations and electron fields. But by being an excitation in an electron field, you're going to have specific properties. And then the laws of nature just describe what those specific properties are, like what it is to be an excitation of an electron field.
Okay. So then maybe I'm misunderstanding. So that's not really a human view then. That's something else, right?
I think so. I haven't read too deeply into laws of nature.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. So I think they also have a paper on this, so they probably addressed like many of those views, and maybe your view as well. So yeah, I'm not sure about that, but
yeah, I haven't read too deeply on it.
Yeah. Okay. Last thing I want to ask you is, do you what's your view on fine-tuning? Do you think you should update on fine-tuning at all, or does it like move you in any way at all?
I think it moves me a little bit. I think the best version of it, although I think probably like the scumbag thing to do is to put together like a big disjunct of like physics models that would accommodate fine-tuning, and just say, well, this model would have fine-tuning, and this model would have fine-tuning, and this model would have fine-tuning. And then that really like reduces the extent to which you update on the fine-tuning data. I think that there's like electrons and love considerations. I think the electrons and love considerations lower the likelihood that it lowers like the strength of the update in favor of God as well. And then you just add to the disjunct that actually like the puddle analogy works and solves all of it. And then you're good to go.
Puddle analogy, really?
No, like, I'm kidding. Well, the joke is that when you add something to a disjunct, like if you have like this disjunct of like, like the Tegmark view of all of this, like accommodates fine-tuning, and like XYZ other view, like you just have like the disjunct where it's like this or this or this or this or this or this or this, and then you just add like an additional or the puddle analogy solves it all. Yeah, it's a statistics joke for you. No, I think the puddle analogy is pretty terrible.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so do you like so fine-tuning does at least move you a little then?
I think probably. I think it's certainly it's certainly strange that it seems like slight shifts, like across so many different areas, a slight shift would indeed destabilize everything. But I mean, also, to be fair, I am a necessitarian, so I wonder if I probably just shouldn't update on it at all. Maybe that's an inconsistency on my part.
I mean, if you're a necessitarian, you could say they're like metaphysically necessary, but wouldn't there still be a problem of like epistemic possibility?
I have no idea. I haven't read into that I don't even know what literature there is for a thing like that. I haven't read too deeply on like Bayesian stuff. I would assume that like the Bayesian framework works on like metaphysical possibilities, not epistemic possibilities, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
I mean, don't isn't psychophysical harmony run in like epistemic terms? I think Carter and Opie had a discussion where Opie thinks that that this harmony is like metaphysically impossible, but then Carter was like, you could still say that it's epistemically surprising that or if it's epistemically possible that there will be a disharmony, so it's still surprising.
Maybe that works. Maybe that fixes it. I have no idea. I think the problem is that my weakest field of understanding is epistemology. I haven't read very deeply onto epistemology, and I especially haven't read very deeply on like Bayesianism. So I don't have like a good understanding of what's actually like what I'm actually supposed to be evaluating it on the basis of.
I mean, tell me if this is how you understand it also, but the way I understand the epistemic possible is like something is epistemically possible if it's consistent with everything we believe.
Yeah. Just like you don't know it to be false, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess you would say that it is like, even if you're a necessitarian, you would say that it's still epistemically possible for the laws to have been different.
Ooh, I don't know though. That is strange. I wonder what being a necessitarian, like the effect that it would have, because technically speaking, these laws are metaphysically possible, but if I'm a necessitarian about this, well, it's a possible necessity. So then it would just be actual.
I think it's like different with epistemic possibility. Like it's the same thing with naturalists or about psychophysical. Like even if like they grant, like Carter, for example, grants that it's metaphysically impossible, but he still thinks it's not. That the fact that it's epistemically possible is still very surprising. Basically,
I think I would need to read into this. I don't know. I have no idea why that would lead to like an update. But I mean, it might. Like, Cutter's a smart guy, so I'm sure he's not just like saying like gibberish. But
yeah, they do have many videos on this, so you could probably like go through all of those and find something there, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there anything else? One
really quick question. Like, do you probably know about Ethan Muse?
Yeah. I do.
Like that new Catholic. Yeah. What do you make of his case for Catholicism, like the Fatima miracle, the Lanciano, and that stuff?
So I think the biggest problem that I have with like the Fatima miracle, I guess I'll take this one at a time. I do think it's just so strange that the miracle is the things that are reported is more or less exactly what's reported by people who stare at the sun. Like people in like the sun staring or like the sun gazing community or something. They talk about seeing like all these like lights like flickering or whatever. I also think that it's probably a bit like there kind of just are naturalistic hypotheses that I think could explain it. Like I was watching the debate between Muse and Fodor, and I don't think Muse had a great explanation. I don't know if Muse was just like deliberately misunderstanding, but I don't feel like I ever got like a clear explanation for why that couldn't be the case. Like why it couldn't be that there's like a gap in one cloud and then there's just like a different cloud higher up.
Yeah, he says like it's a he says it's like it doesn't make sense, if you analyze. He does this whole thing with like these photos, if you know about that. Like there's also a paper by Father Dalur or something. He does this like kind of an analysis that there had to be like a second object, and There's also like the drying of the people's clothes, the rapid drying. He also gets that from like the photos, and there's like whole case that it couldn't have been the sun, and so it had to be like a miracle, basically.
Yeah, but then there was like something that was very peculiar. I haven't read too deep into this. My knowledge is like pretty surface level on this, but doesn't the thing start at the same position as the sun? Doesn't like the miracle thing like aren't they beginning at the same position?
I think so, something like that. Maybe a little bit below it or something like that.
That is like that's like bizarre that the sun, that the miracle object is starting at the exact same position as the sun. I don't know. Like that just seems like it definitely feels like the best explanation is that it's the sun, or at least like the natural explanation would be that it's the sun. I haven't read too deep into like the reasons why it can't be the sun. And then
Yeah, I'm also
what was the
yeah.
other miracle? It was like the miracle of
Lanciano. The Lanciano miracle. That's
uh,
like yeah.
oh, I haven't read into this at all. I would need to read into that.
Yeah, if he has a Substack on both of those. If you want to know about it.
Okay. No, sounds interesting.
Yeah. What I wanted to say is like I think I am inclined to say there's a natural explanation, but I'm also very, the work Ethan has done is like so good and so substantive. It's like I don't know. I might be slightly favoring the miracle hypothesis here because of all of this data that like this photo analysis, and there's also all the reports, and there's also basically this data that Lucia, one of the kids, she basically predicted that this would happen before, like months before, I think. So that's also very, I don't know, it gives me a pause, basically.
Sure. I think that's fair enough. Here's like another critique of the entire like I haven't developed this very deeply. It's just like a thought that's in my head. I think divine simplicity probably destroys the ability to make like predictions, to make like Bayesian predictions. God is not, I know what a good God might do. I don't know what like a schmud God might do. I don't know what the God who has a property that stands to God as goodness stands to humans. I don't know what predictions we would expect on that. And because Catholicism is dogmatically committed to divine simplicity, I think that you might run into the problem where it's just not at all clear that like what could be predicted from the divinely simple God. Another problem is that I mean, did you see the Miles Donahue, Ethan Muse discussion about hell?
Oh yeah, that was terrible. That
Yeah, it was.
disgusting.
It was pretty brutal. But I mean, Ethan Muse is telling me that I should like distrust my moral intuitions about things. But if I'm distrusting my moral intuitions, I also have no idea why any of this would be expected under Catholicism. Like it kind of seems like it seems like at some point you need to say like the good God would want to reward followers. But if I can't trust my moral intuitions, then I just don't know why I would trust that.
Yeah. Ethan does say a thing. I think what he says about that is that that's not really. I think he says that the evidence is so strong that like this this divine psychology objection, or thinking about what God would do or want to do, is like really. It's not a. He would say it's not a strong force against the case because of how strong the evidence is, basically.
But in order for the evidence to be strong, it would need to be expected under the hypothesis. And if we're saying that we can't trust our moral intuitions, then actually it kind of seems like nothing is expected under the hypothesis, or we just can't have expectations about what the hypothesis would include. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, he also does say that you probably saw this as well. Like he basically said that our intuitions trump Bayesian reasoning. I think when they were talking about fine tuning, he said that
That's
our
right.
intuitions
Yeah,
are
yeah, he did.
yeah. That was also funny, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know. He's there was like some bad looks in that. I think the hell stuff is by far like the least defensible. Actually, I think the doctrine of hell is like totally insane. Like I just think it's crazy. I think it's a crazy doctrine.
I agree. There's just no defense for it. Well, actually, since you brought it up, I was thinking if there's like a really, if ECT or eternal consciousness is like indefensible, there's like a strong logical problem with it. Well, I think that would provide a strong case against all the Catholic miracles, right?
If
Or
which
not?
one?
If all the Catholic miracles like Fatima, Lanciano,
No, but
all
if
this, like,
what's incoherent? If eternal conscious
Yeah,
torment. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think. Well, here's the dilemma that I'm in. Is that I'm just so baffled by the evidence because it seems like if Christianity is true, it would need to be Catholicism. Like it couldn't be one of the other ones based on like church history reasons. Jesus gives Peter control. He says, Peter, your church will never be overcome by sin. Peter's church is the Catholic Church. And it's but the doctrine, like, and plus, like, all the miracles favor Catholicism. All the good moral fruits favor Catholicism. Everything points to Catholicism, and then the metaphysics are totally indefensible. It's like eternal conscious torment is their dogmatic hell belief. It's insane. It's crazy. Totally indefensible. They hold to divine simplicity. Insane, crazy, totally indefensible. I'm baffled by the data, right? If Christianity is true, then it would need to be Catholicism, but Catholicism just can't be true. So I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah, like that's also the line of reasoning I was thinking of. Like, like maybe the evidence is like something there, and I can't really explain it naturally. But if Catholicism has like all of these huge logical problems with it, then maybe it's not really, there isn't really anything there in the miracles, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. It's quite perplexing. I also think that there's some considerations. Like, I was talking to Detroyer. I don't know if you know Detroyer, but he mentioned something in passing. He was like, it's Catholicism is inclined, like it has like a culture of seeing miracles. Like people are they're like encouraged to see these things. They hear all these stories. Like people are just kind of disposed to look for miracles in Catholicism.
Yeah, that could also be because they're primed for miracles, and they're also that was also one thing that Fodor brought up, that it was he said, I think, that the prediction only worked in like quotation marks because it was they just expected it, and when they looked at the sun they saw things that they would naturally see because of looking at the sun or something like that.
Yep. Also, I should definitely move on soon, but there's one other like strange thing is that there was like similar miracles that happened at different times. Like there was a more recent miracle where people saw Mary in the sun, and they did like eye exams on these people, and they all got like eye damage from staring at the sun. That's so strange. It's just so weird that I mean, of course, like they want to say the miracle of the sun is not actually the sun, but man, there are so many elements that make you think these people genuinely might have just been staring at the sun.
But Ethan, I mean, the thing Ethan says about that is that suppose they were staring at the sun, then he would say that we would expect them to have damaged their eyes, but none of them damaged their eyes. So it would be surprising if they actually stared at the sun and didn't damage their eyes at all, right?
I'm not sure we would know that. It's not like they had like eye exams.
Yeah, I mean, he says actually I'm not sure what he says about that, but I think he just he's depending on like the reports or the testimonies that they gave. So he would say basically that if all of those people stare at the sun, then most of them would have gotten eye damage, and they definitely would have reported that.
I'm not sure if they would have. I don't know. I mean, this is like a silly anecdote, but there was this when I was in high school. There was this girl that I went on a date with, and I hadn't seen her in like years before the date. But she she was wearing glasses, and she explained to me that it's because she thought that she had like this superpower of being able to stare at the sun. I don't know. I think that people, if they want to look at the sun, you can probably get yourself to look at the sun, and it won't be like too particularly painful. But you know, I think that it damaged. Like it's clearly not like agonizing to look at, although it's like probably, I don't know. I think that if somebody says the Virgin Mary is in the sun, I'm seeing her right now. Look, I think I'm probably going to push through any discomfort. In fact, I might not even notice the discomfort. I want to look at the sun. I want to see that. I want to see what they're seeing.
Yeah, yes, I agree. Okay, yeah, that was basically
Yep.
everything I wanted to cover.
Hey, thanks so much. I
Thanks, George.
appreciate the conversation. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, me too. Thanks, Ian.
Yep. Have a good one.
You too.
Wow, I really enjoyed that person. Sorry, I'm sure chat's an open revolt, but Dr. Fudge, thanks so much for the super chat. I don't know why you'd use AI if you're going to be embarrassed about using AI. Like, just say you use it with your whole chest or don't use it at all, you wuss. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, I also think that it's going to become less embarrassing over time to use AI. Like, there are use cases for AI that I accept. I don't think you should use AI to do your thinking for you, but I do think that AI could be valuable for, I don't know, like I use like the Claude research mode from time to time. I think it's really good for finding academic citations for like really niche issues. Like you can ask it to find you citations for like a very niche project, and it does like a pretty good job of that. I don't think that you should be. I think that it's kind of like what the teachers told you about like Wikipedia, which is that it shouldn't be. It's a good starting place, but it shouldn't be your ending place, right? Like you should go deeper. You know, you should like read the sources, but I also what I'll use it from time to time is I'll use it if I've developed like an argument, I'll say, which of these premises would the theist reject? And that allows me to better evaluate arguments. Just using it as like a training partner as opposed to like a thinker. Like it should not be the thing that is thinking for you, but it's like a good tool to assist in your thinking. Silver Cloud, thank you so much for the super chat. Srim Bojo, thanks so much for the super chat. Please be meaner to Spitmouth. I can't stand him. I hope that wasn't the last guest. I like the last guest. I assume you're talking about Matthew. Dr. Fudge, thank you so much for the super chat. Matthew needs a hobby or friends that eat up his time such that he doesn't waste it on being a punching bag. I agree with that. I don't know. I mean, unfortunately, there is no way to you kind of just can't skip the line in philosophy. You have to put in the work. You can't, like, AI can't make you like a good philosopher. It's, you know, you kind of just have to, at some point, if you want to get good at philosophy, you just have to sit down and read. Like there just is no replacement. Like AI can't beam into your brain like the nuances of like a specific philosophical debate. You just have to sit down and read it. Slimy Goober, thanks so much for the super chat. Thoughts on priority monism? I'm a big priority monism fan. I think priority monism is good. I think that I don't know. I'm pretty compelled by it. I think that a lot of the quantum physics stuff is like quite good. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
36.
And what religion?
I share religion with that tree. That's as far as theologically I'm willing to go these days.
You share a religion with what?
The tree,
What's the tree?
any tree, just it's to say I share with nature.
Oh, what do we disagree
hmm
on? Do you think God is real?
God is real. God is so real. So, bit of background. I was
Wait, sorry. Before we do the background, I just want to make sure we like substantively disagree. When you say God exists, what do you mean by God?
specifically, I mean a kind of benevolent creation goo thing.
Okay. Why do you believe in some sort of benevolent creation goo thing?
A long journey, but I was born Catholic, so I grew up in Ireland, so we're all Catholic. And then despite the I changed to Protestantism and I was a Sunday school teacher. And then I left all of it and then I went into the neo-pagan community. And because my grandfather had been a priest and then kicked out, and then I grew up around priests and nuns, I saw extremely just bad theological practices. And then I was like, oh God, they don't even get it. They don't even get what God is. And then I was like, what is God? And then God kind of came to me in a way. And I was really scared about this. And I think this can lead a lot of people to psychosis, mental health breakdowns, all that kind of thing. But if we look back at history, like the Beijings, more, not that I agree with the Gnostics that our bodies are bad and things aren't, but I live in Ireland, and where I live is on the foothills of a place called Slieve on Erin. And this is where the Tuatha Danann, dawn being an important word here, we're supposed to have landed. This is in many ancient civilization stories. And they were supposed to bring down this gift of dawn, and that's the gift of creation. But over this time, when I've come back to it, it was like, oh God is real, but it's not like what we've imagined. I guess my theological innovation, which I'm working on now, is so interested to hear you're writing a paper, is that the issue that we have interpreting God is that there is no hierarchy. And I'm glad you brought up physics, because all of my work is based in
Wait,
physics.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Do you have any do you have like evidence or an argument that establishes that there's like some creator?
Yes.
Yeah, what's the evidence?
Well, I've seen the future, which was really weird. And then God showed me their face, which was really weird. And God showed me their face on Canva. I think I'll be able to turn around my camera and show you.
I'm like,
yeah, they're
okay,
big
okay,
planes.
I have the, okay.
Yeah, it's like weird. So, let me see. Can I turn the camera around? Camera. No. So I'll have to like
You
plot,
can.
like, I can? Okay, wait, let me see.
You have to press that and then
they can turn cancel.
I got the cursor where it should be.
Okay.
I'm ready,
Oh,
chat.
clear display, manage feeds.
You wanna press your camera, and then there should be like there should be like two arrows and like a circle.
Camera. Turn off Biddy Bimo's camera. That's all I'm getting. So I'll just turn. I'll turn around. Wait, let me see. Camera.
When it pulls up the camera display.
Yeah, I see now. Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Your camera's okay. Yeah.
There we go.
What the fuck am I looking at?
The face of God, brother. So.
Okay. God,
I'm
I
working
hope
on
it's
this.
not.
So this is kind of I have this theory called Milk OS, Manifest Intention Through Loving Kindness, and basically I was trying to do a brain kind of dump on it. So the basic premise is open mycelial Mehel method. So I put that in the center. Then I had like
Oh wait.
the plata.
Sorry.
Yeah. So 38 years of wasting, or 38 hours of wasting time. So then I went back to researching on the hierarchy delusion, or the hierarchy problem.
Wait. Sorry. I just want to get clear. When I ask for evidence, I don't want to hear like more lore or like more of what you think. I just want to hear like reasons to
Okay,
think
okay,
that God
I'll get you, I'll get
exists,
you, I'm
right? Like
coming,
you're
I'm
you're doing
coming.
all this like post proving God stuff. I don't care about the post proving God stuff. I care about like the proving God stuff.
Okay, so this is the first thing I clicked on when I went back to research. Okay, this is so whimsy. This image,
It's
which
so whimsy.
is
Yeah, I agree. I
it's
bet
super
Dr. Blitz.
whimsy.
I
Okay,
bet Dr. Blitz is here.
so this
And
is
Quantanaut. God, 2 for 1.
so this is on the Wikipedia page, the hierarchy problem. This is the Bose-Higson. It's a makeup of what the Bose.
Bose-Higson.
Yeah, so it's the Bose-Higson on the collider. Now this appears on the hierarchy problem because the issue with this is it kind of upsets the standard model because the standard model built in hierarchy. Now this is just a small little. They look similar because they have 1, 2, 3. This is the eye as such. I did not see this image before. I want to show you another proof really quickly because I know the face of God is something.
Yeah,
Now,
that was the first proof. Wait, what's the
Yeah.
connection between these two things? I just want to make sure I'm tracking.
Oh wait, sorry. This is a
you
new
must
laptop.
be okay. I'm convinced that you're trolling. You must
No,
be trolling.
I'm not. I swear I'm not. So basically, what I'm saying about this is a moment of creation. Therefore, God is creation.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So
and we
I'm
can go.
following along. We got the Bose-Higson, and then what does this have to? So okay.
So this
is
is
this
a
a picture
moment
of
when
the
two
big-
particles collide.
Is this the Big
Yeah?
Bang? Is it a picture of the Big Bang? What is this?
No, it's when the two particles collide in
One
CERN.
sec. I have a friend who's Quantanaut. You've worked with a good number of Bose-Higsons, right? What is
Oh, so many Bose-Higsons.
so? Could you? This is my friend. He actually works for CERN.
Yay!
But
Awesome.
I've worked on CERN projects, but I work on a new collider now.
oh, I see.
Amazing.
Just to be clear. In fact, I have my own little event display up here, just to show you an event display similar to what you're showing yourself.
Amazing, beautiful. I see those.
Mm.
Yeah, and that's a different one that comes out. You see, they're all coming out different ways. Correct.
Yeah, they sure are coming out different ways, aren't
Yeah.
they?
Yeah, that's correct.
Ugh.
So it's really interesting. So what we have here is two things. I look every time they're going different. I love that. But there's usually 1, 2, at least 3 strands typically. But that was already modeled.
Well, okay,
They're
wait.
called
So
tracks.
what conclusion am
called
I supposed to be
tracks.
drawing based on this Sogs-Bigson?
So basically what
It's
you're
actually
seeing,
the Biggs Hogson.
so what you're seeing is a
Nice.
moment
Up
of
top.
creation. So when two
Oh, yeah.
things come together and there's a
Do,
third
do you
thing
know
falls.
what those things are? Do you know what we're actually colliding?
They're two particles colliding.
What kind
and
of
then-
particles?
Oh, they are the smallest of the small ones.
The smallest of the small. Actually, that's just not true. They're smaller.
Oh, they're small. Well, they're smaller than the smallest of the small. Sorry, I forgot the smallest bit of the smallest of the small. I'm a broad strokes
we don't
kinda
go
girl.
the smallest
I'm a
of the
broad-
smalls. We just do pretty small.
I grant that.
Here's a hint. It's in the name of the collider. It's in the name.
Wait. CERN Collider.
The LHC. What do you think that stands for?
LHC.
Large
Hydrogen
did you-
Collider. It's on
Yeah,
my
it's
screen.
the Large
I just read
Hydrogen
it.
Collider. That's the smallest one. Is hydrogen.
Thank you.
It's the
Well,
smallest subatomic
Oh,
no,
this
particle.
is
quartz.
painful.
Quartz are smaller than hydrogen.
They
What-
sure are. You said one correct thing. Good job. I'm proud
Well,
of you.
no, these pictures correlate. Now, their
They
correlation...
do. It's just like intuitively. What's the Ethan Muse quote? The inference is intuitively impeccable. It's an impeccable
Excellent.
inference.
So, we'll go to my set. So, I know
It's
the
just
face
like
of God-
intuitively obvious that this is the same picture as what you have drawn.
No, it's just like it's
Yeah.
broad, it's whimsy cute. But here we go for another one.
Yeah.
Just another little whimsy of there's something else going on. This is 2003. And I'm writing a little witch oath to myself, still a witch. But after you write your witch's oath, which is I swear to use my powers not to harm or hurt anyone, not for my own personal gain. So I can learn more. You start your committee, right? As a 12-year-old. Now over here, what I write is, this is obviously a mistake. So I've crossed out. I go, E dot editor equals me. It's just like it's such a little shorthand thing.
Mm.
Okay, very. Now, this company didn't exist, but my first job in 2016 is editing the E dot fund investment memorandum.
Ah.
Whimsy, small. I have a lot more of them. I call them palms or proof of magic. But the interpretation then of God, if we go back to Genesis, okay,
Yeah.
and you know,
Is letting her talk mean? I feel like this is mean.
Yeah.
why?
You're having
You know,
like a
my dad was a physicist. My ex-partner was an astrophysicist. I am quoted in a PhD physics thing on artificial life.
Not a
It's
physics
not,
thing.
but I talk
PhD
really.
physicist's restraining order.
Yeah, well, at times, no, they come to me. I don't go to them. It's because I am the anomaly. Well, an anomaly. We're all anomalies, really. But no, I'm saying this in a genuine kind
Biddy,
of fashion.
Biddy, can
If
I
we
tell
go
you
back-
something genuine from the
Okay.
bottom of my heart?
Yes,
I think you might be having like a psychotic episode.
that's okay. I'm not, but what I'm trying to.
I think
help-
You see a
In fact-
professional.
I think, okay, I don't know. I feel less and less comfortable
Yeah.
going on with this, but you should, I don't know how to break through to people, but listen, for yourself, you should get help.
So colliders are cool.
They are.
I'll hop down now.
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
I don't know. It was bizarre. But anyway, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. You can also be a deist. That would be fine too. That will go to the very next guest. You at the very least need to believe that there's sort of mind that created the universe. What's up? How's it going, self-defense guru? Self-defense guru? Are you there? Maybe not. Hey, how's it going?
What's going on, man?
Yep. How old are you?
25.
Yep. What religion?
Christian.
Yeah. What makes you think? Ooh, fuck. What makes you think God exists?
What makes me think God exists? Well, I believe that every contingent thing that exists has a sufficient reason. So when it comes to the universe, I only see that there must be a God that produces this universe, right?
So
What would your objection be to that?
So let's get clear on something. So contingency means one of two things. So some people take contingency to mean something that is possible but not necessary, something that could have been otherwise. Some people take contingency to mean something like dependency, like an ontological dependency. Which one do you mean?
Yeah, like some sort of dependency.
I'm not sure why I would think that the universe is dependent.
Yeah, well, everything in the universe, we know that it is contingent, right? Which
Why
make
would I
up the
think that
universe.
time is contingent? Why would I think space is contingent? Why would I think energy is contingent?
Well, is it necessary?
Yeah. What would
Why?
stop me
Prove
from
it. Prove
saying
why it's
yes?
necessary. Prove why it's necessary.
What would stop me from saying yes? Like, why would you assume that it's contingent? That's your burden.
Wait, so you believe in brute facts?
Did I say that?
I'm asking you a question.
Did I say that?
I'm asking you a question.
I think atheism is compatible with brute facts. I think atheism is compatible. Well, in fact, I think that, if you think that there's going to be like some sort of independent being, then I think you would say that that's brute. So, yeah, if you think that there's like an infinite chain of dependencies, then you would say, no, there are no brute facts. But if you think that there's like an independent being, then you would say that, yes, there is brute facts. Also, I don't know if you're aware of this, but dependency is typically a relation between entities. Between like
No, I'm
things.
just saying, when I take contingency, I'm talking about something that could have failed to exist.
So something that could have been otherwise. is
Yeah,
what
so
you
what's your
mean.
evidence? What's your evidence
Wait,
that
so
the
to be
universe...
clear, then you've just switched the definition. I asked you earlier, do you mean something that could have been otherwise that's possible but not necessary?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay, so when you said no, a dependent thing, you meant the exact opposite?
Mhm.
Okay, well, this argument is self-defeating
How? Tell me.
because it erases any contingencies from existing in the first place. If you have something
No,
that's necessary and
that doesn't
that
follow, but go ahead.
sufficiently explains some sort of other thing, then the other thing is just also necessary.
Nope, that's not true.
This is like a basic modal
So
logic
you're saying that it
inference
falls. So you're
rule.
saying it falls apart. You're saying it falls apart.
Let me help
when
you
it
with
gets to God,
that.
right?
So
You're saying it falls apart when it gets to God.
necessarily P, necessarily, if P then Q, therefore necessarily Q.
Yeah, this is an easy
Would you
to
agree or
refute. So
disagree with that?
I disagree with premise 2, obviously.
Okay, so then it's a contingency. If P then Q is contingent, so it's not a sufficient explanation.
That doesn't follow.
So it is a sufficient explanation, but it's contingent. It could have been otherwise. It doesn't necessarily. So if P then Q, but not necessarily.
Yeah, it didn't have to
if
be.
P
It
then
didn't have
Q.
to. It didn't
So
have
then
to
even
be.
that would
It
need
didn't
an
have to be, but we know the reason.
Sure.
Excuse me.
Then the
So it didn't
explanatory
have to be,
connection
but we
would
know
need
the
to be
sufficient reason why it is.
contingent.
So you're
So
just coping.
then that itself would need an explanation.
Yeah, we have the explanation, but you're saying that it's necessary for God to create. That's your argument. Your argument is basically a modal collapse.
I didn't
I'm
say
very
that.
familiar with it.
That's not really what I said. But I mean, that is a
it's
great
what-
question,
it's
right? Do
what
you think
it's what
that
you're
God's
arguing, though.
will?
It's
do you think
literally what you're
God's,
arguing.
whoa,
You didn't
let's
say it
just
verbatim,
calm
but
down
that's
there.
what it's called.
There's seriously no need to get upset.
No,
Is
so
God's will necessary or contingent?
God's will,
Yeah.
obviously, it's necessary for God to have a will.
No, but is his willing this specific universe necessary or contingent?
It's what do you mean? Is it necessary or contingent?
You're saying that like you don't know what the words mean. You're literally running the contingency argument. Is God's will to create this specific universe necessary or contingent?
It's not necessary.
So it's contingent. So then it has an explanation.
God freely chose to do it. It's not necessary for
So
him
what's
to
the
create.
explanation for what explains God's willing to create this specific universe?
His nature.
His nature, is his nature
Yeah.
necessary or contingent?
His nature is necessary.
Sure. So he has this necessary nature. This necessary nature is sufficient. So in all possible worlds, God has this nature. And if God has this nature, then it follows that he's going to will to create this specific universe. So in all possible worlds, God is going to will to create this specific universe.
Yeah, that would just be like the modal collapse argument, which I already
So
told
then,
you it doesn't
to
follow.
be clear, then you would agree that in all possible worlds, God wills to create this universe.
So I don't like when you say possible worlds, like what do you mean by that?
Just a maximally consistent proposition.
Yeah, so again, God's nature being necessary is the sufficient reason to why we know why the universe is created. But all you're saying is that
Brutal. Yeah, that's like the
all you're
exact
saying is that it's
problem.
necessary for God to create, which doesn't follow.
It does
Even
follow.
you fail to prove that.
Yeah, I mean, if you have, so would you agree? Tell me when you get off the bus here. So, God's nature exists in all possible worlds. If God's nature is this way, then God will to create this specific universe because that's the sufficient explanation for God willing to create this specific universe.
Wait, repeat that again. Sorry?
Therefore, yeah, if God's nature is this specific way and God's nature is sufficient for him willing to create this specific universe,
Yeah.
then in all possible worlds, the inference is going to follow that God has this nature. If God has this nature, then God wills to create this specific universe. Therefore, in all possible worlds, God is going to create this specific universe.
Well, first of all, I reject the notion of all possible worlds. I believe that this is the result of God creating. I don't believe that there's like better worlds that God could have created.
What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't say that there are better worlds. We're
You're
talking
saying all
about
possible worlds.
possibility.
Yeah, and
Are you like getting your talking points?
You're
Are you
conflating
reading
it.
like half of what somebody sent you on like a Discord message?
Nah, that's real funny. But you're conflating God's will to create with the sufficient reason for creating. So again, you still haven't like disproved
So
anything.
you're saying
You're
that
just
God's
saying a bunch of
nature,
stuff that you
do
read
you
online.
agree or disagree that God's nature is sufficient for him willing to create this specific world?
Say that again, sorry.
Is God's nature sufficient for him willing to create this specific world?
Yeah, 100%. I've
Yeah, 100%.
consistently
So
saying
then
that.
in all configurations of reality, it's going to be the case that God has this nature. And if God has this nature, then he's going to will this specific world. Therefore, in all possible configurations of reality, it's going to be true that God wills to create this specific world.
Yeah, God willing to create this specific world doesn't necessitate him creating this specific world. I'm still
So
trying
God
to figure out where the
fails to
argument is for
execute
that.
his will?
No, but I'm saying that God
Okay,
freely
so in all
chooses to do
possible
that. God has
worlds,
free will,
in all
right?
possible worlds,
So
God wills to create this
still waiting for the
specific
argument,
world.
but go ahead.
And then, if God wills something, then necessarily that thing happens. Otherwise, he wouldn't be all powerful. So then in all possible worlds, this
Yeah, but
specific world gets
God's
created
will
by
is
God.
free.
So
It's
then this
freely.
world is necessary.
Yeah, but God freely chose for this world
That's
to
a
be. Well,
contradiction.
it's not a
You said that
contradiction.
his will is necessary, or we got you to concede that his will
No, I
is
said his nature
necessary.
is. I said his nature
Yeah,
is
and his nature
necessary. I
is
never said
sufficient
his
for
will to
his
create is
will.
not.
Therefore, his
I
will is
fully said his
necessary.
will. Excuse me. I fully said his will to create this world was not necessitated. Like he was not
Yeah, so
necessitated
then
to
you're saying
create.
that the connection between
He freely
God
chose to
having the
create.
nature that he
Okay,
does and the
you
will that he
understand now?
does is contingent. Is that correct?
The will that he does is contingent. What do you mean by that?
That's, he heard like half the sentence. Okay, I'll type this out for you. Okay, so you're saying that necessarily God has the nature that he does.
Yeah, this world is contingent upon God for sure. It's not necessary.
Okay, but then you
I
want to
don't see
say,
like where the argument is though.
you want to say for two, you're saying contingently, if God has the nature that he does, then God wills this specific universe
I don't
as
think
the
I
one
said
to
that.
create. So is it necessary?
God's nature. I said okay. So again, you're conflating.
So you
God's
disagree that it's
nature. God's
contingent. So
nature
is
is
it that's
necessary.
the infinity blunder. You just
God's
fucked up.
nature is
You
necessary.
completely just shot the argument. Like you executed
God's
your very own
God's nature
argument.
is
So wait,
necessary.
you rejected two. Well, then if it's not contingent, but it did happen, then it's necessary. And then it just follows that necessarily God wills this specific universe.
No, that's not necessary. Again,
So wait, which premise do you reject here? You rejected that this is contingent. So it's necessary.
the issue with premise 2 is you said if God has the nature that he does, then God wills this specific universe. That doesn't follow. God's nature
What I
is
said is
necessary.
that
God willing
contingently,
to
and you
create this
rejected
specific.
contingently.
Excuse me. I know you're getting
Oh
upset.
God,
Just calm down.
he is
Okay?
so mad, dude. He's getting
So
like fried. This is all he
can I
has.
finish? Can I
Yeah.
finish or like okay? So again, God creating this specific universe is not necessary. God's nature is necessary. You're
So it's
conflating the
contingent?
two. Where's the argument?
So it's contingent?
Can you repeat what I said?
Yeah, you're saying that God's nature is necessary, that I'm willing to create this specific universe is not necessary. Can you repeat back what my question was that I asked you after that?
Go ahead, because it had like
Oh
nothing to do
no.
with what I
He
said.
tried to like rhetoric check me, like repeat back to me what I just said, check me, and then I'm able to repeat back what he said, but he can't repeat back what I said.
Yeah, because what you said
Brutal
doesn't even
backfire.
correlate to my answer.
Okay, so
You're just
the
switching. You're just
question is,
re-asking
so
the
if
same
it's not
question.
necessary, is it contingent?
What
Is it contingent if it's not necessary?
is what contingent?
The connection between God's nature, that if God has the nature that he does, then he wills this specific universe as the one to create. Is the connection between these things necessary or contingent?
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you for like the 5th time. God's nature is necessary. His will to create this
Yes.
universe is contingent.
Yes.
It's not. It's
But
not
is the
it's not
connection between
necessitated. Okay,
them?
do
Is
you
the
understand
connection
that
between
now?
the nature?
'Cause you
You
keep
said the
asking me the
nature
same
is
question,
the
dude. Where-
sufficient
where is the-
explanation for the will, but is the connection between the nature and the will, is that necessary or is that contingent?
The connection between the nature and the will.
Yeah, is that necessary or
So
contingent?
it's so based off of God's nature, he
Is
freely
it
chooses to
necessary
create.
or
So it's
I just
not
want to hear, is it
again, it's
necessary or
not
is it
for the
contingent? Which
for
one?
the 17th time, it's not necessary.
So
The
it's
only thing that's
contingent.
necessary is God's nature.
Just say that
Okay?
it's contingent.
I told you for like how many times, guys? I think we gotta count it in the chat.
Is
We
it
gotta keep counting it in
necessary
the
or
chat.
is it
This
contingent?
dude
Just
is like
answer the
malfunctioning.
question.
Did you take
Well,
vitamins
maybe if
today?
you try to pivot to rhetoric and pivot to insults, nobody will realize that you're not
Taking
actually answering
vitamins
the
is an insult?
question, you know? Just give the answer. Is it necessary or is it contingent?
Again, this specific universe being created is contingent.
That's the sound
That's
of this
like,
guy
I
getting
don't even know
fucking
how much
fried,
times I've
dude.
told you this
Like
now.
genuinely boiled in oil.
I just answered you again for like the
Is
20th
the
time.
answer necessary or contingent?
It's contingent.
Oh, it's okay. It's contingent. So contingently, if God has the nature that he does, then God wills this specific universe as the one to create. So then, but then
That's not what I
you
said.
hold, you said it was contingent.
Yeah, this specific universe being created.
Yeah.
It's not
So it's,
necessitated.
so it's,
It didn't have to.
it's
It didn't have to be
contingent.
created.
Oh no. Are you able to read? Are you like illiterate?
You're just not writing down
Can
what I'm
you
actually
tell me what
responding
the
with. You're just
highlighted
trying to use
word
your script and it's not
says?
working for you and you're embarrassing yourself.
What does the highlighted word say?
It says contingently. But
Sure,
what did
so
I
it
say that
doesn't say
towards?
necessarily.
What did I say that towards though?
Yeah, you said that it's not necessitation, and I'm saying it doesn't say necessitation, it says contingency.
Yeah, I understand, but what did I say was contingent?
You were saying that his will to create is contingent.
Yeah, his will to create the universe. It
So then
didn't
you
have to
agree
be
with
this. It
two.
didn't have to be the case that he created.
So
It's
do
not
you agree with two or
necessitated.
do you disagree with
I've
two?
told you this about 45 times now.
But do you agree with two or do you disagree with two when it's contingent? It's stipulated that contingently, if God has the nature that he
I already
does,
told
then
you
God
why I
wills the
disagree with
creation of this
two.
specific. Are you capable of answering?
So-
Okay, here's what I'll do. I'll just type the question out and then we'll get the dodge counter going.
Okay. Do you want me to
Do
tell you why I
you-
disagree with number two again for like the 10th time?
Okay, so you disagree. So we'll type out what you disagree with. Disagrees that contingently, if God has the nature that he does, then God wills to create this specific universe.
I don't know why you're saying if God has the nature that he does.
You
That's
disagree
already
that
like a necessity.
necessarily,
That's
if
already a
God has
necessity.
the
Like, you're
nature
literally embarrassing yourself.
that he does, then
The only
God
people rooting
wills
for you are your little atheist
to
friends who are
create
coping. They
this
don't even know
specific
like, what
universe.
you're talking about.
Oh no, and then we just added premise 3 in that every fact is either necessary, contingent, or impossible. Therefore, it is impossible that if God has the nature that he does, then God wills to create this specific universe. So you just conceded the non-existence of God because this universe existed. That was the infinity blunder, big dog. You just conceded the
No,
impossibility
because God's
of God
nature is
creating
nec-
this
is a
specific universe
necessity.
because you deny that God creating this specific universe with his nature is contingent. You deny that it's necessary, but every fact is either going to be necessary, contingent, or
again, you're-
impossible.
dude.
So if it's not necessary or
Dude,
contingent,
do
it
you
must
like
be
do you like
impossible.
just inflating God's nature
Totally
with
fucking
his will?
boiled, dude. Like genuinely
so
cooked alive.
can I-
That's
can I
like
speak, or are you just
horribly.
gonna monologue?
Yeah. How would you like to cope?
Are you
In
just-
fact,
are you just gonna monologue?
actually, what you can do, you can
Are you
tell
just
me
gonna
which
monologue?
premise you disagree with.
Yeah, so I'll tell you which premise I disagree with for like the 25th time. I don't know who's keeping count, but anyways.
In this argument, by the way, the one
First
that's
of
up
all,
here.
first of all, the
Okay,
thing that you're doing,
just a
right,
number
is,
of the
again,
premise, right? So I'll write
can I
down the
speak?
answer
Can I
to the
speak?
question. What
So I
is the
can't speak,
number premise
See how he doesn't let me speak.
you
He's
disagree
embarrassing
with?
himself.
Yep, go
He's
for it.
literally
Yeah, yeah.
embarrassing
So
himself.
just go ahead and answer that question that's typed up on screen.
Yeah. So again, premise 2 and premise 1, right? So guys, the issue is he's conflating God's will with God's nature and what is necessitated and what is contingent. This creation is not necessitated. It's a free choice that God chose to do based off of his goodness through his nature, okay? So God willing to create the universe was not necessitated. Okay, so I already answered him that like over 50 times.
So let's get
Okay,
clear. So
God's
you're saying
nature.
that you
Hold on, I'm not
disagree
done
with
speaking.
premise
Excuse
one
me.
and premise
Hello,
two
excuse me. Can you
here.
have
So you
some
disagree with
decorum?
like the highlighted
Can you
ones
have some
because that's a
decorum?
contradiction.
Can you have some
Everything.
decorum?
So wait, sorry. If you disagree that it's
Can you have some
contingent
decorum?
and you disagree that it's necessary, then you need to accept that it's impossible. But if you're saying that you think that it is contingent and necessary, well, that's just a contradiction.
Yeah, so again, can you have some decorum so I can finish my response?
Go for it.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So again, guys, chat. All he's doing is conflating nature and will. He doesn't seem to realize that God's nature is necessary, right? He keeps conflating God's nature with God's will and him choosing freely, which I kept telling him it's a free choice. God freely chose to create. Why? The sufficient reason? We have that reason. It's based off of his nature, which is necessary. It doesn't follow that he had to create if he freely chose to do it.
So you disagree
Yeah,
with
we
premise
haven't, we
one and
haven't,
premise
we
two
haven't,
here?
I'm
Is that
still waiting
correct?
for an argument. I'm still waiting for an
Yeah,
argument.
the argument's on screen. It's right there in front of you. That what you've committed yourself to saying that it
Yeah,
is
that's just a
impossible
false
that if God
syllogism.
has.
That's just a garbage syllogism that I refuted like over 100 times already.
So which you disagree with premise one and premise two here?
Yeah, I already told
Can
you.
a
You're
can a
wrong.
necessary fact be a contingent fact? So I'll take the
Can a
negation of
necessary
I'll
fact be
take
a
the negation of
contingent
premise
fact?
one and premise two. So you disagree with premise one and premise two. So let's get the negation of these. It is a contingent fact that if God has the nature that he does, then God wills to create this specific universe. And it is a
Yeah, you're
necessary
still
fact
conflating nature and will.
that if God has the specific nature that he does, that God wills the specific universe, you've affirmed a
Yeah, you're still
contradiction.
conflating. You're still
You've
conflating nature
affirmed
and
a
will, man. Honestly,
contradiction.
these arguments are
Wait,
trash.
you're
Bro.
contradicting
You
yourself
gotta
at this
read some
point.
more.
Wait, sorry, quick
You gotta
question.
read some more,
Can
bro.
a
I don't know
contingent
what to tell
fact
you.
be a necessary fact? Before you sprint away, can a contingent fact be a necessary fact?
No.
Okay, so then you agree that you actually can't coherently reject both one and two. So you disagree when
Yeah,
you said
but I
that you reject.
reject you. I
You said that
reject you.
you
I
reject
reject.
premise
Yeah,
one
but
and
in
premise
both
two. You were
premises,
like just dead wrong about that.
in
Is that
both,
correct?
yeah, because in both
Okay, so
premises, you're
then we
conflating
agree then
nature.
that your answer
Can I
was
respond, dude?
incorrect. So let's get try number
Dude, can you
two
like
to
chill?
the answer to the question.
You like chill,
Which
bro?
premise do you disagree
You
with?
take like a chill. You take like a chill pill.
Yeah.
So anyway, so
So
you're
in the
conflating in
syllogism, premise
premise
one, it is
okay,
not a
so can
contingent
you
fact
take a
that if
chill
God
pill?
has the nature that he does, then God
Can
wills
you
to
just
create
breathe
this
for a
specific
second?
universe. Premise two, it is not a necessary fact that if God has the nature that he does, that he wills to create this specific universe. Premise three, every fact is either necessary, contingent, or impossible. Thus, the conclusion it is impossible that if God has the specific nature that he does, then God wills to create this specific universe. Which premise do you disagree with?
Yeah, I disagree when you're conflating the part that you say that if God has the nature that he does, then God wills to create this specific universe. Again, that doesn't follow. I don't know how much more times they need to tell you, but I'm actually getting kind of bored of repeating myself. This is not moving me at all.
So do you disagree with premise one, two, or three?
I think we've lost the objective up here.
Do you disagree with premise one, two, or three? The disproof for God is literally on the screen.
I disagree
You
everywhere
got
where you conflate
genuinely
nature and will.
dissected. You conceded the non-existence of God. It is on the
Yeah, all right,
screen.
man.
It's
All right, man.
syllogized in front
Talk
of
to the
you.
brick wall.
Which premise do you disagree with before you sprint away? Oh, and then he ran. Of course he ran. God, I fucking love debating LARPs, dude. It's so much fun. And it's so easy too, because they just don't know anything. Like you just genuinely beat the fuck out of them. They get like totally bodied. Man, I'm like bloodlusted right now. I made a good choice. All right. LARP, 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 Sahur. Whoa, what the heck? Josiah, thanks so much for the super chat. Isn't a finely tuned state of affairs in contention with an ultimate mind? A narrower range of life permitting constants contradicts a God who can create life with any set of constants. I think so. I think what the fine tuning proponent wants to say to electrons and love, I think like the good response to electrons and love is saying, listen, that does lower the strength of fine tuning, but this would be like if Made by God with Love was written in the stars in like Swahili, where it's like, okay, it's kind of strange that it's written in Swahili, but I mean, it's still like decisive evidence, even if there's like an outstanding question of like, okay, well, why would God do that? Oh wait, is your question something like yeah, well, I think I probably agree with that it doesn't really make sense to say that it's finely tuned. It's not finely tuned in the God view, in the sense that God could have had life in anything. Dave Godery, thanks so much for the super chat. Drugs are bad, okay? True. Pecho, thank you so much for the super chat. I will never, ever get tired of the extended Ian Grimace. Yep, I love giving extended Ian Grimaces. Let's get a big W for Pecho, by the way. I appreciate the Venmo. TikTok takes 50%, YouTube takes 30%, but I get 100% of the Venmos, so I really appreciate that. Thank you. Zach M, thank you so much. How do you reconcile human psychology being illogical with philosophy and logical structure? I think that human psychology is illogical when we're making very quick snap judgments. I think that you need to sit with problems for a while, and that will allow you to root out all of the illogic. All right, let's go to the very next guest. Hey, how's it going? Are you Kabanchi? Are you there? Kabanchi? I'm rattling around like a marble. All right, we'll see. Will we get one? Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good. Yourself?
Doing well. How old are you?
34.
And what religion?
Muslim.
Yep, what makes you think God exists?
I think he exists because we're here for a reason.
Oh, why would I grant that?
I mean, what makes you think that we have the ability and just to kind of imagine what God looks like or where he could be or any of that?
Because we have an imagination, right? We evolved to be able to imagine things. It's good for like tool making, and it's good for, being able to like strategize.
That is true. That's how you imagine that he doesn't exist.
Okay.
So
I agree. Like that was a cool fact.
And there's arguments that we
Based.
just don't have the ability to imagine how he looks like, where he is. There's reasons
Where
we're
is he?
here. We don't have that ability to understand.
Do you understand that like imagination is like a separate enterprise from reality?
But this is reality. I'm not imagining. I'm
Okay. What's the evidence that God exists?
I mean, to begin with, there's books, there's religions. I mean, you can argue this religion, that religion, but there's evidence from previous historic humans that lived before us. that wrote books for you or words of God.
Why would I believe any of the books? Why wouldn't I just think that it's like mythology?
You don't have to believe it, but
But
I mean,
what's the evidence that the books are reliable and not just mythology? You know I don't have to believe it, but why should I believe it? What's the justification for believing it?
I can tell you what is imagination. Imagination is creating a picture of God and saying that's how God looks like.
What the fuck
Or
are you talking about? I just want the evidence.
what do you mean by evidence?
Yeah, just like something that raises the likelihood that God exists. Maybe you want to talk about like the fine tuning data, that's evidence for God, or maybe you want to talk about, oh, everything is just so well ordered or something like that. That would be evidence for God.
Yeah, I mean the complicity of creation, how everything's created, nothing is random.
Nothing's
I mean,
random.
yeah,
Is cancer random?
no,
Oh, did God design cancer?
yes, I mean it's part of your body. Cancer itself, your body doesn't think it's doing anything wrong.
Is God all good?
What do you mean it's got all good?
I don't know. Like, do you think God is like perfectly just?
I think so. I mean, there's things you might not like. I mean, in life, but
Is cancer perfectly just?
no, there's worse thing than cancer. I mean,
Okay,
you
so
can
God
be the
designed
healthiest
things in a
person.
way
You
that's
can you can be
not.
the healthiest person and just go do drugs and kill yourself. It's free will.
Okay, so to be clear, then God designed things in an unjust way.
God created things, and everyone has free will.
But did God design cancer in a just way or an unjust way?
It's nature. It's your body
Is
reacting
nature
to.
just or is nature unjust?
It's just.
It's okay, sure. So is cancer just or is cancer unjust?
It is just. I mean, it's something we don't like,
What the
but
fuck? So if you had the opportunity to get rid of cancer, would you do it?
oh yeah, definitely. Cure
Why?
it.
You'd want an injustice? You'd bring an injustice?
No, just kind of beaten cancer. It's knowledge that humans discovered how. I mean, there's a lot of diseases before that we couldn't figure out a way to solve it, and now we can. I mean,
Do you think cancer
that's
is loving?
no, it's not nothing, of course.
Is God perfectly
I mean,
loving?
not if you lose someone you love by cancer. I mean, how can you love something like that?
Is God loving?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think that God created in a perfectly loving way?
Created us or created himself or
Created in general. Did God create in general in like a perfectly loving way?
No, so God didn't create all humans at once. If you
I didn't say that. I'm just saying like when God created like the timeline, when God started to create, when he designed everything, did he do so in like a perfectly loving way?
for my knowledge, yeah, yes.
Okay. So is cancer perfectly loving?
Like I said, cancer itself is just nature. It's your body reacting to different.
But God designed nature. Did God design nature in a perfectly loving way?
I mean, you're not gonna live forever. If
Yeah.
that's where you're going for.
But is it perfectly loving is nature perfectly loving?
No, no.
Okay, so God designed nature in a perfectly loving way, but nature is not perfectly loving?
Well, you can't just mix both together like that. I mean, God designed nature, how it's like how we're supposed to live in it. Is that what you're saying? I mean, we're not the first creatures on Earth or this universe.
No, I'm aware of that, but I'm just trying to get clear. So God designed nature in a perfectly loving way, but nature is not perfectly loving.
You're talking, but yeah, but you're circling around cancer like it's the only thing that can kill you, where you have free will and you can kill yourself at any second.
Wait, I just want to get, I agree lots of things can kill you. I'm just trying to get clear. How could it be the case that God, an all-powerful being, designed nature in a perfectly loving way, but nature is not perfectly loving?
I mean, because everyone has free will, and you can do anything. You can. I mean, you can create an earthquake right now. Like, let's say two
Nuh-uh.
nations go to war. You can mess with nature in the cloud seeding, for example. Isn't that messing with nature?
Cloud seeding, maybe. I don't think that's earthquakes.
I'm
I
just
mean, I
saying,
agree. Like maybe like an oil company can cause earthquakes. I can't cause earthquakes.
humans can.
Oh, I mean, I agree that we probably cause like some earthquakes, but
Yeah, but,
I mean,
don't blame
why
anything
would God
that's
make it such that we can cause that?
because we have a brain, free will,
Why? Why would God give us that power
because of
to cause
because
earthquakes specifically?
for my religion, I mean, in Islam, we believe in Adam and Eve, and they were both in heaven before, and Adam ate from the tree, and then he gave him free will in earth. And that's everyone that came after Adam, just have free will. Then you
I
get
thought that
judged.
this was the. I thought this was like the Christian story.
No,
Does I
that's
know Adam and Eve are there, but does it say that everything was perfect before?
but this is the Abrahamic religions, the three
Oh
religions.
no, you're not drawing on the Bible, are you? As a Muslim?
No, the Muslim believe that. Muslims
Okay,
believe that.
maybe that could be true. Sure, that's fine. But I mean, what about all the evidence that would indicate that all these things existed before? Like, you know, the evidence that cancer existed prior. You know, we have dinosaur bones that have cancer on them.
Do they have cells?
Yeah.
That's probably why.
Okay, sure. So there was cancer before the fall of man.
Yep. So it's not specifically for humans. I mean, dogs.
Yeah, but why would God design it at all? Why not get rid of it?
It's just because it's part of your body. That's how your body operates. I mean, it can get rid of a lot of things.
But why would God make it that way is the question.
Okay, so it could be as easy once we figure out a cure. It could be as easy, for example, taking 2 Tylenols and getting
Why
rid
would he
of.
make it in the first place is the question.
I mean, you just that's what I'm saying. You're not expected to live forever. If age and
We can
health,
agree that it's like pretty bad when like a 6-year-old dies of cancer, right?
oh yeah, definitely.
It wouldn't, and if the 6-year-old didn't die of cancer, wouldn't he die of old age eventually?
Eventually, yep.
So I mean, our cells, what leads to us dying of old age, is something that relates to like our cells architecture. That there's like a ticking time bomb in our cellular replication. That every time your cells replicate, in order to preserve replication and to prevent errors in replication, we have these things called telomeres, and they get shorter each time replication takes place. But okay, here's kind of the problem. When your telomeres get too short, you can no longer replicate properly, and then your organs start to fail. So even if cancer didn't exist, even if none of these other types of death existed, we would still eventually die because our telomeres would get too short.
Right.
Why wouldn't God just make it like that?
Just
We would still all die.
so you want like a perfect world where there's no disease, there's no illness, you just live
Yeah, why
from
not?
day one to
Yeah, you just live until like 80 years and then you die. That's way more just than, you know, some people die at 6 years old of cancer.
do you have an age, specific age you want to live to?
I don't know, like 80. 80 is fine.
So from day one to 80, so 80 years old.
Yep.
That's where you
If everyone got 80 years, that would be way more just than if people died at 6 years old.
Okay, okay. Let's say that happens. Okay, what makes you think you're gonna live in the perfect world? Well, there might be different problems then.
There totally might be, but why wouldn't God make a better
we don't know
world?
about because it's not like what was that?
But God could have made a better world.
But how do
So
you know?
God didn't make the best world.
But how do you know? How do you know what's
Would the
best?
world have been better without cancer?
It would, but there might be
Then
different.
God
things.
didn't make the best world.
But how do you know what's the best world? I mean, you're
Because
just
the world would be a better place without
okay.
cancer.
Okay, there's always a better car than mine, right?
Do you think God
But I
made the
know-
best
but I know
world
it
that he could
exists.
have?
But here's the thing: I know that car exists. I can see it. I can see videos, and I can prove that there's a better car than mine. But how do you know there's a better world than here?
Would the world be a better place without cancer?
Oh, definitely.
Yep, the world would be better without cancer.
I think the world will be better without religion.
Including Islam.
I'm not saying a specific religion. Just believe in God. was the goal. It all leads to believing God.
Ro, be the change you want to see in the world.
I mean, that's the goal.
So you're an atheist?
No. Is there any religion that tell you to go harm people?
That tells you to go harm people? Yeah, lots of them.
What? What religion is that?
Like Christianity, Islam.
It
I bet
tells you to go
Judaism
harm
too. Like you're going to be able to find
As far as
sects
I know-
of religious
as far as I
people that
know,
are doing
religion-
violence on behalf of their religion. Like,
Yeah, I understand that. But as far as I know, every religion leads to one goal: believe in God.
okay.
We're not
So-
pagans. I don't believe in a son, a father, and a mother. I believe in God.
Sure. But do you think that the world would be a better place without religion? Does that include your religion?
That all religions
Okay, so the
Hey.
world would be a better place without Islam.
believe in God. Believe in one goal. The goal that God sent the prophets for. Believe in that. That's what
I'm just trying to get clear. Would it be better without Islam?
Well, I'm not naming a specific religion. I'm saying achieving the goal of the word of God, that there is one God, that there is God. He exists. There's a lot of fights in history. It's all because of religion. It's just recent where it's because of oil and power and money. Before it was just religion purposes.
So I guess
you're
like
looking
get
for
back
a
on
perfect
track.
world, huh?
So here's the problem. The world would be a better place without cancer. If the world would be a better place without cancer, then this world is not the best possible world. If this world is not the best possible world, then God did not create the best possible world. Would you agree with that? That God did not create the best possible world?
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. But here's
Okay,
one thing.
sure. So
So here's one thing.
if God is all
about-
good, all powerful, and all knowing, then God always does his best. In fact, let's simplify that. If God is perfect, then God always does his best. God did not create the best possible world.
No, he did. He did.
So he did create the best possible world.
It's called heaven.
I'm talking about this one.
But you're asking for heaven.
Do we live in the best possible timeline?
No, but we know there is one.
Did
that
God
exists.
create the best possible timeline?
What do you mean by timeline?
Yeah, just like the
you
series
think
of
we're
events.
not
You know, God
right?
foresees exactly what's going to happen if he creates any world. Did God create the best possible timeline?
You want to live by you want to live in a dinosaur's time?
That was just a yes or no question. Did God create the best possible timeline?
I believe so. I mean, it could have been worse. I mean,
Okay.
living next to a dinosaur or something.
So would the timeline have been better if the Holocaust didn't happen?
Yeah.
Then it's not the best possible timeline.
I mean, that's the way you look at it. I mean, it could be worse. It's not the worst possible timeline either.
You said God created the best possible timeline, but there are better possible
As
timelines.
far as we know. I mean, we know there's better times coming.
How are we going to reconcile this contradiction?
What do you mean? But so you're
You
looking
think
for-
God created the best possible timeline, but there are better
You-
timelines, so it's not the
but
best
you-
possible timeline.
I understand, but for you to believe in God, you need everything to be perfect around you, not just you.
I just want like some sort of like addressing of the contradiction. We have to
I believe
resolve
in the world-
this.
I believe in the world you're imagining. I call it heaven.
I'm asking about the best possible timeline. You think that God created the best possible timeline, but
I mean,
also he didn't create the best possible timeline.
maybe we don't live to see it. I don't know.
I'm talking about the entire timeline.
The entire timeline.
Yeah. Did God create the best possible timeline?
But that's why you have free will. When you say a Holocaust, that's us. That's not. I mean,
Okay. Did God create the best possible timeline?
as far as I know.
Okay. Would the timeline be better without the Holocaust?
I mean, sure, yeah.
So then there's a better timeline, a better possible timeline?
Like when could it be? Before humans existed? I mean,
Just like a
it's all,
series of events. Like there's a better possible series of events.
but yeah, I mean that's something we created. We did, humans.
Okay, then God's not the creator of all things.
He is the creator, but
Did
that's
God create the
free will.
timeline?
It's not free will. Yeah.
Okay, and he created the best possible timeline.
You think the timeline was when two cells and kind of the
Is there a
evolution?
reason why you're, I don't know, like, do you not see the contradiction, or
No, I see where you're going. Where you're going here, but
we need like some sort of like one of these things needs to give.
like what?
So God made the best possible timeline, but it's not the best possible timeline.
Not the best things that happen in it. I mean, that's where you're going. I mean, I'm not saying it's perfect.
Do we live in the
Because-
best possible timeline?
I mean, how am I supposed to know what would have happened if we lived before?
If God exists, did he create the best possible timeline?
I just don't get your question, to be honest.
Okay. Well, hey, thanks so much for coming on up. I'm moving on to the next one. Oop, what? The Ian Cole, thanks so much for super chat. I consider myself a Christian, but I don't study enough. I appreciate you having a platform for open debate. Much love. Hey, I appreciate that, the Ian Cole. I don't know. I'm really on one. I woke up super late today. Super late today. I woke up at like 1. So I'm sorry that the relevance of that is that I'm really on one today. So I don't know. Amanda, thanks so much for the cool Corey membership. Appreciate you. Amanda, thanks so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. For old time's sake, never get tired of watching your debates. Amanda, just for you. Thanks, Amanda. Hail, Amanda. Hail 666. And a big hail, Satan. Yeah, thanks so much, Amanda. I appreciate it. For old time's sake. But anyway, let's go to the next guest. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
All right. I'm over 18, and let me start from the beginning. You know about Big Bang?
What religion are you?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it falls under, what people call religion. I'm just, I want to give you an irrefutable claim here.
But which do you think that there's like a mind that created the universe?
There might be. It's like.
Are you like an
possible.
agnostic?
I'm not sure. I'm not educated on theology. I'm educated on physics mostly, physics and IT.
You're educated on physics? Listen, bud, what do we disagree on? Do you think God exists?
I think you're asking the wrong question, or like you're making the wrong point, because
So
you can't say God isn't real, because right. Let me.
Well, wait,
start from the
because
beginning.
I can't let you get into the argument before I'm sure that we actually like disagree, or before I'm sure that this is like I'm not interested in like an agnostic whining at me. I don't care. If you don't think, if you're like an agnostic and you think that it's too strong of a claim, I don't care, right? I'm only interested in debating theists. So if you're not a theist, I'm not really interested.
Well, you could call it a theist. I don't know.
Okay, so you do believe in God.
I'm not sure what agnostic means.
Agnostic means that you don't know that God exists and you don't know that he doesn't exist, that you don't believe or disbelieve that God exists.
Let's say I believe that
Okay.
God exists.
Yeah, sure.
I believe that there is some benevolent or whatever, or omnipotent entity outside of our universe or space, or like this infinite volume.
Okay, sure. Yeah, go for it.
So we have current leading theory Big Bang, right?
Hmm?
We have our current leading theory is a Big Bang for the creation of the universe, right?
Hmm?
Yeah.
Well,
So
I mean,
before
that's
that-
probably like a misunderstanding of it. Sorry, I should probably clarify
Well, I
that.
know.
The Big Bang, there was like a recent survey of physicists. According to the majority of physicists, this is like 68% of them.
Oh.
The Big Bang is a theory that says that the universe evolves from a hot, dense state that says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not. The Big Bang makes zero
Yeah.
claims to being the beginning of the universe.
Yeah, I'm not saying chronologically because time is a concept too. I'm saying that it's a leading theory on how the actual space with laws of physics got here,
No,
appeared.
just that there was a hot, dense state and then it rapidly expanded.
There's a reason for that, I believe. And the leading theory is that quantum fluctuations in this like impossible, impossible volume.
That's one of them, yeah.
That's a leading theory if I'm not wrong. Like quantum fluctuations on an infinite scale just produced this dense, whatever. And it
I think
exploded.
that's like one of the views about it. I don't. That's not the only view.
Yeah, I know that it's not the only. I mean, it's the most adopted one.
It's the most what?
It's the most adopted one.
Oh, says who? That could be true, but you have like a source.
Yeah, I had a source. You can, I guess, do your research on it. I definitely remember.
Okay, well, I have a rebuttal to that. I have a source for the rebuttal. You can do your research on that.
Yeah, sure. All right. I mean, I'll do afterwards. That's a good.
Yeah, like I mean, I just don't grant, but sure. I don't know. Where's the argument going?
Yeah. So there's space, and it's infinite. It's somewhere for particles to move around or quantum fluctuations to appear, and there has to be something about it. I mean, again, I'm actually leaning towards God not existing in like this human understanding, not like maybe an entity or whatever, or something that we can understand or comprehend, or well, maybe just because we're like 3D, we are made in 3 dimensions or whatever.
I have no clue what the argument is. I'm like genuinely clueless.
I'm saying that there must be something out there.
Why?
Something.
Why not just the universe?
Why not? Well, because how? How else? How else?
The universe could just exist, and then there's nothing but the universe. What would be the problem with that?
Well, that sounds like a religion.
Why?
Because
we know the universe exists. We don't know God exists.
Well, we don't know the origins of the universe. We don't know the origins of space, of the volume surrounding us.
Why would we think that it's God, as opposed to just being... Why would we think that the universe even has an origin?
Yeah,
or that any of these things have an origin?
I saw in chat, yeah, he's definitely playing as a religious person. Yeah, I am. I'm not actually trying to do an argument. I'm just bored.
Okay, well...
I don't think God exists.
Okay, get the heck out of here. Hey, if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. You can be a deist as well. That will go to the next guest. We'll see, we'll see. Hey, how's it going?
Good evening or afternoon. I don't know what time zone you're in.
Yep. How old are you and what religion?
25, Christian.
Yep. what makes you think that God exists?
Before I answer that, I'm not trying to be like everybody else, but what's your whole point of like explaining that he doesn't exist? Is it just that you think people are wrong and you want them to not be deceived, or like what's your goal?
Well, I think it's true, right? I think you should say true things. I think that it's good for your life, good for your flourishing to be reality oriented, and I think it's true.
So that's a very good point. I agree. That's the whole thing of religion is like people they get their points wrong into a point where it's no longer healthy for themselves or it's worse for the world. Like Muslims try to kill the world, right? Like that's their belief. Advanced Muslims, you have to take over the world. That's the ultimate goal, right? But they don't read into that stuff, right? They're just following what they don't know. And then
You know,
Christians,
I think
right?
I think that there's a lot of Muslims who are eminently normal, and I think that there are a lot of Christians who are quite crazy. You know, who are also trying to bring about the apocalypse. I'm not sure if that's the one you want to be running. You know, there are quite a few Christians who are who think that the end of the world coming about would be like a really good thing.
Yeah, it depends on their perspective, right? Their own soul, their psychology.
Yeah, same with Muslims, right?
Yes.
Sure. So
very
then it's not fair to single out the Muslims for that.
No, I was going to continue, but you cut me off. I was going to say things about Christians too, even though I am a Christian too, right?
Well, sir, could we? What I'm more interested in, do you have like a reason to think that God exists? Do you have like evidence, an argument? Like, what justifies your belief in God?
Like you said, what you're talking about earlier, reality, right? Having a logical understanding of reality. And so for me, I was always so I had a bad dealt of cards in life, and don't worry, I'm getting to the point. I'm not just gonna try to beat around the bush and avoid the conversation or subject, right? I'm actually getting to the point. So for me to express and fully come to agreement with what was going on in my reality, I had to understand that there was a spiritual realm. And I mean, because if you deny a spiritual realm, then you also have to deny the fact that we have a soul with free will, even though that's not the same as a spirit, right?
Well, I don't think that we can have a
People
brain with
interchange-
free will.
Yeah, but at the same time, you cannot explain where free will comes from. That's not
Well,
scientific.
you can. Well, I agree it's not scientifical, but maybe it's philosophical. You know, maybe you'd say that what free will is just that we have like this deliberation process that was afforded to us by evolution, and that when you act from that deliberation process, you know, that's free will. You deliberate about certain decisions, and then you make those decisions.
That's the thing. If the origin isn't purely scientifical, then that's evidence that there's something more than science.
I'm lean pretty heavily on philosophy. I mean, I agree that there's like metaphysics. You know,
I believe
the vast
in-
majority of metaphysicians that are currently living are atheists, right?
I believe strongly in all three, right? I believe in the physical. I believe in spiritual, and in the middle ground would be the soul, psychology, etc., emotions, right? I believe all three are aligned, or else you can have this world.
So there's a bit of a conflation. Like, I don't grant that emotions are from the soul. I think the brain's perfectly capable of accounting for emotions. But
So
like, why do I need like the spiritual stuff or even the soul? Like, what can't, like, a physical view, like consciousness just is the brain. What does that fail to explain?
because where does that we're gonna say quote unquote matter of the soul, where is it if it's not physical?
It is physical. It's the brain.
Okay, well, why can you feel? Okay, never mind. That was gonna be a different question. How come it's orientated to a way as to when you feel certain emotions like fear or anxiety, you don't feel them in your brain. You feel them in your chest or stomach area.
Yeah, it's because you have various nerves.
So there's a nerve system there.
Yeah.
Is this like actual science?
Yes. There are nerves all throughout your body.
And so like the home of nerves that make you capable of feeling fear and anxiety, they are in your chest and stomach area.
They're connected to your brain. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously nerves, right? They go up through your whole body.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So how could you explain where that creation of those things is? Like you said, philosophy or
The create
evolution.
like the cause of them.
That would be, well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like what conjures these things into existence in a sense
Is
of cause,
that-
but in a different.
I don't know what that's asking. If it's not asking like what causes them.
Yeah, we'll just say that.
Sure. Like the cause of my nervous system, or the cause of like nervous systems in general, or
What determines? Okay, I'm trying to put this in words, right? And I didn't come on here with prepared or anything, right? What determines? Never mind, because the answer is not gonna. It's not gonna be. I'm not gonna be able to express what I want to express.
what are you trying to say?
So-
What's the thing that you're like
So let me
gesturing
get back to
towards?
it. So your view is that doesn't have to be a soul, or emotions don't have to be involved with the soul. Your view is that it can all be
That consciousness
philosophical.
reduces to the brain
Yeah,
is my
consciousness.
view. But to be clear, I think atheism is compatible with souls existing. I think atheism is compatible with a lot of views about philosophy of mind. I think that you could hold basically any view about philosophy of mind and be an atheist.
You said, say that last part again.
I think you can hold any view about philosophy of mind and be an atheist. You could be an atheist and like a panpsychist. The only thing that you couldn't be, the only theory of mind you probably couldn't hold to is, well, that's not even a theory of mind, but maybe like theistic idealism. Like you probably couldn't be like a theistic idealist who's an atheist, but you could be like an idealist. You think that the foundational thing is like qualitative experience. You could be like a Russellian monist, where you think that there's like qualitative experience present in like all of the matter. You could be like a physicalist. You could hold that it like the mental stuff, the qualitative experience reduces to the physical stuff, the brain. You could hold any view about philosophy of mind basically and be an atheist.
Okay, so let me ask you: you believe in karma?
No.
So I don't believe in karma either. But do you believe in you can act infinite like amount of your free will, whether it's good or bad, and you believe there's absolutely nothing to keep record or nothing to reward you, or let's say karma and in another aspect, not necessarily saying karma.
No, I don't think that I don't think that there's going to be like some sort of cosmic justice that comes to you. I think that the justice that you want to see in the world needs to come from you.
How so? Like, what do you mean come from you?
I think that we as humans, if we think that somebody needs some sort of punishment, then it's on us as humans to deliver that. If we think that some people deserve to be freed from their injustice, then it's up to us to do that. There is no cosmic force outside that's keeping score. We have to do that.
I agree with that. However, we're at a stalemate because you cannot believe in the human soul, and that's where
Why would I
you
want
can't believe in
to?
the human. Why would you want to?
Yeah.
Logic.
Why should I? Yeah, what's the
Logic.
logical reason to believe in the soul?
I wouldn't say there's a reason. It's how you can accept or how you can define reality. And part of my definition of defining reality, part of my argument is that humans have souls.
Oh, sure. And part of my definition of reality is that God doesn't exist.
Yeah, so we're a stalemate because you don't believe in souls.
Well, yeah, clearly this is like a bad method, right? Like clearly we can't just define our position to be correct.
And that's our thing. So it's like, in order for you to be right, or in order for I to be right,
Yeah, you're right. We need some sort of evidence. We need some sort of reason to believe that specific things are the case. Maybe I could ask you some questions about your God. Do you think God is all powerful and all good?
Sorry, before we start there, I just want to say one more thing.
Okay.
Logically, right? In honor of everybody in existence, right? What I was gonna say is, in order for you to be right, your view has to be right upon every other millions of souls or billions of souls that have come into existence. In order for me to be right, my point of view has to be right above their point of view.
I
So now we can
don't care. This just sounds like an appeal to majority.
no, because then because if that's not the case, then you're only right to yourself, and that's just pride. That's not actually being right.
I'm not sure I understand your point. Are you saying that it needs to be in line with reality? Like, I agree it needs to be in line with reality. I think my belief
Saying
is in
if
line with reality.
no, I'm saying if your belief is only right to yourself, or like we'll say 0.01 of the population.
I care if my belief is in line with reality. I don't care how many other people believe it.
So what if you're the only person that has your own view?
Is it in line with reality? Because if it's in line with reality, then I will gladly be the only person that has my view.
Okay, we got that out of the way. All right, well,
Yep.
so you can continue with your questions.
Yeah. Do you think God is all powerful and all good?
What do you mean by all good?
Just that he always does like the morally good thing. He never
We're
does
gonna
evil.
say intent. Intent, yes. Now, as in 100% quote unquote good, no.
Okay. So you're not a Christian, are you?
Yeah, I'm Christian.
Well, it says that God is righteous in all of his ways. He's just towards all. So you'd have to
Yep.
reject the Bible to hold that.
Well, no, because there's parts in the Bible that says God is capable of evil.
It's a
The action of
contradiction, yeah.
evil.
I agree. I grant that. The book is contradictory.
It wouldn't be in the contradictory sense. It would just say, what was the first statement you said? That God is all good and
Yeah, do you think
what?
God is all good and all powerful?
Where does the Bible say that God is all good?
It says that he's righteous in all of his ways, that he's just towards all.
But where does it say he's all good?
I take that to be something like righteousness, like righteous towards all, or like righteous
So it's
in
not
all
really
his
contradicting
ways.
the Bible if saying he's all good
Is
isn't in the
righteousness
Bible.
good? Or okay, wait, would you say that he's all righteous? We can work with that too.
All righteous? And what define that in what sense? Like just to morality to every human being?
Yeah,
Yes.
sure. Okay. Do you think that God has the power to do the impossible?
What's your definition of impossible?
Just that it violates some sort of like law of logic or like law
Yes.
of metaphysics?
Yeah.
Oh, well, then your view is like trivially false. You believe in contradictions.
How so?
You think that God has the power to make a squared circle. He has the power to make the sun both exist and not exist simultaneously. He has the power to make a rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it, and then he has the power to lift that rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it.
But how does this go back to your question?
Your view is contradictory. It's a disproof of your view.
Repeat your question again.
Yeah.
That God has, if he's capable of doing the impossible?
Do you think that God has the power to do the impossible?
That's why I asked for you to define the impossible, because
Yeah.
the questions you said afterwards didn't really come to what I understood from what you said.
Like, yeah, like does God have the power to do things that are not possible, that they would violate like laws of logic or laws of like metaphysics?
I would say according to this 3D world, and according to how do I put this? Because I'm gonna say he can do it. However, he's not gonna do it in a sense that will what's the contradict order. So like creation itself, right? Like hypothetically, say there was a God that created things. But he's not gonna do it in a sense to where now there's a circle and square simultaneously. He already did that creation. So in a sense, it's like, sorry, it's hard to get to my point. Just meet me here or continue or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get clear. So he does have the power to make a squared circle.
But that doesn't really make sense in my head though. Like,
So
in what aspect? Like,
if he has the power to do the impossible, then he has the power to make a squared circle.
I would say he has that power, but he's not gonna show it within this realm of 3D-ness.
Okay, so is it possible for God to exercise his powers? Does he have free will?
Yes.
Okay, so it's possible for God to make a squared circle.
Yes, but like I said, it has to be in a sense where it can fit into this logical world.
Okay, so then you think contradictions are possible.
No, because logically, if it's not breaking the laws of this world, it's not contradicting it.
So a squared circle is a contradiction. You're saying that it's possible for God to make a squared circle, so it's possible for there to be squared circles.
But not in this world. So
Does God have the power to make a squared circle in this world?
no.
Okay, so you do think that God only has the power to do the possible.
Like I said, it's possible, just not in this world.
Okay, sure. That's fine. So then
Because
you
he's
agree.
following he's following order and the standards and logic he's already set in place for this world. He's not gonna go back on his word or his thought when he created this world. He's not gonna be like, oh, well, now let me just make some changes to the laws of physics and reality.
Does God have the power to do things that are unrighteous?
Reword that and like, sorry, let me try to.
Does
see
God have
what
the
I'm trying to-
power to torture a baby for fun?
Yes.
Okay, if God tortured a baby for fun, would he still be all good? Or would he still be all
He-
righteous, I guess?
That would only that statement would only be true if he ever did that.
Yeah. But would he let's say God tortures a baby for fun, would he still be righteous?
No.
Okay. So is it possible does God have the power to torture a baby for fun?
Then no. I would say
No.
yes and no.
So I have well, that's
Yes,
a contradiction.
No, because it's yes in the sense to where it's hypothetically possible. Like it's like, what's an example?
I just want to know if he has the
it's-
power to.
Yes, he has the power to, but
Hmm?
here's where all this, right? His character won't allow him to.
So we each have a contradiction in our hands. Let me type this out. God has the power to torture a baby for fun. If God has the power to torture a baby for fun, then it's possible for God to torture a baby for fun. If God is perfectly righteous, then it's not possible for him to torture a baby for fun.
I kind of have to intercede here.
So
It's not that it's possible. It's 100% possible. It's
Is
just
it
why would he do that?
So is it possible for him to do it?
Yeah.
Okay. And if he is perfectly righteous, is it possible for a perfectly righteous being to torture a baby for fun?
No.
Okay. So
But that wouldn't be
so
that
it's
wouldn't
both
be saying
possible and it's not possible for him to torture a baby for fun.
Yeah, but you have to look at it at a higher perspective and a higher IQ logically wise, right? It's not because he can't do it, it's because his free will can't do it. And that's the thing people kind of overlook. It's like, oh, God has to be this thing that has no free will. God has to be exactly what I think it is. No, it's like, no, he has free will. It's like saying me, is it possible for me to go kill someone and go to prison? Yes. Is it possible for me to do it? No, because I'm smarter than that and I'm better than that. I'm not going to do it. And it's exact same logical stance for God killing a baby or torturing a baby.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that doesn't resolve the contradiction is the problem.
What's the contradiction?
The contradiction is that it's both possible for God to do that and not possible for God to do that.
But it's possible. And saying
Okay.
it's not possible it's not saying it's not possible physically, like logically. It's just saying it's not possible morally. Just like me talking about the bank. Like, yes, I can obviously go to the bank. Is it possible? No, because my morality will not let me do that.
I don't know if you don't realize this, but you're just like straightforwardly affirming the contradiction like over and over again. You're saying, well, it's possible, but it's not possible.
No, because you're getting lost in your own logic. Your train of thought So is it possible for me to rob a bank? Yes, right?
Hmm?
Is it possible am I going to rob a bank? Like, no.
Okay. But the problem is that it's not one of your essential characteristics that you can't rob banks. If one of your essential characteristics is that you can't rob banks, well, then it's not possible for you to do that. But if you have the power to rob banks, but one of your essential characteristics is that you can't rob banks, well, then that's just a contradiction because you have the power to do it, so it's possible for you to do it, but also it's not possible for you to do it. So it's both possible and not possible for you to do that. It's a contradiction.
Okay, so what was the other side to this? It was that okay, so the other logical aspect would be that if God has the power to do it, he's no longer all perfect and righteous. And then if he doesn't do it, I'm trying to see the logical stance points here once again.
Yeah, it's a contradiction. So the contradiction is that it's both possible for him to do it, and the reason why it's possible for him to do it is because he has the power to do it. If you have the power to do something, then it's possible for you to do that thing. So it's possible for God to torture a baby for fun. But then if you're all righteous, it's not possible for you to torture a baby for fun because that would be a contradiction with you being all righteous. So it's possible for God to do that, but it's not possible for God to do that.
And so what does this prove?
It proves that God can't be all righteous and all powerful.
Oh, okay, so that's what you're getting at. So
Yep.
you don't think it's possible for him to be all righteous and all powerful at the same time because you think he must be evil in order for him to be all powerful.
Needs to be possible for him to do evil.
But who says it's not?
Because then he's not all good. If he's all good, or sorry, all righteous is the one that you'd prefer. If he's all righteous, then it's not possible for him to do these unrighteous things.
But that all goes back down to why would he do it and why does he need to do it?
But
And
that's
what would
just
that prove?
changing the framing of it. The framing that I'm interested in, the framing that there's the contradiction in, is it possible for him to do it? It needs to be both yes and no.
Okay, so you want him to be all righteous but all powerful at the same time. That's what this comes down to, right?
Just that the Bible says that he's righteous in all of his ways, but then he's not, because it's possible for him to do evil.
Okay, well, hypothetically, say that baby was Hitler. Would
You
and
think
then
that would
he was
justify
back on-
torturing a baby for fun? You would torture a baby? You think it's righteous to torture baby Hitler for fun?
for fun? Okay, no, that's different. I wouldn't say for fun. I was thinking in a sense as if you knew the future and you're like killing baby Thanos type sense.
Sure, I think that's a separate question. That's specifically why I stipulate for fun.
Wait, so just because he can't do that, now he's not all powerful.
Yeah, because I have the power to do that.
But he can do that. That's the thing. It's just he wouldn't, based on his character.
Yeah. It just leads to the contradiction. It's possible for him to do that because he has the power to, but it's not possible for him to do that because he's all righteous.
And so now you're saying he's not all powerful because he's okay. So you're saying he has limited possibilities and potential because of his righteousness.
I'm saying there's a contradiction.
All power. Well, okay. So the definition of power is what? The ability to do something.
Yeah. I see people in the comment section who are like really having a meltdown. I see very few of them in the guest request box though. Like hypothetical theist, if you want to come up here and explain why this is a bad argument, I'm like, I would encourage that even. Or like Logia Bear, if you think this is a silly line of reasoning, request to join.
So we're in a circle here. That's what you're saying. Contradictory. That's what you call it?
Yeah, it's contradictory. Yeah.
How so? Okay.
Yeah.
And
it's-
your point is he's not all powerful if he can't do it for fun.
Yeah, if God doesn't have the power to torture babies for fun, then he's not all powerful because that's a power that one can have. some people have the power to torture babies for fun.
Okay, so okay, does the Bible say he's all powerful? I guess it does, right?
Yeah, it says
I'm
that
pretty
through
sure.
him all things are possible.
Through him, but that would be pointing back to his character, not just his existence. So
Well,
you're
but
pointing
then at
back to
that
his
point, you just have
character.
to reject that he's all powerful.
Well, and this actually kind of proves a good thing. It's saying he's all powerful minus bad things. So if anything, this is highlighting a good quality of God.
Do you think that something that can do all of the things in its nature is all powerful?
All the things of its nature. Explain that.
Yeah, you're saying God's all powerful because he can do all the things that are consistent with his nature.
Yeah.
So my water bottle is all powerful because it can do all the things consistent with its nature.
Well, that's a very, how do I say that? That's a very vague definition, though. A very vague question.
I don't think it's a good definition. I agree.
So why'd you ask it?
I'm trying to get clear. When you say God is all powerful, what do you mean by that?
He
Like,
can
what's
do
the?
anything,
Yeah,
anything besides evil. We'll just come down to that conclusion.
just anything other than evil. So you would say that I don't know, like who's more powerful, a God that can only do good or a God that can do good and evil? Which one would be more powerful?
Well, hypothetically, God can still do evil. It's just
Oh, well then it is
it
possible.
just
The
there
contradiction's
needs to
still
be
there.
reasoning. No, because who's more powerful? I mean, it would be the same thing. If they're both all powerful, then why would you need evil? And why would you need evil to obtain all power?
If you have the power to do evil, if you have the power to do something, then it's possible for you to do that thing. So if God, if it is like a necessary fact about God that he doesn't do evil, then it's not possible for him to do evil.
But what was the argument you said prior? What's more powerful?
Yeah,
A
what's more
God that can only do
powerful?
good?
A God who has the power to do only good stuff, or a God who has the power to do all the good stuff and also evil stuff? Who has more powers?
More powers? I wouldn't say more power. Why would more powers matter? It would depend on
I'm just
their
asking which one
actual
has more
strength.
powers? The God who has the
More.
power to do just good, or the God who has the power to do good and evil, all the good things and all the evil things? Which one's more powerful?
Well, that just comes down to why would you want to do evil things though?
I'm trying to figure out which one has more powers.
More powers, not necessarily more power, but more powers would be the good and evil.
I think that these things are the same, right? I think that the one with more power is the one who can do good and evil.
No, how are they the same? That's just something you made up.
He just has more powers, right? It's
More
like
power
simple.
doesn't mean more powers doesn't mean more power.
Okay. I think this is like pretty trivial. I don't know. I mean, if you disagree with that, I'm not really sure how we can make progress on this.
Because there's not really a way to say like how much power they have hypothetically, what their capability limits are.
But for sure, I mean, if one of them is all encompassing, if the power that one of them has is all encompassing of the power that the other one has, I don't know, man. I mean, yeah, at some point, right? You know, two is just more than one, and I'm not really sure what to do to move the conversation forward.
Okay, but because now you have to explain why would you want to do evil? Otherwise, there's no point in choosing something just because it's capable of doing evil.
The argument isn't that he wants to do it. The argument is who can do more. God cannot do some things as one of the attempted
Well,
escape routes from this. But then he's just not all powerful. Like you have to jettison the idea that God can do anything.
okay, well, yeah, like we said, he can do anything but evil. But then again, there is examples of him doing quote unquote evil. It's just not in the evil sense we would put it in, as like torturing a baby for fun. That's just twisted, right? That's just sick-mindedness.
Yep.
Versus killing a pedophile. That's evil, but it's
Is
like
it?
not as bad.
I don't know if I
I
think
would
that
say
that's evil.
I would say in the sense that you're making a decision to use your free will to put an end to his free will. I would say that's evil because you're manipulating his lifespan.
I think
Now,
that I don't know. That seems like righteous to me.
in a sense, yes. I mean, okay, maybe I chose a pretty extreme way because yeah, you're right. Actually, we'll say I can't really think of an example that's not as extreme. Uh, What was the thing we were talking about right before this?
We're just trying to get like a reconciliation of the contradiction. But listen, do you have anything else? Otherwise, I might move to the next guest.
So, what was the point in this argument?
Just that there's a contradiction
Of
in your view.
so okay, but your standpoint, it all goes down to his character. We didn't discuss that. That's the whole bias around this argument.
No, the thrust of the argument is that it's both possible and impossible. That's the contradiction.
But you're completely ignoring the reason, which is his character.
Because it's not relevant. What's relevant is what is it
It is
possible for him to
relevant,
do? And it turns out it's possible for him to torture a baby for fun, but it's not possible for him to torture a baby for fun. That's the problem.
Because he's not sick-minded. Okay, so you're looking at it as a baseline of just like straight 1 and 2. You're not considering other factors.
Yep. I don't need other factors for the argument. The argument just relies on what's possible. It's both possible for him to do it, but it's not possible for him to do it. It's a contradiction.
So I see this now. So to answer your question, in just 1 and 2, for me to also use your same logic to not use his character, then if I'm dismissing his character, then yes, it is possible for God to torture a baby for fun, and therefore he's still all powerful.
Yeah, so his powers are not logically compatible with his character, which is why God doesn't exist. It's because there's a contradiction between his character, his goodness, and his powers. His goodness makes it impossible for him to torture a baby for fun, but his powers makes it possible for him to torture a baby for fun. So it's possible for him to do that, but it's not possible for him to do that. It's a contradiction.
So then you're saying God is not all powerful. That's your
Either he's not all
defense.
powerful or he's not all good.
Oh, so you're saying choose one or the other?
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna have to go with he's not all good.
Okay. Well,
Because at the end of the day, we're talking about in all religions, he still sends people to hell, right?
although
So
do you think that's if you think that's evil, it's kind of weird, right? Like, sure. So you reject that he's all good. Probably the more wise one to reject is that he's all powerful, because you can run this exact same problem with everything. Does God have the power to learn a new thing?
that would defeat the whole purpose of being God. Or we'll say yes, however, it's way beyond our level of thinking.
Okay, so then he's not all knowing.
According to our world, yes, he is. Because that's what I
But he
literally
can
just
learn
said.
new things. He's not all. He can learn new things, but he is all knowing. He already knows all the things, but he can learn new things.
Again, he's only all knowing in our 3D reality. It's not outside and within, because outside of our 3D reality, you can't say he's all knowing. We don't know that. But within our 3D reality, yes, he's all knowing.
Okay,
We don't know
so
what's
can he
beyond
come
our
to
3D
know new
reality.
things? Does he have the power to learn new things about our 3D reality?
To know, say that again?
Does God have the power to learn new things about our 3D reality?
No,
Oh, okay. So then I have a power that he doesn't. So he's not all powerful.
because he's above that. He doesn't need to learn. He already has access
Sure. Then he's not all
to
powerful.
omniscience. Because you're looking at it from your own capabilities. Like, if you can learn, it doesn't make you better than God. You have a capability
I just have a
that
power
God
that he
doesn't
doesn't.
need. No, because he doesn't need it. That's a different logical viewpoint.
Yep.
It's not because he doesn't have it. It's because he doesn't need it.
Well, wait. Oh, so he does have the power to learn a new thing about our 3D reality.
No.
Okay. Well, then I have a power that he doesn't.
No, because he's not at our level. Like,
Does he have
You're
the power
you're
to
thinking
learn a
about
new
it.
thing? Is it possible for God to learn a new thing?
Yes.
Then he's not all knowing.
And like I said, that only goes back to our 3D reality. Now you're stuck in circles here because you have to look at it logically too. You can't just debate people and giving them these sets of standards of logic, but then you're completely ignoring logic too. That's how it works.
I'm
You can
just
learn
not going to
something.
take like logic advice from you. Like respectfully, you've spent the last like 15 minutes contradicting yourself.
No, but you have too, and everybody sees this
What's
too.
the contradiction that I've affirmed?
No, you're not accepting logic.
The contradiction that you've
So-
affirmed is that you think that it's possible for God to learn new things about our 3D reality, but also not possible for God to learn new things about our 3D reality.
He can learn new things, just not within our 3D reality because he already knows everything within our 3D reality.
Okay, so does he have the power to learn new things within our 3D reality?
No.
Then I have a power that he doesn't because I have that power.
But again, it's because he's omniscient.
Yes. So then there are powers that
And
he
we're
doesn't
not.
have.
But he still has that power. That's okay, this is my logical standpoint. He has the ability to learn something. It's just it's outside of our 3D reality.
But does he have the power, specifically the power I'm focusing on, learning something in our 3D reality? Does he have the power to learn something in our 3D reality? It sounds like you're saying no, but then I have the power to learn something in our 3D reality. So I have a power that he
Well,
doesn't.
Because you're limiting God to our same thinking potential. And that's not really smart if you're trying to do a debate about a divine being.
I'm just trying to get clear. So we do agree that learning something new about our 3D reality, is that a power or is that not a power?
I would say if you don't have omniscience, it's a power.
Okay,
If you do have
so
omniscience,
you
it's not a
don't,
power.
you won't take a stance on whether or not it is a power.
It's a power, but you have to affirm that it doesn't apply if you're omniscient.
It's a power, but it doesn't. Okay, so then there are powers that he doesn't have.
Okay, but that doesn't make you more powerful because you can't ignore the logic that it's based upon the fact of you're being omniscient within a 3D world. You're just completely ignoring that.
Okay,
Okay,
I'm
so
still so confused. Is it a power or is it not?
yeah, it's a power.
So there's a power that God doesn't have.
Yeah, and vice versa. He has omniscience and we don't.
Okay, sure. Then God's not all powerful.
Okay, I see. You're very limited.
Okay.
You're very limited in perspective.
Do you have anything else? Otherwise, I'll move to the next guest.
Hey, good debate. You kind of didn't really prove anything because you're sure you're doing A and B answers. You're not really looking at logic. Next time, try to do some logic in there too, right?
I will.
Good debate.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Oh, fuck. That's right. Guest, wait, can you put in the comment section what the beeps are? People are wondering what the beeps are. Matt Floyd, thanks so much for the super chat. Hey, Ian, just an appreciation message for all your debates and lives. Really enjoy learning from you. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I don't know. I mean, support like yours. Big stretch. Holy shit. Support like yours helps support the program. I don't know. I'm always able to get the resources that I need. It lets me lock in both on my school studies, and it lets me lock in in these streams. You know, I'm capable of mustering together the resources that I need to one day maybe even do this my full-time job. Like the problem that I just ran on this last guest is something that I've read. I like locked the fuck in on the literature over the last week. I think this problem is I don't think this problem has good solutions actually. I've read through all the analytic literature. It just seems like there are like these trivial problems with God being all powerful that, you know, he has the power to do these things. And it's just like contradiction city, right? Quantum Chance, thanks so much for super chat. Tired of theists speaking to atheists as though we haven't, in many cases, lived as Christians/theists for decades and try to try to introduce salvation to us as though we're some isolated tribe. Yeah, we're out here getting like fucking preached to. But I appreciate that. Big W, Quantum Chance. Chara Reynolds, thanks so much for super chat. This guy talks like he read a tutorial on how to weasel, but instead of understanding it, its lessons, he read out the example phrases. I know you are, but what am I? Matt Floyd, thanks so much for the super chat. 20 great British pounds. Thanks. I appreciate that. Big W for Matt Floyd. Matt Lloyd. Not Matt Floyd, Matt Lloyd. Someone asked you about multimodality, I think, yesterday, and you said you like it and had read one book on it and meant to read another. Multimodality? I don't think so. Maybe I just don't know what this refers to. Sorry, you should tell me like word for word what I said. I'll be able to tell you what it is if you tell me word for word what I said. I don't know. I don't know what book I would be referring to. I would totally. I'm sorry. I wish I knew what you're talking about, but alas. In the Carl debate? That wasn't yesterday. Gosh, I just have no idea. Dr. Fudge, thanks so much for the super chat. Hey, if you also heard a whole bunch of quiet beeps during the holy 25020s or 2520's call, you hallucinated those. You're actually crazy. They're in your walls. They're under your skin. Reverend Nate, thanks so much for the super chat. Karma is only slightly less stupid than Riki. That's true. I probably believe that. Possum Punks, thanks so much for the super chat. This guy knows what paint tastes like. Does God have the power to learn what paint tastes like? Yes or no? So I have a power that God doesn't. Reiki. Oh, okay. Sorry, that went way over my head. I don't know what the fuck that is. Yes, Stoles, thanks so much for the super chat. Killing/murdering someone with a disorder when you have the ability to ensure safety is evil, not helpful though. Murdering someone with a disorder when you have the ability to ensure safety, otherwise, I don't know. In terms of like the pedophile stuff, I think being like non-offending is one thing, right? Like if you do like the good thing, I think the good thing to do if you feel yourself having those dispositions is that you should just go get yourself like chemically castrated or something. Like you should. My understanding is that there are like ways to reduce these people's sex drive, and maybe then, maybe like I don't think that you deserve like punishment if you go and do like the good thing and then get yourself like chemically castrated or like, I don't know, get your like libido dropped to nothing. I think that's like a good thing to do. I don't think that those people deserve punishment, but like an offending pedophile, like obviously they do. Yosaya, thanks so much for the super chat. Next time use more logic. Bro couldn't handle the amount used in this debate. Hilarious. True. Yeah, I don't know. I need to look into my logic textbook or something. Neil Gafter, thanks so much for the super chat. Appreciate you. Big W, Neil Gafter. Coffee College, thanks so much for the super chat. Time to toast all the badass atheists in chat. Hip hip, hooray. Hip hip, hooray. Matt Lloyd, thanks so much for the super chat. My apologies, mate. I'm misremembering, I think. I will join the Discord and try to keep up with the books you're reading and have read. Thank you. Absolutely. No, you're totally fine. Okay. This person's been waiting like 5 ever. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, yo, what's up?
Yep. How old are you?
I'm 30.
Yep. What religion?
I follow true and living God, Jesus Christ,
Yeah. What makes you think God exists?
because it would be illogical to come to the conclusion that he doesn't.
Based. It's true because the opposite is false. Do you want to, like, why would it be illogical to come to the conclusion that he doesn't?
So because God is metaphysically necessary.
Oh, fuck. You know, because he exists in all possible worlds,
Whoa,
right?
whoa, whoa.
It's true because the opposite would be false because, you know, there's no
Nope.
possible way it could be without him. Do
So I
you have
loved
like
how
serious evidence?
I loved how with the last guest you allowed him to explain himself because you knew he wasn't gonna be able to articulate a point well. But as soon as you figured out, or you think you figured out where I was going with the argument, you jumped in front of it. So I would love to have the same kind of patience you have with the same guest. You don't have to oppose to that, but it would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, you know, I didn't really jump out in front of your argument. I'm just kind of summarizing back to you
Well,
the
you
things that you've told
interjected.
me.
No, I
Yeah,
was
it's
still
because you're
speaking.
you're saying like nothing, right? Like you're essentially just saying
Oh my
like
goodness.
things that would trivially entail the conclusion, which I don't grant.
No, that's not what I was going to say at all. I was going to say because God is metaphysically necessary, he's either impossible or a factual or a fact. Would
I
you
agree.
agree or disagree?
Yeah, I agree
Okay,
with that. Like if
so
God
that's all I
exists,
was
then
going
he's
to say.
necessary, sure.
Yeah, or impossible. And the only way to conclude that he is impossible is if you had, of course, if you had all knowledge, which no human does, or if you can find a logical contradiction. And your prompt says God isn't real. So do you believe that God is in fact non-existent?
Yeah, I believe that God is non-existent, but I think that you're misunderstanding the modal logic here. So God is either a necessarily existent being or he's an impossibly existent
Yeah.
being.
Well, I
But
understand
the
that. That's what I
problem with
said.
this is that the standard is just figuring out whether or not it's possible for God to exist or if it's possible for
Mhm.
God to not exist. The atheist bar is literally just deciding whether or not it would be possible for God to not exist.
Yeah. And how have you? And so my second question, because you said that you believe God is non-existent, are you 100% certain that God is non-existent?
It depends on the model, but yeah, I mean, with like the standard models, yes.
The standard models? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
like there are contradictions that are entailed by, I don't know, like perfect
Well,
being theism, like the triomni God, for example.
okay, what's the contradiction?
Yeah, for example, we can run the same one from last time. Do you think God is all good and all powerful?
What do you mean by all powerful? Well,
Just that he has the power to do all
okay.
things.
Yeah, so God substantiates and grounds logic, so he would not contradict himself. He does all things
Oh,
that
that's
doesn't.
the infinity blender, dude. You actually can't hold that God is necessary if he's the grounding for modal logic.
Why can I not?
Yeah, because insofar as this stuff is just going to be an abstraction of God, it's like nonsensical to say that he
No,
is
not an
necessary
abstraction
because
of God.
indeed he's the grounding for things like necessity in the first place. So God would be a self-grounding being.
No. That's
Wait,
not
does God
what
ground necessity or does God not ground necessity?
necessity in what sense? Like content, like something
Like
being
existing in all
contingent?
possible worlds? Does God ground a thing existing in all possible worlds?
No,
Okay,
that's
then God's not
nonsensical.
the grounding of logic.
God is the grounding of logic, but not in the sense of it being an abstract, right? God grounds logic because logic in its nature is conceptual. Do you agree?
Logic in his name, I don't know what the fuck that means.
Yeah, logic is a concept,
I think
right?
logic is like a set of premises that necessitate conclusions. Like it's like a structural relation between certain propositions.
How does it exist in your worldview?
I think that logic is an abstraction of structures of reality.
So how can it be an abstraction of structures and reality and complement other conceptual objective truths about our reality?
Because
That's
those
nonsensical.
other truths about our reality are also subsumed by the structure of reality.
The only way that it would make sense for logic to be its own abstract and still be coherent with other conceptual objective truths is if it had its own intelligibility.
Can you summarize back to me what my answer was, or did you not even listen?
Yeah, you said basically, and let me know if I'm wrong, but what I gathered was that it has its own abstract grounding that complements other abstract parts of our reality.
Nope, didn't
Because
say that
it's
at all.
okay.
The
Yeah,
only thing I
Rick,
said is
elaborate.
that it's an abstraction of the structure of reality. And what explains the fact that it interacts with other things in our reality is that those other things are in the structure of reality. So you're able to abstract propositions about these things. These things are in the structure of reality, which of course logic is an abstraction of the structure of reality. So you're capable of making valid inferences about things in reality because it all shares a structure, and logic just is the abstraction of that structure.
Okay, so when you're saying reality, can you define that? I think that might help me understand like how
Define
you're
reality?
expressing. Yeah, what is reality
You know
to
what
you?
reality is. It's pretty
Well,
brute. It's pretty primitive. I might take it to be something like being, something like existence.
okay, so that's why I wanted to. So when I use the word reality, I'm invoking like our reality, right? Which is
Like the
contingent on
universe?
time, space, and matter. That's reality to me.
Okay.
Now, from my understanding, reality is not synonymous with existence. Existence is all that is. Reality is the things that, like I said, time, contingent of time, space, and matter.
You don't want to say that. This is like a classic blunder. Is God in reality?
God is existence.
Is God
And
in
he enters,
reality?
and by reality, I'm saying,
Is
I'm saying
God
the
in
creation.
reality?
He can enter
Is
reality.
God
Yes.
in reality? Yes or
He
no?
can. He
Is
exists.
God?
He exists outside of reality.
He's not real. So you agree God isn't real?
Well, again, the way I'm
Brutal.
saying I just defined how I'm using reality.
Sure. So then you would agree God isn't real. You'd agree?
No, because I never said he can't enter.
You said he's not in
creation.
reality. When he's
I
not in
said he's
reality, is he
outside.
real?
Yeah. So when you're saying reality,
When he's
you're
not in
talking about.
reality, is he real?
You notice how you're speaking over me?
You notice how you're not answering the question? When
I've
he's
answered the
not in
question. Now I'm trying to
reality, is
explain.
he real?
I answered the question.
It's a yes or no
But-
question.
So he's always in reality, in the sense of the logos being the expression of God,
Mhm.
right?
And by
So
reality,
God-
you mean like the physical stuff?
Not necessarily.
That's what you said earlier. You said the space-time
time, space,
stuff.
and matter. Time
Yeah.
and space aren't physical.
Yeah. So then it
Yeah.
looks like you actually agree with my definition of reality, that your definition indeed was a blunder.
No, I mean we can use.
If it's not a blunder, then
real-
defend it,
real
to be
quick.
clear. Otherwise, you concede it.
Okay. If you let me talk, I can defend it. The only reason I asked is so that we don't talk past each other. We can use language is just a tool to understand. So we can use your definition of reality, encompassing all being synonymous with existence.
Does
or
your
mine.
definition entail that God
Yes.
doesn't exist?
No,
Or that he's not
no,
real?
No, because I said
Is
existence.
God real under your definition of reality?
Existence. Yes, obviously.
Okay, so God is physical. Because your definition of reality is like the space-time stuff.
Is everything in space time physical?
Yeah.
No. Concepts are physical.
Yeah, they would exist within the
My
brain.
goodness!
Yeah,
Wait,
correct.
you just said concepts are physical.
Yeah, they would reduce to the brain. Yes,
How can a thought be physical?
it reduces to the brain. Yes.
What? How does? Okay, can you explain that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying
Concepts, the qualia
brain,
reduces
is a
to the
brain
brain.
synonymous? Is a brain and the mind synonymous?
I think that the mind reduces to the brain.
That doesn't answer my question.
Are they? No, they're not synonymous. One of them
Okay, so is
reduces
the mind
to the
physical?
other.
Is a mind physical?
Yeah, it reduces to the brain.
Oh my god! Can you show me a mind?
I don't think that you need to be able to see everything that's physical.
You can't see everything physical?
Yes,
can you
that's
define physical?
trivially true, by the way. You can't
Can
see
you-
time. You can't see, for
Time is not
example,
physical.
like photons, or you can't see
Yes, you
like
can.
quarks.
Oh my goodness gracious!
So wait, so show me a
You just
photon.
said we can't see time. Time is not physical.
Time is physical
How is time physical? Time is the
because
measurement of
it
changes in
follows
state.
laws of physics.
Can you define time? Well, first off, can you define physical? Because that's where I'm getting
Yeah, I
confused.
take physical to just be all of like the stuff that corresponds to laws of physics.
Okay, not material.
Yeah, no, I don't think time is material. I think it's physical.
Okay. So, okay, the only thing about it being physical is everything physical is prone to change.
That might be true. I have no idea.
And yeah, the way time works does not change.
Time does change.
Neither
Like the time that it is changes.
yeah, but not what time is. What time
Oh,
is
are
at
you just
least
saying
how
like time simplicator? Well, I agree. The fact that like
yeah,
time
time simplifier,
exists, I
yeah.
agree that that doesn't change. Then sure, if
Right,
you're
but how
including
could it be
things like
physical?
that
Okay.
in what you mean by like the things in physical reality, then sure, I would agree that not everything in physical reality changes.
Right. So going back, everything that is you know, in reality, how I posited I'm sorry, how I invoke the word does not necessarily mean that it's physical, at least how I'm portraying it. So when I say
That certainly
God,
is your presupposition.
I mean, again, we could use your definition of reality. I have no problem with that. I just don't want to talk past each other when we use certain
Sure,
words.
that's fine. That's fine. So let's use my definition because it's like more broad.
All of existence.
Just like
Right.
yeah, all the existing things.
Okay. Yeah. So, you know, by that standard, yeah, God is reality itself, I would say.
Is God the Holocaust?
No.
Oh, is the Holocaust in reality?
So God is all goodness.
Is the Holocaust in reality?
Yes, in the absence of God, yes.
So it's not in reality.
So yeah, because so there are things in our reality that are not of God. Right.
Okay.
The same way
Is it in
there
reality though?
yeah, that's why it's hard to use your definition. But yeah, it is in reality.
Okay.
I will have to go back on that.
Sure. So wait, which one do you want to jettison?
I would love to use my definition of reality because I believe it better explains how we are experiencing reality and how God interacts with reality, i.e. the creation. So I believe like when I'm saying reality, I'm really just saying the creation. But the
Okay.
creation does not
Let's call that the how about we just call that the universe?
Okay, that's cool.
Okay. I forget like where were we in terms of like the argument?
Yeah, so
do you think God is all powerful and all good?
Yeah, God is goodness in his essence, and all powerful. Yeah, but he doesn't contradict. Oh, that's where we went because, like I said, he grounds He grounds logic in the mind, and that's how we got there. Because I said mind was a concept, but you said it was an abstraction, and that's where I think we're just gonna fundamentally disagree. Because you can't attest to it actually being a concept, even though it is, because then you would have to grant the mind to God. So
well,
you have to
wait, sorry, I just want to.
Uh-huh.
That just doesn't answer the question. Is God all powerful and all good? It sounds like you're saying yes.
All powerful in the sense of he does not contradict or go back on his nature. But
Okay.
yes, he's all good.
Okay.
But
Does
yeah,
an
he's
all powerful being have the power to do the impossible?
Does an all powerful being have the ability to do the impossible? Like what?
I don't know. Make a squared circle.
No, because that would contradict his nature.
Okay. So then you would agree that it follows from that everything that God has the power to do, it's possible for him to do.
Everything that God has the power to do is possible for him to do. Logically possible, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Do you think that an all-powerful being has the power to, I don't know, lie?
Yeah, no, God cannot lie.
Okay, so he doesn't have the power to lie. So I have a power that God doesn't.
The lying isn't a power, right? Lying is an action.
You don't think lying is a power? Wait, do I have the power to lie?
That's not a power. That's an action. How is
What
that
do
a
you think a
power?
power
How
is? I
you?
think a power is like the
Yeah,
ability to do
the
something.
ability. Oh, well, say the ability. Yeah, no, God doesn't. God doesn't lie.
But does he have the power to lie?
No, and if you say power, the ability, then no, he doesn't have the ability to lie.
So I can do things that God can't.
Yes.
Then he's not all powerful.
No, that does not follow because ability is not synonymous. And first off, I never said
It
God was all
definitely
powerful.
is.
I never said God was all powerful. I
You
had
did.
how you use the word. No, I said he cannot contradict his nature. It's not in his nature to lie. So he can do all things that are logically possible. But if, like, again, it
Is
would be
lying logically possible?
not for God. It
Okay,
would
so then he
contradict
can't
his
do all
nature.
things that are logically
Yeah,
possible.
he can't do all things that are logic. No, it's not logic. I said it's illogical for God to lie.
Is
It
it
would contradict
okay?
his nature. That
So
would be like
let me
asking,
type up
can
the
a circle be
contradiction.
squared? Right? That would be like asking, can an all powerful circle be squared? That'd be logically
Anything that
impossible.
is logically possible.
God can do anything that is like, but yeah.
Yep. It is logically possible to lie.
It's not logically possible for God to lie. It's
So
logically
is
possible for a
God can
human
do
to lie.
anything that is logically possible for God to do?
That is logically possible. What? That's going to be a poor argument.
Is
I
that
mean, a poor
what you're trying to
premises.
say? You're saying that God can do anything that is logically possible for God to do?
No, God can do anything that is logically possible. Period.
Okay, and is
And then
lying
the next
logically
premise
possible? Is it logically
for a
possible to
human,
lie?
yes, because it is in our nature to
Okay,
lie.
therefore, God can lie.
You didn't hear what I said, did you? I said for a human, it's logically possible. It's not logically possible for God to lie.
Okay, so
Just
then it
like it's
sounds
not
like for the
logically,
first one, you
just
want to
like it's not.
say God
Go
can do
ahead.
anything that is logically possible for him to do.
Oh my goodness. Do you think that it is it doesn't contradict God's nature to lie? Is that what you think?
I don't think God exists, bud.
Well, if God exists conceptually, right? Would it be in his nature to lie?
I can't answer questions about your
Oh my
theology.
goodness gracious.
I
You
just want
can't
to
answer
get clear
questions
about
about
this.
hold on, so that's gonna be a blunder because how can you
I'm
say
not sure
God
how
is
I'm
there?
supposed
Hold
to
on,
be
real quick.
answering questions about your theology. I think that theists could probably disagree
Let me
about
know when
this. I
oh,
bet
wait.
there's probably a couple of different perspectives on this. In fact, I bet there probably are theists that think that it's possible for God to lie.
Yeah, they wouldn't understand the nature of God.
I
He
mean, says
literally
you.
he literally what says the Bible. He says it himself in the Bible,
But what if
revealed
they're
to
not
us
Christian?
that he cannot lie. If they're not Christian, then they don't follow the true God, obviously.
That's
Now,
certainly your
real
presupposition.
okay,
Wait, but I
but
just
real
want to get
quick,
clear. Wait, let's
real
help.
quick,
Let's
can
whoa.
I? Oh
Which
my
premise
goodness.
which premise do you disagree with? Premise 1 or premise 2?
So real quick, you say God isn't real, but you don't even know the nature of what you're saying doesn't exist.
Oh,
You
he
don't think
wants to
that's a
grandstand.
blunder?
Let me know when you're done grandstanding.
That was the end of the question. Do you think that
Sure.
it's
Okay. Do you reject
irrational?
premise
Do
1
you
or
think
premise
that
2?
Do you think that it's irrational? That's like saying I don't think bears exist because you've never seen a bear, and you could walk
Do
right
you
by a bear
reject
and
premise
not know that
1?
that it's a
Okay, wait.
bear.
Let me know when you're done melting down.
Okay, yeah. So what the way your logic is working is that if you see a bear but you don't know it's a bear, you're saying I don't think bears exist. By not saying or affirming that God it's not in God's nature to lie. I mean, it's evident in the Bible, in the only scripture, in the word that he says himself, he does not lie. So for you to affirm or to not affirm that that property is gonna be irrational to come to the conclusion that God isn't real. Do you agree?
So do you reject premise 1 or premise 2?
Oh my goodness, you're not gonna engage. Okay.
I just want to know if you reject premise 1 or
I've
premise
already told
2.
you I reject premise 2. I've already told you
You
that.
think it's logically impossible to lie?
Yes, for God. Yes.
Wait, this
It's
doesn't say. Does it say it is logically possible for God to lie, or does it say it's logically possible to lie?
Yeah, for a
Are you
human.
literate? Wait. Sorry. Does it say for a human? Are you literate?
I'm
What is
reading
Can
it.
you read the premise out loud?
Okay, but it's not sound
Is it?
because we're talking
Can you
about
just read it
God. We're
out
not
loud,
talking about.
please? I just want to make sure that you can
It is
read.
logically possible to lie.
Yes. Do you agree or disagree that it's logically possible to lie?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So
I'm
then
just
God,
telling you the conclusion is
so
not
then
going to follow.
God can lie.
Yeah, again, the conclusion does
We
not
could
follow.
formalize
That's why I'm
this even
stopping you.
as if something is logically possible,
You're not. So you didn't
then
engage with my
God has the
question.
power to do it.
I
Or
asked you
maybe
two
like
questions you
God
didn't engage with.
can do it. So if something is logically possible, then God can do it. It is logically possible to lie, therefore God can lie. Which premise there are you going to disagree with?
Yeah, see, it doesn't follow.
The
It doesn't.
conclusion? It doesn't follow by modus
That's the
ponens?
conclusion.
Yeah.
So it's not logically possible for God to lie. That's like saying it's logically possible for humans to fly. It's not in our nature to fly. So this is like saying you could, if you change the premise to it's logically possible to fly. Is it logically possible? It's logically possible to fly. I'm sorry. If it's logically possible to fly, humans can do it. It is logically possible to fly. I can fly.
Do you want me
Do you not
to
see it?
like type that out for you?
No, I'm
So
saying that's analogous to
because
how
to
you.
be clear, that's like trivially true, right? Like if by can do you mean like logically possible, then saying like if it's logically possible for humans to fly, then it's logically possible for humans to fly. Well, that's just like trivial.
Yeah, so the way that it's analogous is because you're comparing the nature of a human to be able to for it to be logically possible to lie for the nature to the nature of God, which would contradict him.
But do you disagree with
And
premise
when I
one or
asked you,
premise
and when I asked
two?
you,
Otherwise, do you reject like modus ponens? Do you reject like basic laws of logic, basic inference rules? So the inference rule here is just P, the inference rule here is P implies Q, P, therefore Q. That's the inference rule here.
so yeah, okay, I would disagree with one then. I would
Okay,
say
if something is logically possible, then God can do it.
yeah, it would have to be if something is logically possible for God. Yeah, I think you might have had that earlier. If
For
something
God,
is logically possible
okay.
for God.
Is your definition of omnipotence, like, could you say that if something is logically possible for a being to do, then they can do it?
A being or God?
Just a being. Like, if something is logically possible for a being to do, then that being can do it. Does that make something all powerful?
You would have to add in that being's nature.
Okay, sure. So if something, okay, let's just write down your definition of omnipotence. A being can do anything in their nature.
Within, yeah.
Okay. For more on that, Mezzo, what do you think about the idea that an omnipotent being is a being that can do anything in their nature?
Well, I just wanted to congratulate you, Ian, on your newfound omnipotence. I think this is fantastic. You've been wanting this for a long time.
I do.
And,
I have.
you're officially an omnipotent being. I guess so am I. You know, I don't want to overshadow your moment here, but yeah, this is very exciting. Sabi, thanks for that. We're all omnipotent.
Yeah, it turns out, we can all do everything in our nature, right?
I guess the bummer is so's dog shit.
Yeah, and electrons. My water bottle, my desk.
Yeah, so it's usually the atheist who attributes omnipotence to God in a way that doesn't correlate with how he's revealed himself to us. So that's why we have to use the word as according to scripture and not just standardize how you would see it in like Webster Merriam.
Can you
the word isn't in scripture.
This is a question.
So
can
when the
my
scripture
desk
does God
do
say, "I'm
anything?
omnipotent"?
Wait, sorry.
So
Now you reject omnipotence. Is that correct? You're now
Yeah,
severing omnipotence.
and the way you're
based.
using
He's
it,
so
yes.
based. This
No,
is
I'm
your
saying the
definition of
script, God
omnipotence, by the
never,
way.
yeah, God never reveals himself to be able to contradict his nature. i.e., have power to do anything.
Wait, it doesn't say power to do anything. It says a being can do anything in their nature.
Yeah,
It's
I know that's why we had
omnipotent.
to change. Yeah, we've changed. That's not
So
the standard
yeah, wait, can my desk
definition.
do
That's the
everything in its
definition we.
nature?
Yes.
Oh, so my desk is omnipotent.
Yeah, by this definition for sure.
Congratulations, desk.
It's omnipotent. So your definition entails that my desk is omnipotent.
Yeah, I'm saying so when you say omnipotent, you're are you suggesting that anywhere in the scripture God reveals himself to be able to
This is
do
your definition,
anything that's
bud.
exactly. So yeah, by my definition, yes, everything that you're talking about is omnipotent because everything only acts within its nature. Yeah.
So based. This guy's the fucking goat.
I'm saying, but you're not actually engaging. You're just
You just
trying to
said
get
that
on
my
the
desk is
gotcha,
all
but
powerful.
in the sense of it can do anything in its nature.
Yeah.
So I'm saying because you keep invoking the word, but the property is not actually seen in the Bible, right? So the only way I can allow you to use that word and you in an argument is by the way it's revealed to us.
Yeah, so it says through God all things are possible, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But in context.
It should say through God all things that God is capable
I
of
mean, if
doing
you don't
are
understand the
possible.
scripture, this could turn into a whole different conversation of a Bible study. But I would hope that you at least have the understanding to make an internal critique, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what we're doing.
But you already said you don't actually have that understanding, so you're really just
Did I
appealing
say
to
that?
ignorance.
I don't think I
You
said
said
that.
you
I think
said
you're
God
I think
isn't
you're
real,
trying to
so I
like
don't
cope
know.
your way out of this.
No,
The
I
fact that you
literally
affirm
asked
that my
you.
desk is omnipotent by your own
Yeah,
definition.
right, by my definition, not the standard version. So
Wait,
I
what
asked you.
definition of omnipotence does God fall under?
Yeah, only doing everything which is in his nature, not going against his nature.
Yeah, sure. My desk doesn't go against its nature. Is my
Exactly.
desk all powerful by your definition of all powerful?
Yeah, by my definition, for the sake of the argument, yes, correct.
You've made the word meaningless, though, Sabi.
Yeah.
If it
Exactly.
applies
That's my
to
point. Because
exactly. I'm in your head. It's meaningless.
Because if you read the scripture, well, the only way you can invoke that word by the standardized definition of omnipotent is to find in the Bible where God says, "I can contradict myself."
What?
If you find that, then I
That's
can
not-
concede.
Nobody's claiming that. Just that your
But you are
definition is
claiming
meaningless.
you keep saying that God is omnipotent, right?
Do you reject that God is omnipotent?
By the version of being able to do anything, yes, I disagree.
But even okay, when it says, but Jesus looked at them and said, for mortals it is impossible, but for God all things are possible. Is it saying
Contextually,
all things in his nature?
It's implied.
What does it
Sabi-
mean to be? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, meaning God
So,
doesn't
Sabi, the
God
reason
doesn't do
that-
anything
hold on.
evil. Real quick, Mezzo, because I want to engage with what he said, and then I don't mind moving forward. But yeah, contextually, God cannot do evil. Therefore, if evil is possible, that doesn't Jesus isn't saying God can do evil because it's possible. He doesn't
That's
contradict
fine.
himself.
But that's
But go ahead.
your limitation that
No,
you're
that's
putting on
that's
God.
how the Bible
All good.
Okay, you're right, my bad.
Bible's putting it on God. All
My bad.
goodness sounds like another big time benefit, like omnipotence, but it's really like you're now cut off from doing half of the actions, right? You can't
Yes,
do bad
exactly.
ones. So that's a limitation. If you're putting limitations on omnipotence, it's not omnipotence.
Exactly. I never
understand
claimed
the
God.
logical. Hold on.
My
Sorry.
bad. My bad. I'll
The
mute.
logical contradictions is fine. If you're like, he can't draw a square circle, that makes sense. But we can all
Mezzo?
imagine a God.
Oh, sorry.
that
Could you start over? You said
Sorry,
drawing
we
a
can
square circle is
imagine a
impossible.
God. Yeah, so that's fine. He can still be omnipotent, but we can all imagine a God that isn't omnibenevolent. And so they're capable of doing the good stuff and the bad stuff. So just because you're putting that limitation doesn't mean you get to keep on calling him omnipotent. You've limited
I
him.
never called
It's
him
over.
omnipotent. I've never
You did
called
in
him
the beginning.
omnipotent. No.
Like the very first sentence you came in, you said he's
No.
all powerful, all good.
I've never said that, bro. I promise. Because I
Wait,
don't
is he
believe
not all powerful?
in the sense of can contradict himself. No, because I know that's how you're evoking.
When you say God is the triomnies, when you say that God is omnipotent, what does it mean to be omnipotent?
I never said God is omnipotent. Where are you
Then
getting
God
that from?
doesn't satisfy the omni
Where
properties.
do
God's
you
not the best.
where
God's not the greatest
why?
possible being.
No,
So
God
you
is
asked
the
me like,
greatest
what definition
possible
of God
being.
do I reject? One of the definitions of God that I reject is the
No, I'm asking you, why do you think
perfect
God is
being.
omnipotent?
I
Why
don't
do you
think
think
God
God is
exists.
well, if he does, why do you think he's omnipotent, meaning he can contradict
It's a pretty
himself?
well. Wait, sorry, that's not what I said. Just that
What is so if
just
in the
that
definition
there's
of
like
omnipotent,
trivial
does it
problems is that it seems like God can't possibly be omnipotent and then all of these other things too. Like
wait,
he
does
can't be
omnipotent
omnipotent. He can't have all the powers, but then also not have the power to learn things because he's omniscient. He can't be all powerful, but then not have the power to kill himself because he's eternal. He can't be all
you
powerful and then not have the power to do evil because he's all good.
so the problem is you're using the word power instead of ability, and they're
What's
not
a power?
synonymous.
Define power.
Yeah, power.
Cooked. Broiled even.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, he's not omni-capable, at least. But by the way, it's worth pointing out that like I can go against my nature. Like I can contradict myself in ways God can't, because I can say like it is always good to tell the truth. I will always tell the truth and then not do it. Like I have
Mm.
that ability and God doesn't. So even like with self-contradictory, like not obviously like logical contradictions, but with like moral stuff like that, we are capable of doing more than him still.
Yeah.
You
God
got to
Yes,
can't.
stop
because
calling him
yes,
all
I agree. I
powerful.
agree, and I would agree because we can do evil. Yes, you're right. We can do more, not necessarily more. We can do things that God cannot do. I don't think any Christian would disagree. But the problem you're gonna run into is because you
So
keep.
many do.
Well, real quick. Well, go ahead. What'd you say?
So many Christians disagree with you in
That
like
God
on
can do
this stuff.
evil? What Christian says God can do evil?
We talk to Christians every day. People say crazy
Yeah,
stuff.
it's not biblical. Show me in the Bible where God can do evil.
Well, wait, let's
Be
in
right.
fact, do you wanna if you want, we can take like a survey of like we can take a survey of what you get out of here. We can do a survey of omnipotence definitions, right? You know, we could go all the way over we could go all the way over here to you know, maybe he is able to do anything logically consistent with the world prior, but then you know, it's
But I'm saying,
we just got
so
all
real
these
quick,
replies. Maybe you want to say that he's
yeah,
able
right,
to
yeah.
do anything compatible with the essential properties that he has, but then you know we got some pretty devastating replies. You know,
You still haven't answered my question.
realize any possible action, but yeah, it's that one. You know, it turns out all the definitions of omnipotence are just totally
Well,
fucking cooked. Like they're just like
Yeah,
obliterated.
but so that's why I have to ask you, why do you think that God is omnipotent in the sense of can contradict himself?
I didn't say that.
Where are you getting
There's
that
no
from?
definition of omnipotence that he is that doesn't include like everything.
You keep asking me, is God omnipotent? And I'm wondering why you keep
Yeah.
asking me that. And I
Did
told you
am I
by the
saying like is God omnipotent in the sense that he can contradict himself? Have I asked you that
yeah.
once?
So if he can't contradict himself, then yes, he's omnipotent.
Yeah.
But then you
like
ask
everything
me,
is.
But then you ask me, does he have the power of something that actually contradicts his nature?
So wait, is God unique in his
Wait,
power?
hold on. Can you engage with what I just said, please? And then
Yeah.
I'll go with
Wait,
you.
is God unique in his power?
Oh my goodness gracious.
Or is this not a unique property to God?
It's what a unique property.
Is God unique in
and
his
just for the record,
power?
you're not engaging with what I said, but
Is he
Is God-
unique in his power or is he not?
is God unique in his power?
Yeah.
What power? He has different
Holy
quote
shit.
unquote. Like, what do you mean power?
Holy shit.
Is he unique in his power?
With what he's able
What does
to
that
do.
mean? Yes. With what he's able to do, yes, he's unique.
What's unique about him?
Yes, that he can create. And first off, that one thing that's unique is that he has all knowledge. He's all good. He can create time, space, and matter. Those are unique properties only attributed to God.
Do you think the fact that I can't create time, space, and matter, do you think that counts against me being all powerful?
It counts in the fact that God is unique in that manner.
Is that the question I asked?
But yeah, you've asked multiple questions, but you're not.
The fact
quite
that
going
I
anywhere, and
can't
you keep
create
moving-
time,
you keep moving
space,
the
and matter.
goalposts. I don't think you're realizing the
The fact that I
goalpost
can't
is
create
shifting.
time, space, and matter, does that count against me being all powerful?
Real quick, so I answered your last question. Can you engage with what
That
I
was a
said
yes
prior?
or no question.
But
You
can
didn't answer
engage
my.
with what I
You
said?
actually didn't answer my
I just
question. You like
answered-
explicitly
I
dodged
answered your
it.
last question. You said, why is
Was
God
the answer
unique?
yes or no?
You said, is God unique? What makes God unique? I answered that.
The
So can
question
you
that I
engage with
asked
what
you,
I
my
asked?
last question was, does the fact that
Oh my
I
God.
can't
Okay, and then
create
you'll
time,
engage with
space,
what I
and
said
matter?
previous.
Sure,
And
you'll need
then,
to restate it, but is the fact that
okay,
I
that's
can't
cool.
create time, space, or matter,
Okay.
does that count against me being all powerful?
Yeah, that would count against you being all
Why?
powerful
Under what
Oh,
definition of all
Ian, I'm so
powerful?
sorry. I came up
because
to
you don't have the.
congratulate you, and now it
Oh
turns out you're
no.
not. What a
Oh
bummer.
no. I'm so sad.
Sorry.
Oh fuck.
It's good while it lasted.
Yeah.
And then what happened?
But why does that count against me being all powerful?
Yeah, because that's something you can't do.
Sure, so if you can't do something, then you're not all powerful.
Correct.
So then the fact that God can't do evil means that he's not all powerful.
Yes, by that definition, correct.
Sure. Okay, cool. Then we agree that God is not all powerful.
I never said God was all powerful in the sense that he can
Great.
do anything against his
Yes,
nature.
yes, you did. At the
No,
beginning, you
I've
did.
never
You
said.
just
I've never once
we
said
just
God is
didn't
all
know what you
powerful.
meant by it. You did. You
Huh?
agreed to that in the beginning.
Why would I agree to that? I don't believe that. And it's nowhere in the Bible. Now
I don't know.
that I've
Probably
answered two of your
because you were
questions.
blundering.
Okay, sure. Now that I've answered two of your questions, Ian, why do you think that God is able? Like, why do you keep invoking this word omnipotent? Who told you that God is omnipotent in the sense of can contradict himself? Because you
Sorry.
keep asking me.
Whoa, I don't think I ever made the claim that God is omnipotent in the sense that he can
So why
contradict
do you keep
himself.
asking me?
I don't
Is
think
God
did I say
omnipotent?
that? Is that a quote from me?
So my question is, why do you keep asking me? Can God contradict himself if you don't
Did I?
believe that to be true?
Did I ask, can God
Yes.
contradict himself?
Yes, multiple times in various ways.
Oh, sorry, but did I ever say that word for word or?
Not word for word, but you
Okay,
definitely
cool, yeah,
that's
sure.
been the whole point of your argument is that God can't do certain things, so he must not be omnipotent. So why is
when
that
it
part of your
says-
argument?
Wait, let's look. When it says in Matthew 19:26, but Jesus looked at them and said, "For mortals it is impossible, but for God all things are possible." What does it mean, for God all things are possible?
Yeah, contextually, it means all things within God's nature and in his will,
But then
right?
it should say that for mortals it is possible, or for mortals all things are possible, but for God all things are possible.
Do you know what contextually means?
Yeah,
I know
that
you
you're
do.
reading it in the context. But
Yes.
wouldn't it be accurate to say for mortals all things are possible? Are all things possible for mortals?
It is insinuated for the people, because so the context is Jesus speaking to people who actually know God's nature, which you're refusing to affirm. So for those people who he's speaking to, they know God doesn't contradict himself, meaning he doesn't lie, he doesn't do evil, he's just and must uphold justice, right? So when you understand God's nature, contextually, all things are possible within God's nature and his will.
So
How
contextually,
is that
are all
not
things
clear?
possible for me as well?
Are all things no.
Oh, like what? What can't I do that's in my nature?
Well, so all things for you, all things for you aren't possible because you don't have the authority.
To do what?
Most things control your life. You know,
What's something in my
expel your
nature that I
sin.
can't do?
Stop yourself from sinning.
Is it possible for me to stop myself from sinning?
It's not
With
even in your view, Savi. It's
with
not
the
in
power
his
of God,
nature to
yes.
stop himself.
Yes, it's not in your nature, but with the power of
So
God,
that's not
it is
something in his
possible.
nature.
Correct.
That's another
Right.
blunder.
Which
Yes,
is what
that's-
it's not a
that's the
blunder.
counterexample.
It's just a misunderstanding of the text. So
Of the text? It's your
yeah, of the scripture.
definition.
No, I'm only aligning myself with
Oh,
what's
boy.
presented to us in the Bible. It's not none of this is
Okay.
of my own definition, except when I gave you the definition of omnipotent to be able to use
let's go
in your
back
argument.
to the notepad. So you're saying that all powerful or all things are possible. That what this means is that all things in a being's nature
Yeah, so real quick,
are
go ahead,
things
go ahead.
it is possible for it to do.
Yeah.
So the question is, what is in my nature that it is not possible for me to do?
So this is why Jesus is saying what he's saying. All things are possible with God, because it is not possible on your own to stop to not sin. But with God, it becomes possible. It is not, yeah, to stop sin. But with God, it is
So you're saying that
possible.
what is in my nature that it's not
It is
possible for me
possible.
to
With
do
God, it is
is
possible.
so the thing that
Oh,
is in my nature but it's not possible for me to do is stop sinning?
Ask your question again.
So
Something's in your
what
nature.
the
Go
thing
ahead.
that is in my nature that it's not possible for me to do is to stop sinning?
Yeah, it's in your nature to sin, and it's impossible to stop.
No, no.
Yes.
So wait, sorry, that's like a basic misreading of the question, like maybe even a mishear. I'm asking, what is the thing that is in my nature, but is
Sin is in your
not
nature.
possible for me to do? But you just said that it's not in my nature to stop sinning. So that's something that's not
Yeah,
in my
well,
nature.
you're straw man in my position. That's the
I'm
problem.
asking you, what is in my nature that it's not possible for me to do?
What's in your nature? Yeah, willfully, or yeah, willfully not sinning.
So it's in my nature to willfully not sin?
Wait, no, you're
I don't
straw
know if
man.
that's a.
You're
What does
literally
that
straw man in
sentence
my
mean?
position.
Willfully not sinning doesn't make sense as a sentence, I
Yeah,
don't
because
think.
that's not what I said. It's willfully. Yeah, willfully not sinning. It does make sense.
Oh, okay.
How does that not make sense?
I just like
Meaning
what does that mean?
meaning your so will
That's not an
is just
act. We're talking like actions or something.
sinning is an action.
Okay.
To want to, so to will something is have the desire to not sin. That how does that not make sense?
Does
You don't have the
does Ian have the desire to not sin in his nature, or does he have the desire to sin in his nature?
yeah, he has the desire to sin in his nature. He was strong man
So
in my
then this
position.
can't be a good example
That
of
wasn't my
something that
position.
is in his nature.
Yeah, that's
Well, then
not
respond to the question if you
Yeah.
weren't. Then.
What is in
I
my nature that is
respond to
not
a
possible for me
question
to
that
do?
that he's made up.
Because what you're saying, what you
nonsensical
told me is
question.
that what it means to say that all things are possible for a being is that all things in a being's
No, that's
nature are
no,
things that is possible for it to do. Sure. Then when it says all things are
Yeah,
possible through God, what does it mean?
So
If it doesn't mean all
okay.
things in its nature, what does it mean?
Okay, so again, contextually, what is being stated is that Jesus is saying there are certain things that are not possible for you to do on your own, but with God it becomes possible. That's the claim. That's my position.
But
Do you
for God,
understand?
all things are possible.
Yeah, no,
It
with
says
God.
no. It says for God, all things are
Right,
possible.
exactly. But in context.
What does it mean to say for God, all things are possible? What does that
Okay.
mean?
Meaning God can do anything in this context. This script, well, first off, can you agree that he's not just making a broad statement, and that contextually he's talking about the things that are in a human's nature that they cannot stop, or certain things they cannot do on their own?
What's
But
the
with
context here?
I have explained it though.
Well, but
I
what's the
explained it
context?
twice.
Like, can you, if you're saying that you're familiar
Yeah.
with the context, what's happening
Yeah. So
in this verse?
Yeah, so Jesus is explaining how there are things that on your own accord, being a human, you cannot do, but with God, those things do become possible.
But what is Jesus talking about in this verse? You said you're familiar with the context. What's the context that surrounds this verse? What is Jesus talking about?
What's the verse again? Or what verse? Do you
Oh,
know the
so
verse?
you actually don't know the context at all.
I do know the context.
Then what's the context?
I gave you the I gave you the context.
What's the if you know what the context is, then what's the stuff around it? You're a liar. You lied.
I'm not. I literally gave you the context. The
Then
context
tell us what the
is,
context around this is.
Oh, I didn't say I remember the context around it, which is why I have to see the verse.
Then how are we reading it in context
if I see the
if you don't
verse,
know what the context is?
I literally just gave it, but you didn't have a contention with what I said.
You don't
And
know
there
what
is
the
no
context
contention with what I
is.
said.
How can you read it contextually? You're claiming to read it contextually, but you don't know what the context is.
I'll just look it up. It's cool.
Yeah, exactly. Right. You don't know what the context
I mean, I
is.
literally gave the context of what is being of the expression being delivered, and that is literally a fact. Now, who he's speaking to and why he's speaking to them, yes, I'm is not on the top of my mind. 1926. Okay.
Hey Ian, I gotta drop down while he looks this up. But
Sure.
just for later when he is saying that God can't do evil things, I would recommend Micah 2:3.
Sure.
Yeah, there you go.
There's also this we got quite a few verses in terms of affirming that God is all powerful, that he can do all things that are
Okay. Oh
possible.
yeah. So he was speaking to his disciples.
Mhm.
Surely I say to you that it is hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. And again, I say to you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the king of heaven. So right there, he's showing us that there are certain things that are impossible. He's showing us what is possible, what's not possible.
Is it within a rich man's nature to get into heaven? Does a rich man have the power to get into heaven?
Yes, but it's like it is, and he says, but it is easier. So he doesn't say they don't have the power, but he says it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle, which is obviously astronomically improbable, right? For a rich man to get to heaven. So he's not saying it's completely impossible, but it's astronomically improbable. That's what's being portrayed prior. And then he says, when his disciples heard it, they were greatly astonished, saying, who then can be saved? And then Jesus goes on to say, but Jesus looked at them and said, with men, this is impossible, but with God, all things are possible. So again, it explicitly matches the context in which I stated earlier, that though something may be impossible or astronomically improbable on your own accord, with God, it does become possible. So
Okay.
was I wrong with how I gave you the context, or?
Well, yeah. I mean, it seems to entail that you're saying that the rich man, it is possible for him to get into the kingdom of heaven. It's like a direct contradiction.
So it's something
That
astronomically
God says that it's impossible for him to do this, but then apparently it is possible for him to get into heaven.
He didn't say it's impossible. That's the problem.
It says for mortals it is impossible.
He never. No.
It says, but Jesus looked at them and said, for mortals it is impossible, but for God all things are possible.
So contextually, he's saying what he means by impossible, which is comparing a camel going through the eye of a needle. That's what Jesus means when he is invoking impossibility.
Is it possible or is it not possible for the rich man to get into heaven?
Possible, but astronomically improbable.
So when it says for mortals it's impossible, what God meant to say is for mortals it's astronomically
improbable. That's what he's saying.
Okay. He doesn't mean that it's actually impossible.
Yes, and he gives
when
an
it says,
example.
But for God,
of
all
what
things
he
are possible. Does it mean like for God, all things are astronomically likely?
I think you're being intellectually dishonest. You can see from the context of the previous verse what Jesus is insinuating by what he says in the verse where he says things are impossible for a human, but possible with God. He doesn't just make a blank statement. He tells us what he means prior. So you can be intellectually dishonest if you want, but the verse says what he means.
What would you make of I don't know, what would you make this Job verse? I know that you can do all things and that no purpose of yours can be thwarted. Because you got run over on that verse.
How did I get run over on the verse?
You had to say that when it says impossible, that it meant like improbable, that it is possible. That when it says impossible, it actually means possible.
So
if you don't think that impossible means impossible, that's fine.
Okay, just for the record, when Jesus says, and I say to you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. Do you think, for the record, that is what he is defining as impossible, or you think he's using the standard version of the, you know, how we use impossible in regular sentence?
I think of impossible as like something that can't happen, not
But
like
how do you
astronomically
think
implausible,
Jesus?
like can't happen. If
Okay,
Jesus
but when
said impossible when he meant improbable, then he used a bad word for it.
but he okay, you know, the same way how I define reality, and it doesn't quite meet the standard of Merriam-Webster's reality, but I told you what I meant when I was saying it, so that when I use the word, you know, oh, he's talking about things within contingent of time, space, and matter, although that is not the standard version of the word. That's what's being had here. Jesus is telling us, because language is subjective, right? I can say a dog is a cat if I describe a cat when I'm invoking dog,
You can certainly
right?
stipulate it. You know, it's just
Right.
bad
So
word
that's what's happening
choice.
here. Do you agree that's what happened in here?
No, dude. I mean, if God's all
No.
knowing, then he should know that this is a
Oh
horrible
my
word to
goodness
choose for
gracious!
it.
You said he's not
Wait,
doing
wait,
that
why
here,
would I
but he
assume
clearly
that? Wait,
defines
why
what
would I
he
assume
means.
that when he's talking about a camel through an eye of the needle, that he hasn't like secretly redefined all of those terms?
You're being intellectually
Answer
dishonest,
the
bro.
question. How do I know that he hasn't secretly, you know, in his own head, redefined all these terms?
Well, first off, we know because the term that he has defined, he tells us what he means when he's stating it.
But how do you know
So
that the terms
because
that he defines it with, that those aren't also just redefined terms?
yes, because he didn't redefine them.
How do you know?
So of course we would be because there's no scripture before or after where he says, and a camel is this, or
But there is
rich
the
man
wait. There
this.
actually is scripture afterwards that says that it's impossible. So why wouldn't I? Why would I accept your interpretation that he's redefining impossible to mean deeply implausible, as opposed to just saying that it's like metaphysically impossible for like a camel to get through the eye of a needle?
I think I can answer that question with a question. If you can be honest about it, why do you think God gave this analogy prior to making the statement?
God doesn't exist, friend. That's my position.
In the verse, are you making an internal critique or no?
So why are you asking me
Yeah,
questions
you're
about
making
your
an internal critique, so
critique?
you would
Why
have
would
to
you be
assume
asking
the
me
position.
questions about your
No,
internal
this is
position then? When you ask
you're
somebody
making an
questions, it's about their own position.
you're
Wait,
making
sorry,
an
wait. Why
internal
do you
critique.
why do you
Oh
think
my
suffering
goodness, now
happens
you're
based on like
panicking.
the non-existence of God? It's just like a
Bruh.
nonsensical question. You
Are
know,
you
that's
making
not
an
those are your
internal critique?
presuppositions. Are you asking me or are you asking yourself?
I'm asking you, Ian. Aren't you making
Yeah,
an
I was
internal
giving an
critique
internal
with the
critique.
verse?
When you ask somebody a
Exactly.
question, are you
So you
asking
would
them a
have to
question about their
assume the
worldview or
position.
yours?
So you would have to assume the
When
position
you
of
ask
the.
somebody a question, are you asking them a question about your worldview or theirs?
Yes, assuming the position of their
Are you
worldview.
asking them a question about your worldview or theirs when you ask somebody a question?
I'm at right now. I'm asking you a
Just answer the
question.
question. He
I
literally can't
am.
answer.
I can't answer, but
Are
you're
you like
literally doubting
physically
me.
capable
I'm
of
about to answer
answering like
you.
this
I'm about to
question?
answer you. I'm about to answer you,
Yeah,
even
go
though I
for
asked the
it.
question first. Right now, we are talking about my worldview. So I'm asking you a question about my worldview
When you ask
because you're
somebody a
making it because
question, is it a
can I
question about
finish?
their worldview or yours?
Right now, I'm asking you a question based on my worldview. Do you understand?
No, I don't. I don't know how coherent it is to ask somebody a question about your own worldview. Typically, when you ask people questions, you're asking them
It's
questions
not.
about their
So if
worldview.
somebody's making an internal critique about your worldview, it's incoherent to ask them a question pertaining to your
It's pretty
worldview.
nonsensical. If you want to stipulate something, you're welcome to stipulate something. I don't know how I'm supposed to answer a
You're
question
the
about
one
your
who brought.
worldview.
Hold on.
Are you
You
asking
don't
me from my
believe you.
perspective why I think
Listen,
God
bro.
said that? Well, I actually reject
Listen,
that
bro.
presupposition. I don't think God said that.
Listen, bro. But yet you brought up the verse, right? You brought up the verse.
Yep.
Yes.
Why
Okay.
is that
So you
inconsistent?
don't believe in God,
Yep.
but you brought up a
Yeah, but you
verse
believe in
from
it.
the Bible. So to bring up the verse from the Bible, you would be making an internal critique,
When
assuming
you
the
ask me a
position that
question
God does
about why
exist.
did God do this, that
Oh
presupposes the
my
existence
goodness
of God.
gracious. Do you know what an internal critique is?
Yeah, it's where you presuppose the worldview of the other person in order to find a contradiction
Okay,
within it. Wait, sorry, do you want to answer one of my
and you
questions
just
now that I answered?
affirmed,
Okay, he doesn't want to answer
and
the
you
question.
just
That's fine.
affirmed
That's
that you're
fine. He
making an
wants to
internal
sprint away
critique.
from the question.
I obviously I've been asking all questions.
Okay,
I don't
brutal.
mind. I just would like to have a linear conversation.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you're
So
trying to dodge the fact that you're making an internal critique but not assuming a position. You
no,
you
I am
said
assuming.
you said
I'm fine
yourself.
assuming the position.
Well,
But when you ask me a
initially
question that goes something
you
like, "Well,
said,
why would God do this?"
wait, is the position that God is true? That God is a fact?
That's your position.
Exactly. So you have to assume the position to have a conversation about
When
my
you
worldview,
ask
right?
me a question,
Oh my
you
goodness.
exit out of the internal critique. It's now an external
How?
critique of. It's now a critique of my worldview.
That's not true.
That is wait. So
That's not that's not
let's
necessarily
say that
true.
my hypothesis is that you raped your wife, and then I ask you, why did you rape your wife?
I'm not gonna. I don't want to engage on
What would you
that.
have to?
Because you could
Would you have to
differ.
presuppose in that circumstance that you
Yeah,
did rape your wife,
you.
or would it be acceptable to say I didn't rape my wife?
Yeah, I'm not going to engage with that analogy
I wouldn't
or
want to engage
hypothetical,
with that
rather.
one either.
Yeah, because it's obviously gonna, you're trying to play these word games. If you give a different analogy, I'll be a hypothetical. I'll be able to engage.
Okay, sure. Let's say my hypothesis is that you raped and murdered your wife, and I ask you, why did you rape and
We're
murder
trying to
your
get out of the
wife?
conversation, but I see what's going on.
Would it be
So
acceptable to say I didn't rape and murder my wife?
Can we get back to the verse? Assuming that God is real, right? Because you are making an internal critique. Why do you think Jesus says, it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle prior to describing what is impossible for a human?
Are
Why
you
do you think
asking
he said
what like
that?
a theist would say?
Yeah. Yes, I get. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
bet theists would probably say different things about this verse.
What would you say
I wouldn't know. I'm not a theist.
From assuming that God is real? You're just being completely intellectually dishonest. So you brought up a verse, but now you don't know how to interpret it. Why even bring up the verse?
Because
And
I'm
how
getting
can
your
you tell me? And how
interpretation
can
to
you tell
test
me
your
how can
consistency.
you tell me my interpretation is wrong if you have no way to interpret it?
But then your
You don't think that-
interpretation
you don't
just
think that's-
entails, like your method entails these parodies.
But how can you say I'm wrong if you don't have an interpretation?
Because there's no reason for me to accept your interpretation as opposed to, the reverse interpretation.
I'm not
that
asking
God
you
is
to
saying that
accept
it
it. I'm
is
saying, how can you say
impossible
I'm
in the
wrong?
sense that we mean for a camel to get through the eye of a needle.
But you can't say I'm wrong, though. And you're trying to say I'm wrong.
I would have no reason to accept this worldview because there's a parody worldview.
So why bring up the verse?
To see your consistency. Or inconsistency in this
See
case.
my consistency.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, your worldview is inconsistent. You have no reason to accept your interpretation as opposed to a different one.
How is my worldview inconsistent?
Because you have no explanation for why you would accept one interpretation but not the reverse.
What's the reverse?
It's arbitrary. The reverse is saying that it's impossible for the camel to get through the eye of the needle.
But it doesn't say that it's impossible.
It says that for mortals it's impossible.
No. It says
yes. I'll just
my
pull it
goodness.
up.
Do you have the verse in front of you?
Yeah.
It's Matthew 19:24. It says, "And again I say to you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into heaven. Not that it is impossible.
One sec. Let me.
Therefore, when and I would do 23 through 26. That's what I'm
What
reading.
does it say? For mortals it's impossible?
Yeah, you should do 23 through 26. So we have complete context. Yeah.
For then Jesus said to his disciples, "Truly I tell you, it will be hard for a rich person to enter into the kingdom of heaven. Again, I tell you, it is easier for a camel to get through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God." When the disciples heard this, they were greatly astounded and said, "Then who can be saved?" But Jesus looked at them and said, "For mortals it is impossible, but for God all things are possible." So is it possible for mortals?
It is impossible in the sense that it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle.
So it's saying so it is impossible or it's not impossible.
It's impossible in the sense that it would be easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle.
What does
Can a
impossible
camel
mean?
go through the Can a camel go through the eye of
What
a
does
needle?
impossible mean?
Oh my goodness gracious! Impossible by a standard of Merriam-Webster would be different from how God is using the word in this verse. Do
So
you
God
agree or
is using
disagree?
the term in a way that doesn't
Yes, correct. Now
is
you're
like
getting it.
indecipherable to the target
Exactly.
audience.
What was the last part about target audience?
So God is like a shitty rhetorician. Like he doesn't accommodate his word choice to the target audience.
Well, clearly the disciples were able to understand because it says, then Peter replied, "Look, we have left everything and followed you." So they knew what he was saying.
Oh wait, why? Why
Therefore,
wouldn't that follow? Wait, why couldn't he have said it's
oh my
deeply
God.
implausible?
Oh my goodness.
Why wouldn't
Hold
the
on.
verse have made sense if instead he said it's deeply improbable?
Yeah, so if I define reality as being everything that is contingent on time, space, and matter, and then I say our reality is within existence, do you know what I mean?
Sure.
Okay, therefore, because I'm speaking to you and I define what I meant when you invoke the word, Jesus is doing the same thing in these verses. He's telling you what he's making a comparison
But
so
why
people
not just use like the
understand.
more proper term then?
Why does he have to if the expression gets across?
Because it's confusing. It doesn't get across.
It's only
I
confusing to
interpret.
you.
Listen.
Okay.
I know you don't think words mean words. I think words mean words. You know, when somebody
Words
says
do mean
impossible, I
words,
think
but
it
they're
means
subjective.
impossible. When somebody means
Wait.
possible, when somebody says possible, I assume they mean possible.
Wait, are words subjective?
I don't know what that's asking. I think
Yeah,
propositions are subjective or objective. I don't know what words being subjective would even mean.
Yeah, meaning can I say something? Because a word is just a sound, right? Or unless it's written, it's simply a sound, right? So if I tell you this sound means this, it can mean this.
Are you saying
And
like you can stipulate specific? I agree, you can stipulate things.
Yeah, that's all I mean by subjective. Meaning it's based on, a lot of different things and is liable to change. Words are liable to change depending
I
on
agree
the
with that.
context.
Did God
Okay,
know that
so
exactly the ways
just like
that
if I
these words
say,
would change?
just like if I say,
Okay, he's not going to answer
just
that
like if I
question
say,
either.
just like if I say everything you've been saying is cap, I'm not talking about it's a hat, it's a lie. Therefore, words can change depending on if the person you're speaking to understands how you're invoking the expression.
Does impossible mean improbable?
In this scenario, in this context, yes.
Can you find me some sort of source that this is what that word meant at the time?
The word impossible always meant, well, I would say, I would assume that the word impossible in general meant, the lack of possibility,
Yeah, so not possible.
Right. That's what not possible, exactly. That's
But you're
what impossible
that,
generally means.
Okay, but in this situation,
context,
it is possible.
Right.
So we said
No,
not possible, but
yeah.
for a thing that is possible.
Astronomically improbable.
So he
things
said
that are
impossible,
astronomically
not possible
things,
for something that is possible.
So do you know how entropy works?
Vaguely.
High level? Right.
Vaguely.
So it is possible for a cold cup of for a what's the word? A room temperature cup of coffee to get hot. It is actually possible for that to happen,
Sure.
but it is astronomically improbable.
Yep. I wouldn't say that I don't think any physicist would ever tell you that it's impossible.
Right. But if I say, but in the context, things that are astronomically improbable are not likely to happen. The same way
agree.
a camel going. Yeah. So that's.
But are they
that's all
impossible? Would it be accurate to say it's impossible for that to happen?
No, it's not accurate.
Oh, okay, cool. Then we agree that God chose bad words for this.
How did he choose bad words if we see
Because
in the next
he
verse
said impossible for something that is possible.
Okay, it's only a bad, quote unquote, the wrong word if you read it out of context how you're doing it. Clearly in the text, because we see that in the next verse, Peter knows exactly what he means. So he clearly chose the right word.
I don't know. I'm like pretty bored of this one. I think that you got like totally like cooked on that one. But I'm
You
interested
think
in like your
so?
interpret. Yeah, I do. I do actually. Yeah,
Okay.
like absolutely. In the
Good.
Job
Yeah.
verse, so I have this,
Everybody,
I have this Job
everybody has their
verse. It's
subjective
Job
opinion.
42
Cool.
too. I know that you can do all things, and that no purpose of yours can be thwarted. Can God do all things?
You know how you know what I'm gonna say, right?
Can you do all
'Cause I'm
things?
saying, yes, except contradict himself,
Okay.
obviously.
Okay, sure. Can I do all things except contradict myself?
No.
Like what?
It's a lot. You're a human, so though you could try, it's possible for you to learn, or read every book.
Wait, what's the thing that I can do? What's the thing that I can't do that wouldn't be like a contradiction?
Yeah, read every book in the world.
Is it possible for me to do that?
It's in your nature. Is you have the ability.
Is it
you have the
possible
power
for me to do that?
You have the power, but it's not possible.
Sure. Okay, wait. So then that's something that's not possible for me to do.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So instead of playing the semantics, you can only do the things in your nature. Similar to how God can only do things in His nature.
Yeah. So
similar to how
my water bottle can only do the things that it's in its nature.
Exactly.
So then
Now
you'd
you're
say that
getting
the
it.
water bottle can do all things. Is that correct?
In His nature.
So it is accurate in the same way that Job is saying, I know you can do all things. It would be accurate to say my water bottle can do all things.
In its nature.
Yes. So you do think it's accurate to say my water bottle can do all things?
In its nature.
Yes.
The fact that in its nature is being implied in the verse.
I'm
you
all
just
powerful
read.
once again. Let's go. Okay, so my water bottle it can do all things.
Yeah, you keep saying, bro. The problem is
just say I, Savi World, think Ian's water bottle can do all things.
The problem is you
Just
heard
say
an
it.
atheist real quick. You said you heard an atheist say, if God is all powerful, how can He do this? Why can't He do that? But the Bible does not say God is all powerful.
Says He can do all things.
Where does the Bible say that God can do things that is not within His nature or His will?
So that's
You
not my
just
claim.
heard it.
My claim
You
is that
heard
He can
an
do all
atheist
things.
say that. No, that's not your claim. That's what you read in the Bible, which would be contextual.
Can God do all things?
Contextually, Job knows the nature of God, and it's implied that he's saying He can do all things within His nature and His will. So God doesn't act outside of His will, right?
So
Right?
one sec. Let me
My goodness.
let me pull up this.
So you just heard an atheist
So
write
we
this
got-
script
is
somewhere
it-
before,
Is it
and you're just running
in
with it,
God's
but it's not
nature
biblical.
to devise evil?
Devise, like construct?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so then then God does go against His nature. Micah 2:3. Therefore, thus says the Lord, now I am devising against the family an evil from which you cannot remove your necks, and you shall not walk arrogantly, for it will be an evil time.
Yeah. Do you know what is? Oh my goodness gracious! Have you ever read the Bible?
Yep.
And you read this verse, and when you read this verse contextually, what is being?
Do you want to
stated
read
there?
the context? I think the context is going to help it.
Of course, the context always helps.
Woe to those who devise wickedness and evil deeds on their beds. When the morning dawns, they perform it because it is in their power. They covet fields and seize them, houses and take them away. They oppress householders and house people and their inheritance. Therefore, thus says the Lord, now I'm devising against this family an evil from which you cannot remove your necks, and you shall not walk arrogantly, for it will be an evil time. On that day, they shall take up a taunt song against you and wail with bitter lamentation and say, we are utterly ruined. The Lord alters the inheritance for my people, how He removes it from me among our captors. He parcels out our fields. Therefore, you will have no one in the Lord's assembly to allot you a piece of land. Did that help?
Well, I hope it helps you, because I understand
Still
what's
sounds
being.
like he's saying he's gonna do evil.
Okay, so it might sound like that, but
It
you
says
don't
that even.
understand. Okay, you don't understand the ontology of evil. The way what evil is the absence of good. The same way darkness is the absence of light. The same way cold is the absence of heat. So when God, and in the verse it says this, that he removes something, right? So by God removing his covering of goodness, all that's left is evil. So it will be an evil time. The inheritance of God, the covering, the protection is removed from them. Therefore, all that is left is evil. So to think that God devises evil in the sense of does evil would be a misinterpretation
Do you think
of
causing someone physical pain is evil?
yeah. So you're not going to engage with nothing I just
Well,
said.
yeah, you're arguing from the privation theory of evil that evil doesn't have an
Exactly.
ontology. So I am engaging with what you're saying, to be clear.
Okay, so so you do
Is
agree.
physical
Hold on,
pain
real quick.
evil?
Sorry, please. Do you agree with what I said by him removing his goodness? So now all that is left
No,
is
this is
evil.
a gibberish theory of evil.
Oh my goodness
Is physical
gracious.
pain evil?
Not necessarily. No. What?
What if it's like really intense torture? Would that be evil?
Torture is evil. Yes.
What's the privation?
The lack of goodness in the
But
environment.
is the physical pain present?
Physical pain is not
Is
inherently evil,
is like the agony present?
bruv.
The sensation of getting tortured. Is the sensation of getting tortured evil?
Torture is evil,
Is
right?
the sensation of getting tortured
torturing someone
evil?
is an evil action,
Is
correct?
the sensation of torture evil?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sure. What's the privation present in the sensation of torture?
There is so the lack of goodness
What's
in
the
that
lack?
action. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Torturing is an evil action.
No. We're talking about the
torture, real
sensation.
quick.
That's a tracking failure on your part. What's the sensation? In the sensation of getting tortured, what's the lack?
The sensation of getting tortured. Some people like the sensation of being tortured. So that
What about
does
for
not
somebody
follow
that
that
doesn't
it's
like it? What's the lack?
so real quick. To say the
Some
sensation
people like
of
getting agonizingly tortured. Earlier, you said torture was bad.
One second. I said the action. I keep saying you keep
The
not listening.
sensation of getting tortured
Yeah,
when you
you're
don't want to
saying
get
that you're-
tortured, is that bad?
Bruv, you're saying the action. I'm sorry. You're saying the sensation of torture is inherently evil, and it's not.
Zero. I didn't claim that.
So why are you bringing
I
up the
asked
sensation?
you, do you think that the sensation of getting tortured when you don't want to is evil?
Yeah, and I said not necessarily. Oh, when you don't want to?
Yeah.
Okay, you keep shifting the goalposts, but the sensation of torture. Yeah, so the sensation of torture is not an evil action, right?
When you don't want to get tortured, is the sensation of torture
the person,
evil?
Oh my goodness. The person torturing you is
I'm not
acting-
asking about the person.
I know what
Stop
you're not
moving to
asking
other
because it
things.
disproves your whole point.
Don't answer the person. Answer the question. The
Yeah, it's
sensation
gonna
of
be a
getting
category
tortured
error.
when you don't want to be, is that evil?
It's a category error. It's a
What
category error.
category?
That's why I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm trying to
How is it
reform your question.
miscategorized?
Yeah, because sensation of torture is amoral.
You don't
right?
think the sensation
It's
of
not-
torture is evil? Wait, so if God instilled with you the sensation of torture, would that be evil?
What is it? What do you mean by? Because when I hear you say the sensation of torture, I'm thinking
The
of
sensation of torture, you
Well,
know
real
what
quick, real
words
quick, real quick.
mean.
Yeah, and so
I like
I'm
how the final
assuming-
stage of every Christian is they have to like pretend like they just don't know anything.
No, because
what's a
the-
sensation? I don't know what a sensation is.
No, I know what it means, and it's a category error that you're making, unless I'm wrong in what you're
Is the
invoking. So
sensation
allow me
of
to explain.
torture evil?
Yeah, that's a category error. It's amoral.
It's
Feeling
amoral. So wait,
sensation-
would it be amoral
feeling
if
sensation is
inside of
amoral.
you spontaneously the
Acting-
sensation of torture arose?
Yes, amoral.
That would be amoral for you to spontaneously experience the sensation of torture.
Yes.
Okay, I take that as a reductio.
Okay, now anyway,
You think the sensation of torture is not
the
evil?
action, right? The action is amoral, not immoral. Amoral, meaning it's neither a good or evil thing. It's something that's happening, right? Now the person torturing, that is an action. An action it would be immoral or moral, and that would be an immoral action, an evil action, right? but you feeling a sensation of torture doesn't mean that goodness is no longer present. Do you get that?
Nope. I mean, you said that the sensation of getting tortured isn't evil, so I don't know. That's crazy.
Yeah, not inherently, obviously.
Okay. Yeah, I take that as a reductio.
Yeah, because there's plenty of occasions where people actually, don't like it or want it.
In fact, I don't
You
know,
know?
man. Like, don't even bother, gang. It's been fun, but I gotta move on to the next one. Josh McKelly, thanks so much for the super chat. Hey, Ian, how can I strawman people like you? Could you give me tips on dunking on people who have genuinely no clue how to hold a debate or progress any claim? Yeah, I think what you have to do, basically what you have to do, you just have to like read a lot of like philosophical literature, and then it like improves like your strawmanning abilities, right? Like you'll know all of like the really bad positions that you can ascribe them to your opponent. When your opponent doesn't know what stance to take on something, you can give them like a view of omnipotence that has like trivial counterexamples, like that guy when he said my water bottle is all powerful and my desk is all powerful. I think that that's like it basically like you get like kind of empowered in that sense. Reverend Nate, thanks so much for the super chat. First loud mumbler I've ever heard lately. Still a douche. True. Reverend Nate, thanks so much for the super chat. Savi just said that omnipresence was MIA 1939 through 45. Of course it was. He's in the trenches. One bad weekend. Thanks so much for the super chat. P1, it's possible you're a brain in a vat. P2, the nature of vat level reality is inaccessible to the vat brain. P3, potential vat brains can't make definitive claims about reality. Therefore, rip tag. Yeah, they do presuppose like infallibilism about knowledge, which is just like gibberish. You know, you are a brain in a vat if you think fallibilism or if you think infallibilism is true. Great Big James, thanks so much for the super chat. Can a being capable of lying lie about whether it's possible for that being to lie? Asking for a fill, bro. Based. Optimus Rhymes, thanks so much for the super chat. Pretty sure I've seen this dude on Lives with Darth. That would be really funny. Big if true, big if true. Carrie White, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. Like a Wild Wolf, thanks so much for the super chat. Torture by definition requires a violation of consent. Someone who enjoys the pain and consents to it is not torture. That could be true. I don't know. I think it's fine to engage with it on its own terms, though. Hey, how's it going? I am Garv. Are you there? Garv? I am Garv. Garv? I'm Garv. Garv? I'm Garv 23. Garv? I'm Garv. Garv? Garv? I'm Garv 23. Garv? Sure. Hey, how's it going?
Hi.
Yep, how old are you?
18.
Yep, what religion?
I describe myself as a Hindu right now.
Oh, do you believe in God?
Yep.
Okay, by God, what do you mean?
I'm okay to say a perfect being for now. Since it'll make it, yeah. Perfect being.
You have to speak up.
Perfect being? Is that right?
Like a perfect being?
Maximally.
Sure, a maximally perfect being. That's fine. Okay. What makes you think God exists?
That's a great question. So really we're mingling here with definitions, but before that, we need to first ask what makes a definition really like right. So if someone was to say like God is like a triangle, we all know that that definition is wrong. So that we have to look out into the world and essentially experience something that gives us some sort of truth condition for our definition, and that essentially originates from individuated
Wait, can you speak
spiritual
up a bit?
experience.
You're a bit quiet.
Sorry, I meant that in order to give proper truth conditions to this definition, we have to have some
Ooh.
spiritual mode of connection to God as the starting point to essentially be able to say that God is not a triangle, God is a perfect being, in such a way that it makes sense to talk about the word publicly.
So I think here's kind of the problem. I'm not sure that it's. I don't think talk about like the truth conditions for definitions is coherent. I think that definitions are largely stipulative. Maybe you want to say like what a true definition. If okay, the truth conditions for definitions. The only thing I could possibly think of is that it's like use. Like you're just asking like how does the term get used empirically?
Absolutely, yeah, that's what I mean.
So, but I'm fine granting you that you believe in a perfect being, and that's what you mean by God. Why would I think a perfect being exists?
So first, let's look at there's three stages to it. The first is this atheistic position that it's logically certain that God does not exist. And the first stage that is to deny that. The second stage is to then observe like positive theistic arguments. And I'd
Could we just get the positive
honestly,
theistic arguments?
some of them I don't agree with. Things like ontological arguments I hate because they just abstract God. Things like the design argument, they're persuasive in their abductive forms, but even in that sense, they're only giving like.
Oh, wait, are you like
probable
fumbling with
reason.
your microphone? It's.
Oh, sorry, maybe I'm just not connected well. Can you like at least hear the words that I'm saying? Like, I don't want to be like the other guys who can barely like understand words.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But so there just sounds like a lot of fumbling. I don't know what your setup is like, but yeah, I'm just interested. Like, is there like an argument that you are?
Yeah, I came on here particularly to attack the argument from the incoherence of perfection or the incoherence of omnipotence. That kind of way of thinking.
Yeah. Well, I mean, would you affirm that both of those are perfections, like omnipotence, and then I don't know, things like omniscience and omnibenevolence or things like that?
Yeah, well, the first issue really is let's look at omnibenevolence. If we're to say that God's sort of moral compass is like he has this definitional code of omnibenevolence, which is baked into his perfection, which is like a program for him in a sense that he's an automaton, which is forced by like the powers of logic to always do the right thing, which seems to be the way that a lot of these past people you've got on seem to be treating it. When in reality, when we talk about morals, we don't think of automatons that are forced by some sort of definitional code to be something. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Maybe, but I guess to get clear, do you think that God takes only good actions?
Well, we have no direct way to verify that or know that.
But like, would a perfect being only take perfect actions?
Yes.
Okay, then I think there's like a euthyphro to get clear on. Are they perfect because God does them, or does God do them because they're perfect?
So I'm guessing since we're talking euthyphro, it's like a morally perfect thing.
It could just be like any perfection, like just kind of perfection taken as like a whole. We describe God's actions as perfect. Are they perfect because God does them? Like, does the fact that God does them then explain why they're perfect? Or does the fact that it would be perfect to do explain why God chooses to do them?
It is because... Wait, which one is it? It's the... God is perfect because God affirms this sort of virtuous mentality. So it's the non-arbitrary horn.
Oh, sure. So you would say that it's like something.
It's an external thing.
Yeah, sure. That's fine. Then Well, in this circumstance, then it's hard to see how God could be doing anything other than being like the automaton that recognizes like the moral facts and then acts accordingly.
That is to say that morality is just an affirmation of sort of just like a bunch of propositions. But I don't want to make this like a morality thing because that's a lot of hot, soggy water.
That's fine. I'm not going to ask you like, it's all
Like,
I
that
need
is
is that
my-
there's
my
like,
way out.
like the argument
That is
runs accordingly. So, do you think God's all powerful? Does he have the power to, I don't know, we can just define it minimally. Does God have all powers?
Yeah, God has the most powers of anything.
Most powerful or all powerful?
Most powerful.
Hmm.
Well, most and all. Like, if we were to say the gap between most and all, what is that gap?
So you might say that there's like a human on Earth who has the most powers. They can do the most things. But I don't know that it makes sense to say that there's an all-powerful human.
But what is the gap in that sense?
Because there are like still powers that the human doesn't have.
But to suggest that all powerful, the standard that we have to meet in order to believe in God, is that the personal agent has to be able to do anything. That's something that's untenable.
Just that they have
You and
the
I both
power.
agree.
They have all the powers that it's possible to have.
As in the power to do any possible action.
Yeah.
But there are essentially this vast array of very mundane actions that we wouldn't confer the kind of idea of power.
I think a
Like,
power
power
is
is-
just like an ability. And you have the
Well, is
ability
it
to do all those
not
things.
in all cases. So you can have a tyrant who presides over his people, is very ruthless, and we'd consider that tyrant to be this very powerful guy. But we might also consider like a resistance group who doesn't have any like physical power or strength, but we would still consider them to be have willpower or power in being able to resist that. We're still using the same word.
Yeah, yeah, of course, right? Like there are powers that the resistance has. You know, they have the power to resist the regime. The regime doesn't have the power to resist the regime. So there are powers that one has that the other doesn't. Neither of those are all powerful.
And I was watching The Last Guy, and the pitfall there was ending up just chasing your own tail and saying that God can do what he can do, right?
Yeah, well, that seems to be the dilemma, is that either your definition of omnipotence is something like God can do all things that are metaphysically possible, in which case you have a contradiction that God can do these. It's possible for God to, I don't know, lie, but then it's impossible for God to lie because he's all good or whatever. Otherwise, you redefine omnipotent, and then you run into trivial counterexamples like my desk would be all powerful and many definitions of omnipotence.
Yeah. And the way I get by that is just by saying God can lie. God just doesn't.
So it's possible for God to lie?
God has all of the abilities to lie. That is, like, if God was to be able to speak, God would be able to form sentences. Obviously, God can lie.
Sure, so it's possible for God to lie.
Yes, it's possible. But
is God all good? Does that preclude him from lying?
Well, yeah. Let's treat it simply and say that like lying's bad. Lying is objectively bad, and God can lie. But that doesn't mean that God is bad, because God has not lied. Like nomologically, God has not lied.
If God, if a being is all powerful, then they have the power to lie. If a being has the power to lie, then it's possible for them to lie. If a being is all good, then it's not possible for them to lie. Therefore, if a being is all powerful, then it is not all good.
not possible for them to lie. You know I forgot the example. It was I think his name was Curly Smith, and it was an example that like Alvin Plantinga used, and it was really getting at this premise 3 idea, which is saying that if someone is to be all good, then they are physically incapable of lying, which was getting at what I was saying before with this sort of automatonry issue, where let's say you have Curly Smith who's predisposed to being like an awful person and always does the wrong thing, and there's no way for God to stop that person from doing the wrong thing. I suppose it's possible for that person to do a good thing, but they just never do it. So it's an unactualized property that they have. In the case of God, bringing it back to this issue, God has the property of all goodness, yet the logical possibility to do wrong, in the sense that he has all the powers that would enable him to commit a wrong act. God
Sure.
simply has the cognition and the ability.
I'm actually going to change this
to
to.
not do that.
I'll change lie to evil, even if you're fine with that.
That's fine, yeah.
Because there's like some ambiguity. Is like, okay, is lying evil? Well, probably not all the time, but
Like, let's just go
sorry,
crazy.
wait, too evil, power too evil. Geez, pull it together again.
Maybe let's just put in genocide. Like, let's just imagine that as our
Sure, something like that. Just something that all it needs to be is inconsistent with an attribute. That's all it needs to be, is like something that would be inconsistent with being all good. So is there a premise here that you would disagree with?
Premise 3.
Okay, you think that if a being is all good, then it is possible for them to do evil.
Yes.
Okay. You don't think that doing evil is incompatible with being all good?
Well, one cannot at the same time be evil and be all good, right? We both agree that that's like.
This is an important
A and
clarification. Do you think that God is essentially all good, or do you think it's like a contingent fact about him?
I see what you're getting here. Oh, damn. You might have cooked me.
That's one of the solutions to this problem, or like attempts at a solution, is that you just like sever properties. You say God is contingently all good.
Yeah, that's what I was. That's the way I feel about it. Really, that's my gut reaction.
One thing that one place that this might uproot planks that you probably don't want it to. Your definition of God is like a perfect being. Presumably, that's his essence. So it seems like you would need to say that he's like essentially all good.
Yeah, and the issue with that is that I feel like you can almost empathize with this, which is that like when we describe his goodness as this essential criteria, it just doesn't feel like it's goodness anymore, because it's just a programming activity.
I think I do kind of see that. I don't know. I'm like sympathetic. I'm like partially sympathetic to that position. I know Swinburne takes this stance, which is that God is a contingent being, because he's essentially all. Well, actually, no, because you would disagree with. So I think Swinburne wants to say that it's an essential property that God is all good. That's one of God's essence, like essential properties. But that because God has free will, he's a contingent being. That it's possible for him to not exist. If he did evil, it would be contradictory.
Yeah, and when we describe God as all good, it's essentially like taking an active track record of the things that we believe God to have done, seeing that they're all good so far, and therefore attributing him that descriptor.
Sure, that sounds right. Yeah, well, I mean, like the religions are gonna, and like obviously, like the perfect being theist is gonna want to say that God is all good.
Well, yeah, obviously, and it makes it difficult for you because like I'm not your bog standard Christian who like hates gay people and is like Richard Swinburne and all of that, and thinks that like your bottle is the most powerful thing ever and can probably be Goku or something. But
Sure.
but still, I don't think we can discard so much of this essence of God that we can just say that God like isn't good. So we still have this. I still have this firm belief that my idea of God is a good being by this track record that I've conferred onto it. But the way that I perhaps circumvent the issue of like essentiality is by accepting an epistemic gap to my apprehension of God's properties. So I don't know I have no way of like grasping God's properties absolutely in that sense.
There's
Like,
there's another one that is kind of similar, but does God have the power to kill himself?
Does X have the power to kill God?
No, does God have the power to kill himself?
Probably no.
Okay, well, I have that power, so it would seem then that there's like a power that I have that God doesn't.
But I don't think that sort of lining of, all right, so we're going down this idea of all powerful because being able to do all things.
Just all things that are metaphysically possible.
Is it metaphysically possible to destroy an undestroyable being?
No, that's the problem, is that I don't think that God can have the ability to do everything that's metaphysically possible, but then also be all these other things, like essentially all good, essentially eternal, essentially all knowing. I think that you run into contradictions kind of across the board. I think that the attribute that probably needs to go is the all powerful, but then there isn't a good replacement for it.
That reminded me of Wade Savage, I think was his name. I read a paper where he said that we're thinking of it wrong when we consider, like, can God do all things? And then we consider an example of one thing God can't do because of some other attribute. And he does this by like separating those things that we like to attribute to God. So we have like a being that can destroy all beings, and we have like a being that can withstand all attacks. And we say that both have this limitless power that within themselves seem to be perfectly coherent. So within that first being that can kill anything, excluding itself maybe, that's a coherent being, I suppose. Yet when you introduce being Y into it, why is it that no longer becomes coherent?
Yeah, it's because they're like properties. They contradict each other, right? The one that can't be destroyed means that it's no longer the case that the first being can destroy everything.
But when we move from that first example where it's just one being, and then the second example when there's two, it's not like anything about the first being has changed, right?
Yeah. I think you might be able to give like. Maybe you want to say that the fact that the first being can destroy all things is grounded. You probably want to say that there's like some like deeper explanatory chain there. That the fact that the being can destroy all things is grounded in the fact, like some deeper fact that of each thing it can be destroyed by this being. But then when you add some fact, like some being that cannot be destroyed by the first being, that fact is no longer grounded because there are some beings that that's not true of.
Okay, interesting. So when we move then to like Savage's premise where he says then like being X is being Y, this indestructible being is the destroyer being. Then it's hard to do that sort of verificational check. So we say that a being that has all the power to destroy all beings. So we need to first check, can every being be destroyed? That includes the very being that we are aiming to see if exists. And so when we create this circle, it's not just a problem for the theist that's trying to maintain the existence of that being. It's also a problem for the skeptic who's trying to show the impossibility of verifying or really falsifying that traits that God has.
I'm not sure how this actually responds to it. This doesn't really seem to
Because
resolve the
say that
problem. I mean, if God has the power to do everything that's metaphysically possible, well, then he can't be eternal, and he can't be all good, and he can't be all knowing. He probably can't be perfectly rational.
yeah. I'm probably going to give my last words here, which is that I think this is like this logical fork that we end up being, where either you have to accept one thing or the other, which is that either God.
What the fuck? It was his last word. Holy shit. What the hell? That dude got like Thanos snapped out of existence. What's up, Garv?
Hey man, can you hear me, Ian?
I can.
Perfect, man. I'm actually about to grab some gas, but I'm willing to go down to empty to have a nice little conversation with you, brother.
Yeah,
So I
you can't be
appreciate you.
driving, so I'm sure you're in the passenger seat. But how?
Yeah, no, I'm parked off now.
Yep. How old are you, and what religion are you?
I am 25, and I believe in my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who died
Can you
for
speak
all
up a
of
bit?
us.
You're a bit quiet, I think.
Yeah, no
Molly,
worries.
he's a bit quiet, right?
Just a moment. Give me a moment here. Bear with me, brother. Are you there?
Yes. Ah, so much better. Thank you.
I don't know why I can't hear you.
Oop, hello? Can you hear me? Testing.
I don't know what's going on, man. There you go. Better?
Let's see. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Can you hear
Wait,
me?
is there an echo? Let's see. Seems like there's maybe a faint echo. Damn, do you have headphones?
How about now?
At first it was fine, but you were just really quiet. This is so unfortunate.
Yo, here we go.
Okay.
That should
Yo.
be clear now.
Hey, yo.
Yeah.
This is perfect.
Yo. Hey, perfect. My bad, man. My card's kind of weird.
Yeah.
It switches in and out. It has its own little brand of its own.
I think
Apparently,
there's a bit of an echo, but this should be fine.
Yeah, I'm on speakerphone.
What
Apologize, I don't have any
what
today?
what religion? Or so you said you're Christian. Yep.
Yeah, I'm Christian. Yes.
Yeah. What makes you think God exists?
Yeah, man. I guess I want to probably traditionally like everyone else. I want you to at least explain your argument why God is not real.
Okay.
And then I'm
sure.
more than happy to rebuttal some of those claims.
Do you think
And,
God is
you know,
all powerful and all good?
What are your definitions of all powerful and what are your definitions of good?
I take all powerful to be something like, has the ability to do all things that are metaphysically possible. And then maybe all good is something like he always acts in accordance with like the moral reasons that are present.
Mhm. Okay. And your definition of good?
Yeah, like acting in accordance with the moral reasons.
Okay. So just to kind of clear the air, moral reasoning, what is that based on?
Are you asking me in my worldview? It kind of feels like you're trying to pivot to the moral argument.
No,
If you don't want to talk about my argument, we
no.
don't need to talk about my argument. We can
No,
pivot to the moral
I'm
argument.
genuinely trying to just set the basis for our conversation. I feel like a lot of guests have kind of came up here. And the terms and the definitions of the ways that you are kind of gauging what you determine how God is real and not seems to be a little bit slippery. So I'd love to hear from you. What confinements are you utilizing to determine that God is not real? So you already said his ability to do things in accordance to basic moral. And my question to you is, how are you determining what basic morality is? Because obviously you have a definition in order for God to fall within those confines.
So the only thing that the definition requires for the purpose of this argument is that an all good being can't do evil. That's the one and only thing that I need from God being all good.
Okay. So I asked you if God is all powerful. All good and all powerful are two different things.
You asked what it meant to be good.
And your definition is?
All we need for
To
this
do things
argument
in
is that an all good being doesn't do evil.
Doesn't do evil. So you believe that God is not real because he is not all good and not all powerful.
Yeah. That if he has the power, if he has all powers, then he has the power to do evil If he has the power to do it, then it's possible for him to do it. But if he's all good, then it's not possible for him to do evil. So it's both possible
Okay.
for God to do evil, and it's not possible for God to do evil.
So what have you observed for that to be your steady fact in this conversation?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, you're saying that these are like moral absolutes, that God can do good but also can do evil at the same time. So I'm just assuming that you've had some sort of observation to make that claim true,
Just that if
correct?
God exists and he's all powerful, if God has all the powers, then he has the power to do evil. And if he has the power
So
to
that
do evil, then it's possible for God to do evil. But if God's all good, then it's not possible for God to do evil.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I mean, I would have to disagree with you because
On which
like one of
one?
the previous okay, yeah, about the all powerful, and because God doesn't do evil, therefore God is not all powerful.
It's not a question of
I
whether he
think
does
that
it. It's a question of whether it's possible for him to do it.
well, now we're basically having a conversation about potentialities. It's what the observed nature is through God of what we see in our personal lives and also what is written in scripture. So for me to say, you know, I possibly could do this, but I don't do that, the observed reality is that I'm a person that doesn't do these things. So if God is all good, but doesn't do evil, and then you're creating the picture, well, saying, well, he can't be all powerful because he doesn't do evil. That doesn't necessarily make sense. That's not a, that's like
Okay.
comparing apples to oranges.
Here's
That's a
here's what we
completely
could do
different
to
question.
be like linear, to make sure we're going down like a linear path. Maybe you could tell me of these three premises which one you disagree with, because they necessitate the conclusion that if a being is all powerful, then it's not all good. But we got
Yeah, I know, I
premise
get your
one.
debate, and I think
But do you
the
disagree with premise
premise.
1, 2, or 3?
Well, I'm not going to let you corner me. So it's not a black
It's
and white
just
conversation. I
logic,
think that's
right?
where no, I think the issue with this conversation is that you're trying to paint it into a black and white picture. And again, I said it in the comments prior, we're trying to use our human brains to comprehend something divine. So that's our very first flaw, is that we're trying to say that our human rationale is greater than God's.
Oh,
So
I
when
should have
we
asked this
automatically
question
look
first. Do you
through
think God
that
has the power to do the
perspective,
impossible?
impossible by whose definition?
Just
There's a
logically
lot of things that
impossible?
are
Can God do logical
possible.
contradictions?
There's a lot of things that God has done. For example, create the universe, that for humans is impossible, but for God is obviously possible.
I'm
So
speaking
when
out
you ask the
logical
question,
contradictions. Like the sun does God have the power to make the sun both exist and not exist at the exact same time?
that's a hypothetical question
I'm
because
just asking if he has the
what is
power
the what
to.
is the absorbed or the observed reality? Is
Does he
that
have
the
the
sun is
power
there?
to, or does he not have the power to?
That's a question. That's not a question for me to answer. I think that's where you're missing the piece, is that you're trying to box in God's
I'm just trying
power
to.
by human definition. That's the basis of the flawed logic that you're using, is that you're trying to apply human logic to a divine entity. So for all I know, like God said, he's the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. He sees all things and operates outside of time. Obviously, as humans, we observe things through linear sequences through time. So for all we know right now, in outside of time, we're non-existent. But the observed reality is that we're existent. Same thing with the sun question. The sun could be there or not there, but in our reality, in our observed existence, the sun is there. So to pose the question, can God allow the sun to be there or to not be there, it's a pointless question, because the observed reality is that the sun is there. So
I
by
know
you
you.
posing
I know
that
you don't
question,
like
it doesn't really.
hypotheticals, but I do need an answer to the question, right? Either
Well,
God has the power
you
to,
can
or he
want an answer to the
doesn't.
question, but it's a hypothetical question.
That's fine
So
then. We can just
it
explore
doesn't
both options,
prove,
because
it doesn't
neither option's going to
necessarily
go well for
prove,
you. So
it
if
doesn't
God
necessarily
doesn't have
prove
the
that God
power, then that
is
means
not
that
real,
God is
because
constrained by logic, which means that we can't evaluate
no, not
God's
at all.
powers logically. Otherwise,
Can you
God would
please
have the
prove to
power,
me
in which case
why?
contradictions are possible on your view. So your view is
I'll go ahead and
false.
let you finish. My question is, can you please prove to me why God's ways are illogical by your definition?
Yeah, because if
Because it
God can
seems
make the
like
sun
your
both
rules
exist and
and
not exist
your
at the exact same time, then that would be a
Mhm.
contradiction, which would be strictly false. So then God
Okay, but
wouldn't
what is the
exist on that
observed? What
basis.
is the observed reality that all
Yeah,
of
the
us humans
observed
experience?
reality is that the sun exists. We're asking, does he have the power to?
Okay, but what is the observed reality that all of us humans experience?
Does he have the power to?
Okay, but what is the observed reality that all of us humans experience?
Does he have the power to?
I think you both know that this question proves nothing in fact.
No, it
You're
does.
asking a
It's such a
question,
good
can it
question,
be
you can't
there or
even
can
answer
it
it.
not be there?
Because
You're
God has the
asking,
power to
can
do
it be
that.
there? God has the power to do anything he wants. So what we observe is our reality. So if God wanted the sun to be there, the sun is there. If God wanted the sun to be elusive and disappear and appear, he could have did that, but
What
he
about make it both
decided to hang
exist
the
and not
stars.
exist simultaneously?
You're moving the goalposts. Are we staying on the sun or the
This is
sun
the
argument?
exact
Or are we
same
moving?
place that the goalposts were. Whether or not God has the
Okay,
power
so
to make
can
the sun
someone
both
can
exist and not
someone
exist
exist
simultaneously.
and
It's
not
the exact
exist
same
at the same
place.
time? It
Does
goes
God have
back
the
to the
power
same
to make the
question. What's
sun exist and not exist at the exact same time is the question.
okay? So I think one of the things, I'll let you talk, and then you're gonna let me talk. I can't answer your question and then respond to you, and then you also talk to me over me while I'm responding to you.
You
So
didn't answer the
if we're
question,
gonna,
though. You explicitly dodged it. You said, I'm not going to answer that, and then you dodged it. Like, if
so
you
you
dodge
asked
the
me,
question,
can
I
a
will
person
interrupt you.
be?
I'm sorry if you don't like that, but you can answer the
Okay.
question if you want to avoid that.
You're asking if God is real, and you're trying to prove that claim by asking, can someone be in the same place while also not being in the same place?
Nope,
Do you see how that's
didn't say
misleading?
that. Didn't ask that. That wasn't the question. You're not tracking.
That's literally what you just
Nope,
asked.
it literally wasn't the question. The question was,
Okay,
does God
repeat
have
the
the power
question.
to make the sun both exist and not exist simultaneously?
Okay, and my answer to you was, if God wanted to do that, he could. But
It's a
our
yes or no
observed reality,
question.
you can ask a yes or no question, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to subscribe and just say yes or no to your question. Like, that's not how things work. You can pose a black and white question, but just because my answer doesn't fulfill your expected response, that I'm sorry, that's just not how things are going to
Would
go.
you
You can
agree
ask you
that
can ask yes or no questions all day, and that doesn't necessarily prove any point. So
would you agree that either it's one or the other, either he has the power or not, that there is no third option?
how do you know that?
The law of excluded middle?
Again, to my original point, you're trying to use human logic
So God's
to
illogical. Thanks. Well,
confine.
I wish you would have just said that. God's illogical.
No, just because we don't understand that true essence of God does not mean that God is illogical.
Does the
Just
true
because
essence
I don't
of God follow
understand,
logic?
just because I don't understand rocket science and metaphysics to an exact T doesn't mean that those things are illogical. I just don't comprehend it.
Does the
Two
true
different
essence
words.
of God follow logic?
As exposed in the Bible, yeah, I would agree with that.
Oh, then it does follow the law of excluded middle, that either a thing is or isn't.
Can you explain what the law of the excluded middle is to me,
Yeah,
please?
yeah. It's just saying that for any proposition, either it's true or the opposite is true. That either the cat is on the mat or the cat is not on the mat. It's one or the other. You know, either the sky is blue or it's not blue. It needs to be one of the two. There is no third option. If it's not this, then it's not that.
Okay, so again, I think the roadblock that you're really truly having is that you're trying to use moral absolutes to explain a God that is elusive in nature. So because me and you as human beings cannot understand the true divinity of God because he's limited us in that capacity, if you present a black and white question, obviously, and you say there's no third option, that's going to play in your role. But my point is that as God being a divine nature, there's so much more outside of God is doing this or God can do this than to what you're making it out to be. So we can continue to go back and forth about black and white scenarios, but I think
what's
me
the
and you
point,
both
right? You
know
reject
it's
logic. You don't believe logic applies. What's the point
Never
of
said
reasoning
that.
with somebody? Wait, so can we use laws of logic to interrogate the nature of God?
To interrogate the nature of God. Yeah, we can pose questions, but we can't come to an absolute definition. That's for sure.
I'm not asking about posing questions. I'm asking about the laws of
That's the
logic.
same
Can we
thing as
use
interrogate.
these to figure out the way that God is?
We will never be able to figure out the true divinity of God.
Are there
Period. Point blank.
contradictions in God's nature?
There's no contradictions in God's nature.
Okay. So could God, if there are no contradictions, could God have the power to do a contradiction?
if there's no contradictions in God's power, does he have the power to do a contradiction?
Yeah.
I understand what you're trying to pigeonhole me to say, like, yeah, God can do, he has a power of doing it. So, he's contradicting himself. And then if I say, no, he doesn't have the power to do that, you're going to say, well, then he's not all powerful. That's
Nope.
not an honest
Nope, that
intellectual
wasn't the plan.
position.
I just need you to agree that God has the power to do things that are possible. He doesn't have the power to do things that are impossible. That God follows logic.
No, God does, by human definitions, God does not follow logic all
Then
the
he's
time.
illogical. He's an illogical
Not at
thing
all.
then.
Not at all.
If he
That's
doesn't
an
follow
unfair
logic,
assumption
then
to
he's
make.
illogical.
Okay, is it logical for God to make the heavens and the stars?
I don't think he did that. Maybe. I mean, if he exists, maybe.
So, okay, so if he exists, it's logical for him to do something like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay, so you just used your own logic to describe a portion of God's nature. Did you not? Because you just agreed it would be logical if God was all powerful.
Does he have
and
contradictions at
had
any
the
point?
ability to do that. I'm sorry?
Does he have contradictions at any point? He can be non-contradictory
In what
with
way?
one respect, but then contradictory in another.
And what makes you say
When I
lead to
say
that?
logic, I think you think I mean something like, it makes sense to me. That's not what I mean by logic. I mean the formal rules of logic, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle, the law of identity. Does God follow those, or is he illogical?
I'll be completely honest. I'm not familiar with
I grant
those
that.
traditional definitions of logic, but again, these are human rules, man-made rules that we're trying to put on a divine entity. I think that's the part that you're truly missing, is that Ian, I don't know your last name, Ian is legitimately trying to define God by his standards. So in your definition, because of your rules that you're applying, you obviously have greater morality and rational than God. That's a point that we can agree on, because that's essentially what you're using to gauge that. And my argument that I'm presenting you is that God is so much larger than these claims that you're trying to make, that if you always look through these lenses, you'll never see the truth. And this is what it is replicated in the Bible. It says, those people have ears, but they do not hear. They have eyes and they do not see.
Can we
So
reason
if
about
you're
God?
always going to look through those lenses, then of course you're never going to understand God. So, I mean, that's why you pose these questions as a black and white interpretation of what reality and God's ability is, but that's your limiting view. If you're always going to have that black and white perception of, if this, then it can't be that, then you'll never understand the true essence of the Lord.
Yeah, and you
That's
dodge them
false.
because you know that they refute your worldview, which is why you won't answer them, despite the fact that they're yes or no questions. You acknowledge this yourself,
Okay, well, it
that
sounds
even
like you
though that
had
they're
some
yes or no
sort of
questions, you're not
contradiction.
going to answer them because you
Okay,
don't
what's the
like being
contradiction that
cornered.
apparently?
Yeah, here's the
What's the
contradiction:
contradiction
is
that you
that
have?
it would be both possible and not possible for God to be evil. There it is.
Sorry, can you repeat that
Yeah,
again?
so if you're not dodging, then answer the question. Like, which of these premises do you
Repeat it
disagree
again.
with?
I just repeat it again.
Yeah,
What's the
so
question?
premise one,
that
if
you're
a being
posing
is
to me?
all powerful, then they have the power to do evil. Premise two, if a being has the power to do evil, then it's possible for them to do evil. Premise three, if a being is all good, then it's not possible for them to do evil. Therefore, if a being is all powerful,
God is
then
all
it's not all good.
powerful and does not commit evil. Those two things can be very much true at the same time.
Which premise do you reject then?
Premise one, if God is all powerful, then they have the power to do evil.
So God doesn't
God is
have the
all
power to do
powerful
evil.
and does no evil.
Does he have the power to do evil?
I think you're using the term power
Ability.
as some sort of positive connotation, that meaning that if you lack
Just
the ability
ability.
to do that, that means that you're somehow lesser of a being. No, that's not a correct interpretation of it. Because God doesn't do evil, just because he doesn't do evil doesn't mean he's somehow lacking power to do so. God's nature
So
is
he
to do
does have
no
the power to
evil.
do
So
evil,
it's different. It's within his nature to do no evil.
but does he have the power to?
It's within God's nature to do no evil.
But does he have the power to?
We can go back and forth on this, but it's within his nature.
It's within
to
his
do no
nature
evil.
to
So
do
he
no
would,
evil, but
he
does he have
would
the power
never, he
to?
would never do
I
evil.
hear your answer. It doesn't answer the question. Does he have the power to? Yes or
That's
no?
fine. That's fine if it doesn't answer the question. Just because you pose the question
It's
doesn't mean
fine to
that
not
it's the
answer
correct question.
questions.
If your question is not being forthright, honest, yeah, of course. You're saying that because God doesn't do evil, or I'm saying because God doesn't do evil, and you're equating that with the lack of ability to do evil, with then conflating that with him being not all powerful. That's not an equal sum. Just because God doesn't do evil and it's within his nature to not do evil, because he doesn't do it doesn't
Who's
mean that
speaking
he's
about
lacking the
whether or
ability.
not God does it? We're speaking about whether he has the power to.
Again, it's a theoretical question. God
Yeah,
would
I'm
never do
asking
evil
you, does
because
he have
it's
the
not
power
in his
to?
nature.
But does he have
It's
the
not
power
in his
to?
nature.
But does he have the power to?
We can go back and forth on all of
Yes
this,
or
but
no?
me
Does
and
he
you
have the
both
power
know
to? Either yes, he does have the power
it's
to.
not
No,
a
he doesn't
yes
have
or
the
no
power
question,
to.
though.
It literally.
It's
Wait,
not a yes or no
okay.
question.
So you don't think that's a yes/no question? Let me write it out and let's see
You could
whether or
write it
not
out all you want, but in truth,
yes
it's
or
not a yes or
no.
no question. I could write a yes or no
Does
question.
God have the power to do evil? And
Understand
you're
what
saying
you're
that
trying
yes
to
or no,
do.
does God have the power to do evil? It's not a yes or no question. You don't
It's
think
a
that the
yes or no
acceptable
question because
answers
you
would either
wrote
be
it.
yes, God has the power, or no, God doesn't have the power?
Yeah, by your definitions, yeah, sure. Your answer to the question would be a yes or no. But I am telling you, in God's nature, it's not as simple as a yes or no. That's my big thing from the beginning. You're trying to
Then
put
you're
God in a
dodging.
box, and that's the issue.
Then you're
I'm
just
not dodging.
dodging.
I'm
You
literally
are. It's a
saying
yes or no
that
question. You
God's
can't answer.
nature does not include evil, period. It's
But
not
does he
your
have the
answer that you
power
want to the
to?
question. It's not in his nature, so he would never do evil. So
But
there's
does
no
he have
point
the
of
power
asking the
to?
question if he has the power to do it, because he would never do it.
But does he have the power
It's
to?
not within his nature to do. Okay,
But does he have the
for
power
argument's
to?
sake, well, okay, for argument's sake, God does not have the power to commit evil
Okay,
because it's not in his nature.
sure. Then he's not all powerful. I have powers that he doesn't.
See, that's what I'm saying. You can't use that as logic, as if God is this small little being that you can put in a box saying, well, if you can't do evil, I could do evil, then God's not real. Me and you both know that's not an honest position to take, because if we're truly talking about God and what he's exposed to us, we both know that God can do no evil because it's in his nature, because all things that God does is good.
Do I have
If
powers that
our
God
perception,
doesn't?
we don't have any powers that God does not have.
So do I have the power to do evil?
You have the ability to do evil
Do I
because
have
you
the
have free
power to
will.
do evil?
You have the ability, power. You're using
I
power
use
as
power to mean
some sort of
ability.
positive connotation. You have the ability to do evil because God granted
Do
us
I have
free
the
will.
power to do evil?
You have the ability to do evil because
Do I have
God
the
granted
power to
you
do
free will.
evil?
As a definitional sense, if you want to use the ability to and the power to synonymously, then by that definition that I'm outlining, you have the power to do evil.
Sure.
That just because you have the ability to commit evil or the power to commit evil doesn't mean that you have a power that God does not have. Those are two completely different concepts.
When you say God is all
Because if
powerful, what power are you talking about? What do you mean by power?
he created life, he created the heavens, he created everything that we know
What
currently
qualifies
exists.
as a power and what doesn't qualify as a power?
So are you saying power in the physical sense? Like I have the
When you
this
say God
superpower, I
is
guess
all
you can say?
powerful, what is a
Uh-huh.
power? What does
The
power
ability
mean?
to do things
The
that
ability.
humans
So
can
my
do.
definition.
That's what I just said. I literally
Okay,
said in
sure.
the
Then you have a
definitional sense, if you're
contradiction
going
that.
to say,
Okay, here's the contradiction that you've affirmed.
I know what you're trying. I know exactly what you're trying to do, and you're trying to say just because God doesn't do evil and I have the capability of doing evil, then I can do something that God can do. That means
There's no
that God
power
is not all powerful.
that God does not have.
That's fine if you write
There
it
is a
out all you
power
want. I could
that
write out
I
that
that
the
God
Holocaust
does
never
not.
happened, and that doesn't make it some sort of truth just because you type it on the computer screen. So that's fine if you type out these things and you're going to put me into say, hey, which one of these things do you disagree with? And I get you're the host of this show, so obviously everyone's going to try to
You
play
should have
by
like a
your rules.
contradiction.
It's not a contradiction at
You don't
all.
think it's a
You're setting the
contradiction to
rules
say
from the
there's a
beginning, so you think it's a
there
contradiction
is
in your
no
book, but
power
I'm
that
telling
I
you.
have that God does not have? You don't think that contradicts? There is a power that I have that God does not have?
Okay, how about this? I'll say this. God has the power to not do evil.
Does he have the power
And
to
you
do
have the
evil?
power to commit evil. Those are the two big differences. God has the power to not do evil. It's not within his nature to do evil. Humans,
So he,
it's in
wait,
our nature
I
to
think I
do
missed
evil.
that. So he has the power?
Go ahead. He does not have the power to do evil because it's not within his nature.
So then I have a power that God doesn't.
That's like saying I'm trying to charge an Android phone with an iPhone charger. They're two completely different things. They both God does not do evil because it's not within his nature.
Do I have
Period.
the power
That's
to
not a very hard is that a difficult concept for you to grasp?
Well, apparently it's like a difficult question for you to answer. Do I have a power that God doesn't?
You have a negative ability to do something that God does not do within his nature. Yes.
So okay, so I do have a power that God doesn't. So he's not all powerful.
You do something that is the absence of good because God is all good. We do something that is not capable of his nature.
Okay.
It's not the exact definition that you want, and you want it to be that definition so
Sure.
you can
As long as we
obviously
agree
satisfy
that
your debate.
well, as long as we agree that God's not all powerful, then I'm fine with that.
I think you're conflating the definition of the ability to do something as if it's a lack of thereof. Just because God doesn't do evil and you can do evil doesn't mean that God is not all powerful. Like, you can't draw that
But
conclusion
there's a
from
power that he
statement.
doesn't have. He doesn't have all the powers.
It's not that he doesn't have the power, it's that it's not within his nature. It's like asking a
So he
blind person to
does have
see.
the power.
They don't have the physical ability to see. They'll never be able to see. God will never be able to do evil, not from a position of lack, but from a position of divinity.
Chad, this
Everything
is what
he
I'm
does
saying,
is
right?
good.
I think this problem is
What?
like unsolvable. Like I feel like we've just had like Christian after
You're
Christian
right.
come
You're right.
on
No, no,
and
no.
just
You're
like directly
totally right.
contradict themselves like over and
It's
over
not a
again, like
contradiction.
repeatedly. You've
It's a
contradicted yourself
contradiction.
multiple times. God both has the
It's a
power and doesn't have the
okay.
power. You keep
I'll let you
saying
go.
it.
It's a contradiction to you because you obviously have two defined set points. So if your viewers, that doesn't fit their worldview. So again, from the very beginning, I asked the same questions that I do to everyone who has the same position as you, is that you're trying to use your human logic to answer these questions that are obviously not meant to be answered with human logic. It's very simple. The Bible is riddled with parables because the truth will set you free once you rely on God to do that for you. If you always lean on your own essence of God. That's why you mentioned that other verse in Matthew about being saved, and you're saying through mortals it's impossible, with Jesus all things are, or with God all things are possible. The whole context of that is being saved and basically achieving salvation. So with that comes truth, with that comes your eyes truly being opened. So unless you're continuing to rely on your own understanding, you'll never truly know if God is real or not.
Do you have
That's the
anything
reality.
else? Otherwise, I mean, you know, I'm not sure there's much of a point in debating the topic where you just keep on contradicting yourself. But
I'm not contradicting myself whatsoever.
do you think
You
it's a
made a
contradiction to say that
question.
God both has a power to do evil and doesn't have the power to
No,
do evil?
it's
Is that a
not.
contradiction?
Because if
Okay.
God,
Well, if you don't
no.
even recognize that as a
It's
contradiction, then this is pointless. Deleonter, Terry, thanks so much for the super chat. So you believe that a sadomasochist who enjoys getting consensually or self-tortured is evil? You were a little fast to call it a reductio. The example was specifically who doesn't want to be tortured. That you think that this person said that, or like the person before said that somebody who's getting tortured who doesn't want to get tortured, that sensation is not evil. That was the specific example. Brian Peck, thanks so much for the super chat. Does the divinely simple, all good being who provides privation of his goodness void his omnipresent status? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what they'd want to say to that. That's a good question. I'm sure they have. I'm sure that they have like resolutions to this. In fact, this is a great example of like a good use case for AI is to ask, how do classical theists reconcile God's omnipresence with the privation theory of good, or privation theory of evil? Is he still in the places where there is evil? This sounds like the sort of thing that would have gotten like talked about by like all the olds, like Anselm, Aquinas, Augustine. William Mates, thanks so much to William Metz. Maybe. Thanks so much to Cool Corey. Appreciate you. Welcome. Lily Deathray, thanks so much to Super Chat. How many religions have existed in history? Hundreds, thousands, millions. True. That's true. What's up? Thanks so much to Super Chat. Does God have the power to kill himself? This seems to equivocate on himself. Both God and I have the power to kill. What's up? 7670. But neither of us have the ability to kill God. Sure. So there's like a couple of ways that you might want to parse it. You might want to parse it as like, okay, God can do all of the things that are in his nature to do, but then you just run into like the trivial reductios. But you know, I think that it's a question of like, does God have the ability to bring about, like, to do any like action type, any possible action type? The answer has to be no, because he can't kill himself. Does he have the ability to bring about any state of affairs? Well, no. I mean, he's necessary. He can't kill himself then. What about contingent state of affairs? Well, yeah, but then that runs into the evil thing, where if God brought about the state of affairs where it's like a trillion babies getting tortured, well, he's not all good. Big and Bush, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate you. Big W. Panoramic Banana, thanks so much for Super Chat. Does God raise up his sword like He-Man and say, I have the power? He-Man. Reverend Nate, thanks so much for Super Chat. I don't know how it works in nature, but on this show, weasels, in parentheses, Garv, get eaten alive by badgers, in parentheses, Ian. Thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. I think the problem is just unsolvable. Like, well, okay, sorry. It's not unsolvable. I just think that what it takes to solve it is things that people don't want to say. I think that you have to say that God's not all powerful. I think that you have to say that, I don't know, he's like maybe very powerful, but he's not all powerful. Otherwise, maybe you want to say that he's like contingently good, not necessarily good. Elope Nope, thanks so much for the Super Chat. Why are we talking about some Marcion comic book? I don't know enough about church history. Okay, wait. Claude, spit out the answer. The reconciliation actually falls out rather elegantly once you see what each doctrine is really claiming, because classical theists define both presence and evil in ways that dissolve the apparent tension. Start with omnipresent. For Augustine, Anselm, Aquinas, it's the fucking 3 people I mentioned. Look at me. God is not present in places the way a gas fills a room. God is present to things by sustaining them in existence. Oh, so he's just saying that they ground them, that God is the grounding of them. Well, but wouldn't that imply that they're ungrounded? That they're like no longer sustained? Maybe they would just bite the bullet on that. Aquinas says God is in all things by essence, presence, and power as the cause of their being, moment from moment. Okay, I think the problem is that so I understand the reconciliation they want to go for, but the Aristotelian metaphysics is really, really weird. It's really, really weird. And like a lot of the Thomist arguments, like the first move, the unmoved mover, the unmoved mover isn't tracing movement across time. It's tracing movement at the same time. Like my hand moving this water bottle, the water bottle's moving and it's being moved by my hand, which is being moved by its like muscle fibers at the same time, all at the same time. But eventually, what they want to argue is that this traces back to something that's providing you movement, that like God traces back in this chain of like me moving the water bottle, that it traces back to God doing the moving of me with the water bottle. But it's so strange because it's like, what they want to say is that you're like in some sense like participating in change. You're not changing, you're participating in change. It's like something that you're borrowing the ability to change. It's very weird. So I find like a lot of the medieval stuff very unintuitive for that reason. UV&E, thanks so much for Super Chat. Organized religion is a scam, but to look around and observe our logical reality and think it's born out of pure chaos and RNG and chance is impossible. Do you believe the Big Bang / abiogenesis? Why? Why is that? It depends what you mean by pure chaos. I mean, in some sense, there was so many chances for life to not form. Look to all the planets where it didn't form. It looks very chancy. The universe looks exactly like it would look if this was a chance event. But yeah, I do believe in the Big Bang and abiogenesis. They have great evidence for it. I also think that even if, I think atheism is compatible with a lot of views, though. Technically, I think you could believe that the Earth is 6,000 years old or whatever and be an atheist, but it's kind of a weird view. No real reason to think that. Neko Oni-chan, thanks so much for the super chat. Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and create the darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. I'm familiar with this verse, but the way that they weasel out of it is that they pick a different translation where they translate evil as catastrophe. And I think most theists want to say that God can do catastrophe, but they don't want to say that he can do evil. Anyway, we have a new video, right? Let's check the preview. What if I have looked through a telescope? When I look to the sky and see the stars, what are those?
Those are optics cut to the
Whoa,
same
calm the fuck down. There's no reason to yell. Holy shit, you're so mad. What did I say to make you so mad? Just calm the fuck down, take some deep breaths. But if you want to take some deep breaths, you should try our sponsor, BetterHelp. Use discount code Ian. I'm kidding. I don't have a BetterHelp sponsorship. I disavow. Hey, how's it going?
It's going, man. How are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
Well, let's recognize that there are 7,200 working calendars. Okay, people just know about one of them. So in relation to Greenwich time, I'm 43.
Wow, what a peculiar start. Holy shit. That was prophetic. Ian in the past. God banger. Okay, wait. Paranomic Banana, thank you so much for the super chat. When caller says God cannot do evil, is that an equivocation fallacy per divine command theory? God redefines good while their God is static. Oh, that is an interesting point. I do think that divine command theory has interesting interactions here, because technically God can do anything and it's not evil, because if God does it, it's not evil. So I'm not sure that this would work if divine command I think I'd have to pick a different example. Can God learn things would be another example. But then they just have to say, yeah, it is possible that God raped 1 trillion toddlers. And if he did, so what? It's good. It's okay, I fucking pull the handbrake, yank the ripcord, get me the fuck out, is my response to divine command theory for the most part. LOL, great, in scare quotes, evidence for a Big Bang 14, I'm going to assume it's 14 million years ago. And you think there's any, or You think there's any evidence for anyone knowing what happened 14 billion years ago? You fell for the globe religion created by Zionists, in scare quotes too, Masons. Yeah, there's evidence. It's called the cosmic microwave background radiation. It's omnipresent throughout the universe, one might say. Somebody was like, button your shirt up, so then I unbuttoned the final button. Yeah, there's great evidence. You can trace back the cosmic microwave background radiation to orange light from 14 billion years ago. This is the first orange light since the Big Bang. That's a fun fact for you. You know, light decays. This orange light decayed into the cosmic microwave background radiation. That's what it is. When the universe is in a hot, dense state, it rapidly expands, and then energy is released into all these like photon fields, I would assume, that gives rise to orange light, the very first orange light, the very first light that we can see with our instruments, and it's decayed to the cosmic microwave background radiation. That's how we know. That's how we figure it. It's called black body radiation. Oh, isn't this the is this the same black body radiation from the black body catastrophe? Where they calculated that these dumb physicists calculated that there would be infinite radiation. Fucking morons. I know better. In the Bible, it mentions 0 radiation. UV and E, thanks so much for the super chat. You quote cosmic microwave background radiations you don't understand. The cosmic microwave background radiations are the same every measurement, which proves Earth is motionless, by the way. What it proves is that these cosmic microwave background radiations are present throughout the entire universe. Not motionless. They're everywhere. They're throughout the universe. UVNE, thanks so much for the 5 Canuck bucks. The universe is decaying towards 0% energy, meaning if 0% energy, yeah, this guy thinks energy is created and destroyed. Meaning if we rewind, there was a point where it was introduced with 100% energy for no reason. Energy isn't created or destroyed, bud. Hope this helps. If you have another super chat that you want to send me, you're more than welcome to. You know, I'm soaking up the Canuck bucks. Yeah, I'm making like $5 a minute at this rate. We'll see. We'll see. Nothing. That's alas. Check out the new clip. I'll play the replay again while we wait. It's on my YouTube channel, allegedly Ian. What if I have looked through a telescope? Like when I look to the sky and see the stars, what are those?
Those are optics cut to the
Whoa,
same
calm the fuck down. There's no reason to yell. Holy shit, you're so mad. What did I say to make you so mad? Just calm the fuck down, take some deep breaths. But if you want to take some deep breaths, you should try our sponsor, BetterHelp. Use discount code Ian. I'm kidding. I don't have a BetterHelp sponsorship. I disavow. I disavow. Hey, how's it going? Oh, boy. Google, is the universe losing energy? No. The total amount of energy in the universe does not change. That's brutal. That is brutal. It literally says no. It says that the usable energy is running out, that it's becoming more entropic, but the total amount of energy doesn't change. And if what you mean instead is usable energy, when you said energy, I agree. That decreases over time in an expanding universe. I don't know why I would think that that's true in a contracting universe. You know, obviously, if the universe is way more spacious, then there are way more ways, there are way more microstates just on the basis that it's more spacious. That doesn't seem like it would be true if the universe was in a hot, dense state, though. It only seems like there's a couple of ways to be in a hot, dense state. You only sent $2 this time. All right. I'm ending stream. Check it out. Check out the YouTube video. I'll see you.